What's up? What's up? Smash that like, man. All this talk of deals being made and uh, who did it best. Make sure y'all taking a poll. Who did it the best? I don't see how y'all can rationalize Donald Trump giving out damn near 300 billion. Obama gave up 1.7 million billion. And y'all even, I mean, but we're going to get this popping today and find out where everybody's standing at with this stuff. Who got the better deal with this shit? Is gas going down? Is gas still high? Is it going down in your area? Smash that like, come in, come in. Let's conversate and get this out of the way, man. What's going on with y'all? What's the date? Wednesday, Thursday? You know, the Iran uh, war seemingly should be over by now. They say it's over. You know what I'm saying? So Obama did his one twos with Trump. I mean, Obama did his one twos with Iran, and Trump did his one twos with Iran. Who you think came out with the better? I mean, as Americans, you think we should be giving any country 300 billion? We ain't even gave out. He ain't even gave the United States people 300 billion in you know infrastructure subsidies. I don't want him doing anything like we're gonna build a new Golden Gate Bridge. We're gonna, I mean, revamp the whole interstate, all kind of shit. We're gonna get the highway right. There's no concessions for American citizens. There are two more food banks being built. Community colleges are gonna be free for Americans. But we sent Iranians $300 billion in the beginning. We were just fighting with these Iranians. Where you do that at? Seven Gator, what's up with you? Ayo, alright. Yo, shout out Unique Mecca Audio. That's his shit too, but I snatched it up. I saw that shit in the movie too. That shit was in Sunset Pop. Y'all know they got that. Ayo, alright. From he a content creator now. He used to be a kingpin. Unique Mecca Audio. Get over there and check out Unique Mecca Audio. When y'all gonna hear him say, "Ayo, alright." That was his call when he had his club Mecca. I think it was called Mecca. You just booked your vacation next month. I'm pumped. Where you going at? Where y'all going at, Gator Waiter? What y'all going to do? I say you should get to Washington, D.C. Every citizen should go to Washington, D.C. at least once in life. Just to see where it goes. Just to see where it goes down at. Know what I'm saying? Every citizen. Just to see where it goes down there. Where y'all going there, Gator? Where y'all going there? Asheville. Okay. You said maybe when the president feels safe. Wow. Did something happen with the president in Asheville? Are you from Asheville? Are you from Asheville? North Carolina's dope. When I used to be young, I used to go there and hustle. Gates County. Smash that lock. Like y'all. Wow, I said lock. Asheville, that's near I think the Tennessee Virginia border too. Oh. Okay. Well, Asheville is beautiful. That's Appalachian Mountain Country. Are you from Asheville? I did not know that if you are. That's Appalachian Mountain Country. How far is that from Wise County? I know some solid white boys from Wise County. Country ass white boys and the little cool ass white boy. They just like black folks. All they want to do is survive and exist, man. DC is dope. DC is dope, man. I get up there every once in a while on a vacation, but every time they got some up there where I can go hustle, I'll go up there. But right now they haven't having too many rallies, so I should go to the Black Lives Matter rallies, all that shit, Antifa, anybody that was popping, I was up there promoting. Oh, Greenville, shit, Greenville dope too. Okay, what part of West Virginia? She from Charleston. Oh, you from Louisville? I did not know that. Louisville is historical too, and it has a lot of black Indian reservations that they kind of like trying to make them seem like they're black projects or ghettos and shit. But where the black people are in Louisville and on the outskirts, that's where they originally were before the Scotch Irish moved in, the British, the French. You know what I mean? The black people was there in Louisville. Who Janelle Monae's from Louisville, the singer, and also Muhammad Ali is from Louisville. Okay. Charleston. That's that cold country. Wow. Wow, it's up and get it. How's your old man doing? How's your in the hood? When we say old man, that means your boyfriend too. Like you heard a lot of cool ass white boys like my old lady. In the hood, we say old lady, old man. You know what I'm saying? Dude, smash that like, yeah. How's your significant other doing, man? I know he's of Persian descent. What's his opinion on this deal that was signed? And y'all make sure y'all take the poll. Who got the best deal? Was it Trump, Obama, or Iran? Let's look at the poll right quick for the first time this morning. Who made Iran deal? Trump 50%, Obama 0%, Iran 50%. Okay, smash that like 7 of y'all in here, man. 9 of y'all, we fluctuating like cryptocurrency. Let's get them up, man. Good morning. It's early. It's early. It's early. It's early. It's early. It's early. It's 10 of y'all. It's early. It's early. It's early. It's early. It's early. It's early. You know what I mean? Smash that like, man. Trump 300 billy versus Obama 1.7 billy given to the Iranians for whatever reasons, whether it was their money or was and shit. The money Trump giving up seemingly is our money. And if it's not, you still gonna pay because are y'all not realizing that Trump is gonna give them 300 billy, right? But then he just spent about 300 billy to fight this war. So that's 600 billy. We out. How much money did Obama spend to fight a war against them? He just sent them a 1.7 billion. What did we lose any vehicles? Did we lose any clout across the planet? No. I say with Donald Trump, he got a lot of more things that I mean oh, he's been ignoring everything about the war. He's ashamed of Trump and ashamed of IRGC Iran. However, we are both pissed during the World Cup game. Iran name said IR Iran. And we are like, huh? Why does it say IR Iran? Why does it say that? They did. I ran one. I ran because you don't all this shit that the collateral damage that they took, they eating it. You don't hear them on TV or nobody protesting that they been got that gone. They just quiet with it, silent because they won. You know what I'm saying? They won. Trump is, you know what I mean, backpedaling and sending billions of dollars over there. You don't send billions of dollars to somebody that you just whoop their ass. I mean, there's so much surrounding this shit. Not only did he lose American money, he fought with our clout around the world. Now they're looking at America like, huh? And everybody, whoever that America seemingly bullies around, is probably trying to invest into those same missiles and drones that Iran had. Yo, what was that? You know what I mean? Like on the street when a bunch of junkies around and it's some good dope and it kills one of them. You know they want all of that smoke. They want it. Who had that? I mean, my husband said it might be to fuck with them. Then I said it could mean Iranian. Yup, but we didn't know why the IR was in front. It's never been there before. That might be take some investigation and a YouTube short because I ain't heard nobody else say that. Ask about that Seven Gator. That might be a question we might have to ask. Why was the IR in front of Iran? What city is What country is the FIFA? It's in America, right? That might be a slight. Somebody, I mean, you know how Americans do. You know what I'm saying? And shit, and Americans do it to other Americans. They'll call you a ninja in your face, but in so many words, they'll just call you a ninja. You understand what I'm saying? But I mean, damn, Islamic Republic. Was it known as the Islamic Republic before that of Iran? You said no, John. That's what it is. And I suggest that's to the Carmelo answer. Should Carmelo have had that knife? What should he have had, John? And good morning. How are you? Smash that like, wow, wow. Can I? Ain't America a republic? So are we a Christian republic? I thought we was a republic too. So we must be a Christian republic, and they're Islamic republic. Okay, okay, okay. Like the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union, so many of the countries that we hear that United States is in union with, doing a bunch of deals and protecting, is the Soviet Union. You know, we protecting the Soviet Union right now. Ukraine is the Soviet Union. They got away from Russia and the rest of the Soviet Union in 1991, but they still closely associated because for centuries they have been the bread belt, you know what I mean? The bread box, the belly of Slavic Europe. You know what I mean? And Slavic Europe has been on the doorstep of Asia for centuries because Russians ain't nothing but some Asian Europeans. It's the mixture right there. Russians are just Asian Europeans, man. Smash that like right, but that's why I understand the democracy thing in Ukraine. Why they trying to help Ukraine? Because every mile they lose in Ukraine, that's a mile they lose for democracy. And I mean, but they say Russia can't even beat Ukraine. You know what I mean? My 90 days up in like I got what's the date? What's the date? My 90 days up in 32 days, man. That shit crazy, ain't it? I got 32 more days, man. You know they'll stifle and suppress the real. I'm probably hoping that I'll fall back from it. And I mean, you don't know whether I'm inside or outside, silly. This a green screen. I'm in outer space far as you know. And for one, what's it to you? You know what I'm saying? I'm cooling. I ain't got the glasses on for the sun. I got the glasses on for the sun, homie. Get your mind right, dog. That's y'all problem. Always sweeping around my front door, and you ain't sweeping around your own. In the mortal words of the Williams brothers, that sweep around your own front door before you try to sweep around mine. Damn. Who is the private investors? Are they not Not, are they not taxpayers? And how can you prove that? Show me where I can see who's going to pay the 300 billion. Because that don't sound right. Why would private investors invest 300 billion and giving it to Iran for their reconstruction? Unless these $300 billion investors is McDonald's and a bunch of corporations that and that means they hoeing out to Iran, they hoeing out to them. Who is the 300 investors? I doubt that. We wouldn't even have heard that if it was 3 billion, 300 billion of investors' money. We wouldn't even have heard about it, dude. Trump was Trump. Yeah, he gonna. Yeah, somebody talking about it's private investors. Yeah, when you walked in on your dad wearing your mom's dress, it just won't right. But did you say anything? But you come in here and talk about my glasses. Oh, this Jonathan. Oh yeah, Gator, waiter. Jonathan was in here for 2 days. You've been missing him. This might be Jonathan right here. Wow. JMD. Yep, Jonathan. Yo, Jonathan, you're fired. Once again, why do you keep I mean, you're fired. You come in with the Mario Luigi mustache. We know who you are. Gator, Jonathan been in here like crazy, man. No, Gator, we talked to him yesterday. Jonathan came in here with like 15 different aliases. Like he was putting on the mustache, the motherfucking goggles with the flip up lenses. He had the fake dreadlocks. Yeah, man. He was doing so much yesterday. Shout out Jonathan for making the stream. Know what I mean, pump. For sure, family. These Versace. See, if YouTube would have had me still popping and twerkulating, I would have had the link. You would have seen the link above me twirling and showing you exactly where to go get you these at. And when I got them, they was at like 400. They probably done went down to like 250 right now. I mean, they touchable, but you know what I mean? I think they dope. When I was looking for, I had these glasses for 5 years, and I've worn them consistently on the BMC. You might catch me a few times on this channel without them, but for the most part, it just shows consistency. You always might catch me heavy branded, know what I mean, blinging, and you know what I mean. It's all just like a, you know what I mean, to let you know that I'm sticking to the strip. You know what I mean? I'm shooting consistency. If y'all know anything, y'all want to wonder why it's always like that. It's showing consistency. Y'all didn't know that. I got that from Steve Jobs. You know that mock turtleneck, those jeans and those Nikes, he wore them every day because it ain't about what I got on. It's about what I'm about to get on. You feel me? And it shows you consistency. Although what Steve Jobs was wearing every day was more than most of y'all paychecks. And it looked so simple. That mock turtleneck was from Issey Miyake. He gave the turtlenecks Issey Miyake, he redesigned them and he sold them to him for $1,500 a piece. Those jeans were Levi, but they were altered to fit exactly to Steve Jobs' liking, I believe. And the shoes, the Nikes, you know what I'm saying? You can order those right now and they'll be like Steve Jobs. Just put in Steve Jobs Nikes. And a lot of y'all, so, I mean, y'all didn't even know that he wore the same shit every day. And it was a designer behind it. Issey Miyake. White boys is butt. Why are y'all talking all that butt stuff, Gary? Damn, only punks talk about butt stuff. Butt stuff, people don't even talk about it. That's crazy. People that probably got butt stuffed and now don't want to tell nobody, but they try to make jokes of it. If you know anything, Gary, you know that Kamalo is a killer in your eyes. So why do you think he gonna stop? I bet you can't eat just one. Remember that commercial? So that's what I don't understand. Everybody, because y'all know that Carmelo ain't gonna be 19-year-old Carmelo for the whole life, and he's gonna become a man in there. That's sad, but and his only background, the only job he ever had was being a villain in your eyes. You know what I mean? A killer. That was his only job because seemingly it's feeding all of y'all fears. He fed all y'all motherfuckers. Send him some money because he's feeding your fears. family. But because y'all know if he a killer, he gonna be a killer in there. You know what I mean? That's just how it go. Trump giving 300 billy, man. And they say it's private investors. I doubt it. You're the private investor. Just like they're not telling you that your 401k plan is caught up in the SpaceX. But hey, I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to take a chance. Scared money don't make money. You feel me? Yeah, he lost it because don't nobody go in and snuck them people. He snuck them people. They dodged, hit him, bing, bing, bing. He did a little damage because he a little bit bigger. He, I mean, they tussled, and now he looking like a pussy on the world stage. Smack that like Trump gave the better deal of your Iran. Right, right. What's up? What's up? Whoop. What's up? Whoop. What's up, family? Shout out Texas TMB. If y'all haven't got over there and checked out TMB, make sure y'all get out. You know what I mean? You said it was a huge L. Be honest, for sure it was. Who go sneak somebody, bing bing, then fucking around and had to pay them goddamn 300 billion. I don't hear nobody coming in. Obama gave him money. Now Trump gave him motherfucking bank. Obama gave him a little motherfucking trick off money. Trump gave him Bentley, Jaguar, two McMatches, two Benny Boom videos, a golden mic, YouTube plaque, and some more shit. Smash that like, man. Who said they wanted to post a link? He can post links if it's to this conversation. I mean, or if it's somebody that's promoting their channel, it's cool because you know what? A lot of times we be having these dope channels out here, and Black Money Corp is a dope conversation, but it's dope conversations all over the internet, and very seldom do we. You know what I mean? Because YouTube control what we see by what we see. You feel me? But the topic is Trump 300 billion versus Obama 1.7 billion, given the Iran and these different deals that they've been doing. So I want to say who made the best deal because in the beginning when Trump was busting down Iran door and seemingly he couldn't get it broke, so everybody was saying Obama gave these people money, which kind of found out Obama gave these people back their money. I want to know what's y'all opinion on shit, who money did Trump give? Who money is this 300 billion Trump giving up? And who had the better deal with them? Who got the better concessions out of giving the money out? I'm not saying the money should because shit, that's what money made for to spend. Scared money don't make money. But is it Trump paying back Iran for sneaking them? Or is it what is it? And who's gonna have to pay it? And that's the thing. So y'all still with this shit. He gonna give us a double bill with this Iran shit because we're gonna have to pay for the day-to-day upkeep of our soldiers, our little drones we lost, our ships we sent out there, going off the fuel that been sky high. All of this stuff has to be taken into consideration. And we had it projected at one price, but when the end, when you tally shit up, it probably who knows how much all of this shit cost. And now we're gonna give these people some money. Like, if you know politics, if you know business, if you ever paid bills, you know this that doesn't compute. Like, come on now. My bad. I didn't see the link. Yeah, me too, Gator. High as a fleazy weed. What is so important about Iran? Well, Iran is like a gas station, homie. Like we got all of these. Some of these countries are replenishment stations. Some of them are corporations that like China is a whole corporation that got all kind of S corporations in it that produce. You know what I mean? 95% of the products all around the world. Okay, India is also another replenishment center. Well, and Iran, see, they also is the gateway to, you know what I mean, Asia. And that corridor right there that they call the Middle East, they trying to control all that oil right there. Iran is like a big ass gas station. And for decades, the UK by way of BP, along with the United States with Exxon and Aramco, in which we know as Amoco. You know, you're from Texas. You know, that BP, that is straight out of Iran, that gas. Like people are not realizing that Chevron and Citgo, that's Venezuelan gas. Chevron is when America pump it, and they pump it from Venezuela and Guyana, and Citgo was straight up coming from out of Venezuela. You know what I mean? But y'all also Guyana out in South America. Um, listen, Guyana and Venezuela went, you know what I mean, had words about 2 months before Trump and them went over there and took Venezuela. But you know, we got a whole lot of oil refineries in Guyana. That's what they're not telling you. They're like, well, yeah, well, they're gonna take some years to pump up their oil, but Guyana and Venezuela just had beef over some oil land right before we went over there. So we might be doing some shit for Guyana, which we are. We deep over there. The CIA been in Guyana since Jim Jones was over there making people drink Kool-Aid from America. Smash that like shit, Iran worth fucking trillions. I could hold on, John. I know you don't even have you realize what's going on. Iran is worth trillions, dog. They got a trillion worth of ancient antiquities, man. You tripping? The question is, says Forensics, how much Trump getting? He's the G money making side deals and shit, right? So is it private investors going in, or is it the American people paying them back for the shit that we destroyed? Because to a country, fam, if y'all know anything, 200 trillion, that's mid money. You know what I'm saying? They are dealing with that on a yearly basis, annual basis. But is it gonna be, or is he trying to make this like like they got Iraq now? Iraq is on some old a replenishment center. You don't really hear too much about it because outside of the main cities, it's a bunch of colonization by the people that went in Iraq, and that was NATO and all of them. You know, they got on the other side of Iraq, they have the equivalent of the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. It's out. I mean, over there by the Levant, by like what's that? Is it by Jordan? They got one of them corridors, just like the Panama Canal. They're not telling y'all it's all a plan that they need to secure the Strait of Hormuz because in Iraq, the United States and its frenemies, that used to be allies, have built this shit like the Panama Canal, and it's on the other side where they would be able to reach the other side of the water, like um Greece, Turkey, you know what I mean, Europe quicker through by way of coming through the Mediterranean. They ain't telling y'all that it's supposed to be in competition with the Suez Canal. Why, why are there so many racist ass black fucks? You got to ask your mom that. She the one fucking all of them. She fucking them. You got to ask your mama, dog. And that's going to that dog, right? Yep, your mama is that dog head bitch. You got to go ask that dog bitch mama. Dude, come on with the bullshit this morning. You can't just come in and give a mature answer. Know what I mean, to a real question, family. Why did was Kamalo right to have that knife? You come in and say, "Why are black racist ass blacks?" I'm not racist. I love white women, Puerto Rican women, Chinese women. I mean, smash that like, of course, black women. He probably ain't even white, man. A lot of time, my brothers be doing this stuff, man, just to rabble rouse, man. That shit crazy. It's crazy, ain't it? It's crazy, fam. Roasted like ever. No. I'm letting them ride. See, Gator. Because you know, once we got that going, once the gun gets warm, motherfuckers gonna start getting fire. I'm chilling. I'm trying to smoke the bomb. I mean, politic and conversate. But sometimes it be people like that that'll come in with the immaturity because the conversation be so serious that they can't comprehend it. All they know is Sunny Delight, Hot Pockets, and PlayStation 5. You understand? That's why they come in like that. And they've been raised to say goofy shit. They're not even racist. They might be victims of some big black guy was beating them up, but it wasn't on a racial tip. It was on a strong survival. He didn't have the strength to overcome his bully. And it wasn't even about being black or white. It was just the bully probably just knew he was pussy. And now he comes in and see I look sort of like the bully because I'm dark skinned, just like everybody looks like they're African because we're dark skinned. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. And he'll come in and say, Because and you know what's so crazy? We are so our name. If we're African Americans, why doesn't anybody call us Africans? Like, why are the African people? Why is it the African blacks or African American? You understand what I'm saying? Why aren't we just if we were really from Africa? Why aren't we known as just Africans? Sunny Delight, yeah, that shit sweet as fuck. The new Sunny Delight suck. Once they start changing and lemon lime and all this other shit, they sold out. Salute for that light right there. What's up, John? Yo, yo, Assalam. What's going on with you? Joe KO. It's motherfucking mango time. Send me some mangoes, Joe KO. Shout out my boy Joe KO in goddamn gone Kaka City, Karachi, Pakistan. Assalam, man. What's up? What's up, Joe KO? What's up with you, homie? We probably are in some form of fashion. TMB. JKO is out in Pakistan, man. Y'all get over and check him out. JKO be having the dope ass cattle. You know what I mean? In this mango season, so I know he got some of them king mangoes popping. Get over there and check out JKO. Drop your link, man. Text BMC lowercase. No. JKO ain't spamming. He ain't spamming. He's helping the algorithm. Jukeo is one of my fellow content creators that we politic on the mastermind of business. When he comes in and he does that, that's sparking the algorithm for Asia. He's showing the algorithm that people are in Asia and they're participating in the chat screen. Salute, Jukeo. Lunch and out. What's up, family? When lions collide. Come on. What we was raised on? What we was raised on lunch? When lions collide, family. You know, and you be tripping me out too. Smash that like, man. Okay, let me pin JKO. Y'all get over there and check him out. JKO just dropped this link, man. That's the fam right there. Straight out of Karachi. It's always good to keep yourself international. What they say on the wire, you want it one way. Yo, what's up, Bronze? Chilling. Salute, Bronze. What's up with you, family? Good morning. What's going on, Bronze? Hey, Bronze. What's going on in the NO, man? How's the weather? And let me ask you something. Is the NO, you think the NO is totally gentrified now? Or it still got, I know it's always going to have them pockets, but you think it's for the better the way they done switched up Uptown and all that? The Magnolia, all that shit look different. But is it still the Magnolia? I can't even imagine being so brain dead if you vote left. Anything the Republicans are on the marginal. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. 19 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them likes up, man. It's 19 people in here. Double tap the screen. Joe KO, family, share me out, man. Share me out in your community. Y'all get over there and check Joe KO out too. Joe KO is a member of the village season food season. If I'm saying it wrong, my brother know how it go. Village food seasons. He has a channel where you go over there and y'all politic with people from all over the world, all different walks of life. But what y'all have in common that y'all content creators. And what happens is if you're trying to get your first 1,000 supporters, if you shall we say if you're a content creator, your 400 well, your 4,000 watch hours, they'll assist you in it. You know what I mean? They'll go support your channel, go check out your stuff, leave comments, they'll do everything that a proper channel is supposed to do when it's running, you know what I mean, as far as pulling in consumers. So get over there and check out Jokeo and Village Food Seasons if you're trying to get there, go and get your content creation out there in the algorithm. Salute. I got your link posted. You know what I mean, depends on what kind of media device they on Jokeo. But what's up with the mangoes, man? Where my mangoes at? Smash that like, man. And shout out all my international people, man, too. It's about America, but also don't forget your friends. Don't be like George. That's George Bush, Donald Trump, same thing. Don't be like Donald Trump. Got the frenemies. He was at the G7 looking crazy. Macron was down on him though. Like, what? Can I breathe? Trump should have. Hey. He was down on him. Like, wow. Like, he must be trying to get some of that Iranian shit. And wasn't it ironic that Trump signed another deal in front of the G7 people about this Iran shit? Smash that like. See there, see what Jokeo's doing right now? That's healthy for the stream because he's from on the other side of the world and it shows that we're in communication. See what I'm saying? So if somebody was to spam it like that in America, that would hurt the stream. But what Jokeo's doing is just it's making the I'm gonna tell y'all the exact word for all y'all content creators. It's like, why is he doing that? He's assisting with the chat rate. The chat rate is up to 9 now. So that means it shows the algorithm that we popping and we popping worldwide, if you can understand. So the chat rate is up to 9 right now. You know what I mean? Smash that like. But I just like wonder like what was on their mind to give these people 300 fucking billion dollars. Republican economy has always been bad and they are always starting wars. But guess what? This ain't even the Republican economy. This is a MAGA economy. Republicans ain't got the shit to do with this. The Coke algorithm brainwashing. And they'll come in. The Republicans are sad because they have assimilated and been beat up by MAGA to the point that if they're not complacent with it, they're not speaking on it either. Know what I'm saying? Smash that like, man. Did y'all go over there and check out JKO? JKO, if you still in here, man, Allah Hafez, family. That's what it is. Thanks for your super support. I'm gonna tell y'all something, and this for the content creators. If you want to be a content creator, you know what I'm saying, YouTube, you know, you got to understand it. You just can't make a video and think you post it and they're gonna come. You got to understand all the dynamics. You got to understand algorithm and how to, you know what I mean, appease it. Smash that like. All you do is make the video for the particular niche. Don't make videos that you want to see. Black brother, yes, the heat has become very intense in the village these days because of this. Some of the papaya leaves have been burned by the sun, and there has also been some loss in farming. Wow, how's the cattle doing, Jokeyo? Wow, I ain't heard none of them speak. Forensic says, who in the chat with enough hours work is willing to refuse to take Social Security when they retire? Wow. Smash that like, man. Like I said, shout out JKO, Karachi, Pakistan. Shout out all my international folks that come through. A lot of times, y'all, too, when y'all see like a couple of people, like if it's 100 people in the chat, guaranteed 15 of them are from other countries that support me, don't speak the language well, so they don't respond. Some of them respond with the Google translation, but they also support. So shout out all my international supporters. Gator says, fuck that. So many tax dollars go to Social Security, immigrants, even help with raising our savings for that. I forgot how to describe, but small example would be I can get insurance as a server, right? Always love, man. Love, always love, Jokeo. That's what it is. Assalam, you feel me? Always, family. That's the only way you're going to be able to maintain in this world, folks, if you can become international and interchangeable, know what I mean, intercontinental, know what I mean, that frame of mind. What's up, Chucky? What part of the country you in today, Chuck? What's up? Oh, what a friend we have in Jesus. Know what I mean, oh yeah, what you was doing at the Latter Day Saints? You was in Utah, or you was just at one of their cathedrals? Smash that like, y'all. Smash that like. Oh, okay. and you went to the Latter-day Saints, because you know they don't believe in Jesus. They believe Jesus was just like a preacher or something. They believe in like Lemuel and his kids. Have y'all ever checked out some of the Latter-day Saints um, paperwork? It looks just like a Southern Baptist church stuff, but then when you look at it, the names are different and the stories. But when you go in there to feel, to smell that fucking gray and white water fountain with the, you turn that, I mean, the water be cold, but it's still that rusty taste. They have the same thing at a lot of their sense. Also, I was in one, that shit seemed so quiet. It was like the Children of the Corn. I was like, what the fuck? Have I let these two got there going Europeans get me to drop my guard? But I was on my Carmelo though, so I wasn't worried about it. You know what I mean, smash that like you want to go to Utah. Yeah. One time my oldest son, he was doing some work out there, some contract work, and he was in a hotel. Wooski! Wooski! What's up, Wooski? You say shout out to PA. Yeah, Wooski. And ain't you in PA? My G Chuck was just down there. You popped up on your Google. Mhm. Right. Chucking and jiving is dope. Y'all get over there and check him out. Chuck be having the baddies of the week. Y'all be Chuck, y'all be interesting conversation and dope commentary. He got a couple of pages. Y'all go check Chuck out. He come through every morning holler, you know what I mean? About 25 minutes outside of Pittsburgh. That's what Wooski at. Wooski, my boy Mike from Philly, he out there in that area too. What you know about what is it lunching out? Jimmy Wapo. Was you a Jimmy Wapo fan? My boy from Mike Phillies had turned me on to some other dude from out that way too. But Jimmy Wapo, he had asked me about Jimmy Wapo and my boy lunching out. Nephew had already turned me on to him. Shout out Jimmy Wapo. I think he dead too. Yeah, Utah is nice. Like I said, one of my oldest sons was working out there. He opened up the window. It was like a bunch of mountains and shit right outside. I'm like, man, you supposed to be chilling, dude, enjoying that shit. Logical assessments. What's up? What's up with you, family? Logical assessments. Good morning. IP Jimmy Wapo. It's for the show, TMB. That's what it is. That's what it is. TMB, I know you in Texas. Are you originally from Texas? Yo, KO, I love your videos. I like the one, I like the cow junks. When you be at the market with the cattle and shit. Oh, one of my favorites is when you was on that dirt bike though. That's why I asked you, was that your dirt bike? Do you still ride that dirt bike? You still ride that goddamn dirt bike? That was like 2 years ago, wasn't it? But I love your videos, man. You dope, fam. You're original. And you're interested because you something different. We on other sides of the world, and it's proven that the internet has made this shit so small that I can politic with you. You in Karachi, Pakistan, fam. Shout out all my international supporters once again. Okay, okay, okay. Raised in Houston. Okay, okay. What part of Houston? Was it the Fifth Ward activities or was it Sugarland? Smash that like, man. Pittsburgh Hill District. That's what it is. Woo ski. I love Utah. I'm black. The mountains are amazing and it's peaceful. Rodney, that was crazy how you just I love Utah. I'm black. The mountains are amazing and they're peaceful. So black people ain't supposed to go to Utah or something? I knew Utah just started with the Mormons. The Mormons in Utah is terrible because Utah seemingly gets all the blame for whatever fuckery the Mormons get into, and vice versa, as well as like Muslims get the blame for whatever's going on with Iran because their regime is the Islamic Republic now, as it's known. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but yeah, black people just started being accepted in the Mormon church from 1979 to 81 when they was trying them out. And then, you know what I'm saying? Okay, Acres Home. Okay. Acres Home, 44 Home, a dog. Okay, okay. Out there swanging. You came up in that swing when I was swanging. Smash that like, man. Shout out all my international, intercontinental, state to state, everybody that's deciding to politic with the BMC today. You know what I mean? Let's take flight. If you smoking, smoke. You know what I mean? If you sipping, sip. You know what I mean? If you geeking, geek. If you peeking, peek. That's what it is. You can ask Giz. I stole your girl while you was in prison, jail, for content creator assault. Now it's fuck with y'all. Smash that like. BMC, I was laughing at that. This man said, "I'm black." Yeah, like why do you have to? I didn't ask if you were black or not, family. It don't matter to me whether you're black or you're white. I know you're across me. It's depending on what bigger the booty, how much the bag is, who's telling you to do it, what you feel. You know what I mean, and what you always wanted. You across me, whether you're a white man, black man, Chinese man. You'll do it. It never fails. So it doesn't matter if you're black, dog. Do you? If it's something you like, it's not a color. You know what I mean. I was about to look up wildlife in Asheville so I go prepared. Shit, all the same way I've like deer, shit, coons, possums, might see a bear, turkey. You say black people are 1.8 of the population. So I know you fucking all the bitches if you 1.8 of the population. Cause you know what? It's always that odd motherfucker that always pulling them hoes. Remember them light skinned motherfuckers that came in the black community with that curly hair? They was black, but motherfucking light skin. All the women wanted to get with them, and then some of them tricked them. They was sus. They like, damn, they don't even like her. Yep. You know what? What Wesley Snipes said? They cut him off. No more Christian Saint John. That went. Where's Wesley? Smash that like, y'all. It won't no point to be made, family. That's all good, Rodney. I'm just saying, in comparison to just coming in and saying Utah Wawa, black or white, man. It's just it is what it is. I've just seen videos of people hiking and encountering a fucking cougar. Yeah, it happens. So make sure either you get you when you get there, get you something to hold on to, or a crossbow, bow and arrow, a Bowie knife, something. I don't give a fuck. Go out swinging, Gator. When you go out swinging, when that go out swinging. Fuck it, it's on. Pecos Bill, smash that light. Amish country, Ohio is funny. Definitely feels coachy. Yeah, shit. You say Amish country feels coaches for real. I used to live in Hickory, about an hour off of Asheville. Okay, okay. Wooski. Yeah, but guess what? You know the old saying. What that say? Fuck that. Stay ready so you ain't got to get ready, homie. Smash that lazy weed for real, family. Stay ready, man, so you ain't got to get ready. And that's just what it is. Yeah. That's my mantra. Even when in times of danger, you know what I'm saying? Don't panic, calm down, handle things slow. That's how I do it so I can think things out. You know what I mean? Fools rush in because when it happens, that's it. Smash that like, y'all. People are missing out of beautiful places to live. Chilling, Lewis. What's up with you, family? I like that. Do you represent the hand of Fatima, man? I noticed you had the you know that blue eye that was on there when you put the hand of Fatima? That blue eye is a no-go. You know that represents the evil eye. Like a lot of Mediterranean and people of sub Saharan descent, even in Spain, it's you know what I mean, it's either it's two things now they've been pushing with it. They've been pushing that blue eye with a lot of lesbian things dealing with Lilith, the succubus. Her kids was the incubuses, Gabriel, Samuel, know what I mean, Michael L. They were in some sectors known in some strictures as the incubus and succubuses. The succubus was the female demon that used to be married to Adam. She wanted to be just like Adam, though. She wanted to wear boots and chew dip and drive trucks. So they was like, fuck no. And she was made at the same time as Adam. So that's why her interpretation that we're equal. I mean, so they said, fuck it. They went back to the motherfucking drawing board and they created Eve from Adam for Adam. You know what I mean? With Adam. They took some of Adam's thinking on what would be the perfect, you know what I mean, and created. Y'all never thought about that aspect of it. When they created from Adam, for Adam, they took from his to see, you know what I mean, what was his ideal. So they created Eve. And Lilith went on to be a succubus. When y'all having those dreams, like wet dreams and shit crawling on you and that, you can't nobody can't hear you. I know y'all had it, even as especially young men. That's Lilith, the succubus. But then sometimes if you sus or you know what I mean, maybe you don't know who you are, you know, you're bi, lesbian, bi, gay, it might be one of the incubuses, because they also get on the man as well as the women. When y'all had those when y'all was kids, you couldn't understand what that was in your inner psyche. That was Lilith and her kids, her offspring. Because Adam had two wives. The first one was Lilith. Smash that light. But that eye, y'all notice Kanye West and them had their daughter pushing that blue eye. A lot of women, like 2 years ago, you saw that blue eye everywhere. It was crescendoing though, because they won't going for it. It's trying to push women that don't want to be lesbian towards that lesbian culture. Go check out that blue eye now in the future and then just do the history on it. But it's really the evil eye. Remember, you know how the Italian grandmas, which they got it from is the Southern Italian grandmas, they number some African grandmas. I'll say black because anything outside of Africa that's of I mean dark color, it's just black. Africans are in Africa. Okay, but they throw that evil eye at your ass. That's that blue ball shit. So that's why I don't really like promote a bunch of shit if I see is predominant in society because they'll change it and switch it up. Like the hand of Fatima is taking the place of the cross on a lot of these rappers' neck. I never had a cross chain, and when I did have a cross medallion, I would put it around my mother's neck when she went to church or something like with a nice gold chain. You know what I mean? But I always went, you know, more either you could consider this Egyptian, Asiatic Egyptian, or even spacey because it to me it looks like a alien. So it looks alien to what we know. You know what I mean? All right, walaikum salam, family. All right, Allah Hafez, man. All right, Jokeyo, that's what it is, family. Shout out Jakeo out there in Karachi too. I got his link posted. Y'all go over there and check Jakeo out. He was in here letting the algorithm know that I'm global with it. You see what I'm saying? If y'all understand it, a lot of times people that are content creators, they'll get these people out of here. They'll move them, but nah, these people in understanding that it's helping your algorithm, showing that somebody way on the other side of town. Know what I mean, is peeping you, so your message is reaching. That helps your content move. Thanks very much, Joe KO family. I want some mangoes, some papaya. I mean, send me a fruit of them, that cattle that you be pushing too over there. I get over there and check Joe KO channel out. Pretty dope, man. That's what it is. I'm going to donate. This guy has grown on me. He yelled at me about Karl Marx. Yeah, we went back and forth. I'm gonna give you yo, I'm gonna give you a jacket because your ass back in here. But yeah, did you? Oh yo, and there's another one, man. When you had rolled out, I forgot to mention Pushkin. What you know about Pushkin? They don't say nothing else about. He was black too, man. I had to give you a jacket. Welcome back in. That's what it is. And if you donate, you got to hit that cash out, family. We trying to get that e-bike. Hit me up with something. But don't put a jacket on you. You came back. Yeah, we was going. I'm trying salute. And you kept your word, DH. That's what it is, family. Shout out DH. No kept his word. That's what it is. Thanks for that super support. That's going toward the e-bike foundation, family. That's what it is. I'm gonna put a jacket on you too. Yeah, Karl Marx is that boy. He got people on both sides of the spectrum questioning. I mean, Jacob, what does this have to do with anything? His sexual preference? Salute. Greatly appreciated. No, just donated y'all to the BMC E-Bike Foundation family. You said, how would you know, Nicole? Too much fake news. I would never send evil. I send peace, blessings, and good health and love. Never hitting it right. But that eyeball shit, that blue joint, The hand of Fatima is good. The hand of Fatima, which that is like a mixing melt of Christian Muslims. If y'all know anything about religion, when you see that hand of Fatima is equivalent to the cross, hence the name Fatima. Fatima, she was venerated in the Bible, and she was held as a, you know what I mean, a chief prophetess in the Quran also. Fatima, and she was involved in Spain. You Google these kids, these three kids, two brothers and a sister, was seeing visions of the Lady of Fatima back there, and it was a whole little fervor. What's crazy, moving up to the future, when I was young, they had this picture. It was like a hologram type of thing. That's the best way I can explain it. That people were seeing some baby. Some people say they saw a baby. Some such people say they saw a lady being abused, and it was like they was looking up and they was crying. It is real, and it was all because the electric company had stalled a light pole in the projects. They had not seen light in so long that they had interpreted that shit as like it was some kind of sign from God. It had all the jack lad preachers in the black community. Everybody was out there. White folks was out there on the cusp and the fringes of it because it was in the heart of the projects. But the motherfuckers was tripping, dog. Smash that like. What's up, player? Sassy Mo, what's up with you, sis? How was your lunch yesterday? A lot of online nowadays, my peace offering. We can't disagree. We can. We can. And I like that. See what I'm saying? It happens a lot. A lot of my moderators are people that come in and we go back and forth, fisticuffs verbally, mentally, intellectually, exchange. I learn something and then they learn something. And the next thing you know, we having a good conversation. Because that's what's happening. You might have to strap with a motherfucker for him to respect you. Niggas don't respect pussy. And you know what I mean? Especially if you can stand on what you believe in. If what I say can change what you believe in, and it's not actual fact that you're believing in, because I'm telling you in, it's just because I bested your mind, you ain't believing that shit in the first place. You feel me? Sassy, what's up? Great, you started it with that fried chicken. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what I'm having today, man. Later on, that jump put me up. Later on, I had some of my queen had made this Italian sausage like pasta situation with some breadsticks. That we had that the day before. I just ate that later on last night. That shit was bomb as fuck too, man. Symbolism has been corrupted. An all-seeing eye that's seen in Egypt represents the pineal gland when it's connected to the pituitary, right? The eye of Haru. But that blue eyeball is a derivative of it because it also originated in the Roundum area, mainly by like the Minoans in the Mediterranean, and it was used as the evil eye. The eye of Haru is something different. The eye of Haru, if you split your head in half in your brain and show it to the side, you will see the eye of Haru. It's like your inner self, the ka and the ba, the kaba. Okay, your outer and your inner. You know what I mean? Smash that like yesterday in history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift. Be blessed, all. Salute, Rocky Rose. That's what it is. Thanks for that affirmation. Let me say it right though. Chat and host. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift. Be blessed all. Salute. Yeah, that we woke up this morning. I'm surprised my resident religious leader ain't said, wow, wow. Hey man, what Chucky the Java that? Chucky the Java. You know what I mean? Wow, wow. Wooski. You know what I mean? My knowings. Oh yeah, what about the Minoans? Them flipping on the beard on the bulls and shit. That was a unique culture too. Also, not giving their just dues of being African in their origin, as well as the Phoenicians. They because it's all on the Levant right there. People just, you know what I mean, switch history up according to who they are. To the victory go the spoils. Yeah, men have babies through women, but the eye is blue like the earth. You know that blue that that's a misconception that blue is an offshot of red as well as purple is. Originally, there wasn't even no the color blue didn't even exist. Man, millions in defense. Who's gonna pay that fucking $300 billion that Donald Trump just gave those people, man? Who? All symbols have two sides of them. All symbols are spiritual sciences, okay, used for good or bad, however your sentiments are respected. Right? No, 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 no. I'm just saying I ain't fuck with it. I'm trying to tell you, like, besides what it really represents, what it was representing in American culture recently, they was using it as a tool for the LGBTQ plus. That was one of the ways they was pulling young girls in. A lot of them were promoting that. And a lot on my side of things, in black culture, a lot of young girls was promoting um not combing their hair and wearing it natural. Okay, wearing it natural doesn't mean not put grease in it and bust it up and pin it down. They were just running around head crazy, not putting on deodorant and stuff like that because that's what the culture was pushing because they were trying to separate the men and women. And the first thing you do is make them realize that there's two different sexes or maybe three or four different sexes and genders and separating them like that first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying with that blue eye stuff. It would you gotta keep a hold of the trends that they push to our people because it's for certain reasons. Like I said, it was that I was associated with Lilith, and when it first started popping back up in culture in pop culture, it was popping up when Lilith Fair was popping off with Avril Lavigne, Missy Elliott. All these women are known. You know what I mean, LGBTQ. So that's what I'm saying. I just stay up on stuff like that. It might have meant something like the Bible. It meant something 5,000 years ago. The Old Testament, the Torah is somebody's genealogy, but now it means so many things to so many people. It's been altered. You know what I mean? Changed and shit. They got all different kind of spin-offs and versions. Who's gay? And whoever's gay, that's on them. Why would you be worried out about them being gay? Like, that's so gay. That means you're gay because you're thinking about some man touching you if you like, he's gay. Yeah. Why does that matter if he's gay or not? What's his integrity like? Who is he? What is he standing on? If you get in a fight, is he gonna help you rumble if he know you? If you're hungry, is he gonna slide you a plate and a few dollars? I don't give a fuck if he's gay. What's his integrity like? If you ask him something, is he gonna stand on it? You know what I mean? Y'all gotta stop getting caught up in all this. He's gay and because gay boys will beat your ass just as well as you know what I mean straight boys. That's the problem. Y'all too caught up in y'all fears. You know what I mean? Something happened, and now you don't like gay people. Just tell the truth. Or you thought he looked at you. He caught you. Oh my god. You know what I mean? What's gay? He's gay. What the fuck? Somebody that says stuff like that, more likely in the back of their mind, they're gay. Because shit, it don't matter whether you're white, black, Chinese, gay, straight. What's your integrity? You feel me? A Benz and a motherfucking Yugo do the same things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see what I'm saying? You know what? Jacob, Jinkle, Hammer, shit. You're fired. Damn, you the first motherfucker that got fired today, Jacob. And it's probably fucking Jonathan. Holla at your family. Either come in with your new troll, know what I mean, Gmail, or your old one that you had before this one, or the one that you used on somebody else's channel. Because that one right there, you're fired. Hit the showers, homie. Seven Gator. This the add on to it. Tombstone Pizza, Pierre. Tombstone Pizza, Pierre. Go on Obama Foundation page site for all live telecasts of the grand open. That's a ritual. When the presidents, all them do that type of shit, I don't go watch it because it's rituals. I just sat and watched a ritual the other day that the Pope was doing in Spain. I don't like to look at that kind of stuff. I mean, that's pomp and circumstance. I'm a fan of Barack Obama because I like what he do, but I'm not a supporter of his movement. I will vote for him if he ran so he can get his choice, his chance to do his one twos. But nah, to go as far as to watch his jump, I just support him as my fellow man doing his thing, man. All of them is part of the motherfucking at the bowl, as y'all call it. All pray in Moloch Temple, family. Just like Masons and Shriners is the blueprint of showing you how they structure work. So if you support Obama or you support Trump, you just, you know what I mean, the lesser of two evils, all of them. So you know what I mean, and that's just for real. Obama a cool dude though on a personal level. You know what I mean, I see that he's marketable and you know what I mean, look like he can even be conversated with if you was to see him. But Trump, he always saying something crazy. What's up? They say something big supposed to happen in World Cup. Look it up. Says lunching out. Yeah, gay been in existence since the Roman days. Alexander the Great was gay. Alexander the Great. The great Alexander. Yeah, his and he got cockled by one of the people in Iran when they went over there to the Indus Iranian Valley, whatever how you say it. When they went over there, he beat the dude, but the dude beat him. Because okay, you conquered this guy or you bested him, and then you in the palace laying with him now. He's mounting you. His Alexander soldiers didn't like that. You can Google that shit. They was like, damn. Okay, so smash that like, man, and share me out. It shouldn't matter who you're sleeping with. You know what I mean? It's where your mind at. What's your integrity? You know what I mean? People of that community are some of the most beautiful, you know what I mean, gracious, and I'm saying in the heart people. You know what I mean? They with you, they with you. You see how they manage to do whatever they do out here in the world, and we don't even be realizing it. That download shit for real. They moving in silence and creating and prospering. And we point them, he's gay, huh? Yeah, right. He probably beat you. He's also a Golden Gloves boxer, so he'll probably beat your ass. You understand? That's crazy to even like say stuff like that. But that's the world we live in. It be immature motherfuckers, man. Sunny Delight and Hot Pockets, man. Tombstone pizzas, Red Baron pizzas and shit. It's fucking with their brain. Instead of, you know what I mean, politicking and that they can't keep up, just assimilating and being an ear, they want to be a mouth. Salute for that light, Rocky. After all the Trump power beef, yeah. What's the name at, man? Condoleezza Rice. Somebody pulled Condoleezza Rice out the word words. I like the Condoleezza Rice and her politics. Yeah, trapped in them closet, and they be and really they ran. But there ain't nothing wrong with it because that's people that don't know how to be themselves. Whatever you are, be you. That's how you can get the best out of life by just going in with the flow. Whatever you get with it and be the best at it. That's what I say. I don't like to knock a lot of people. When I do something like say BD pop pop boop in the chat, it's just you know what I mean. I like to laugh and joke, and sometimes that's my way of getting at you. If you come in blatantly, you know what I mean, saying something racial or against me because whatever you might think about me, it ain't even about me, dog. It's either about the question right here, what's on the title. But if you take enough time out to just get at me, why not? I got time. I'll be your huckleberry. That's why I spit my flame, my tongue lethal, because I think fast and I can just assess. You know what I mean? Because it takes a pussy ass motherfucker to come in and say some vulgar shit or some crash shit or some old little kitty shit. Off top, I'm thinking about who's texting this. This ain't no rogue scholar that knows who he is and his presence, know what I mean, attracts, know what I mean. It's some weirdo that's eating tombstone pizza, hot pocket, sunny delight, Jolly Ranchers, and probably smoking a bong. That motherfucker will come in and say, you're gay. Okay, that's what it is. Come fuck me then, ho. You know what I mean? Smash that like, man. I just like to chill. For instance, I'm a comedian. I go across the head. Yeah, they too concerned about gay people. And gay people ain't the problem. It's the motherfuckers that want to be in power. And that could be gay, black, white, Chinese, robots. Robots could already be in power and just playing with our minds. And we don't even know it. We living in an augmented reality anyway, where you can sit here on one box and talk to anybody around the world. And on this same box, you can get anything in the world to your door. You know what I mean? A car, a motherfucking ball python, shit, two piranhas, motherfucking some salmon fresh out the water within uh, hours, you know what I mean? From the replicator we living in. Smash that like, brother. I will debate you on a topic. However, I will not belittle you. Why do we need to debate? See, you coming to me with a debate. I'm cool. I'm conversating, you know what I mean? We conversate. I don't the people that needed to debate, that means they gotta state something that they want you to believe in. I'm with this, whether you believe it or not. No, we don't need a debate. We can politic and conversate about it, but a debate always ends in an argument. You know what I'm saying? At least where I'm from. A conversation ends in an argument if it's two disagreeable people, but it'll sometimes accumulate into an agreement to say, yo, you know what I mean, agree to disagree, or you was right and you was wrong. But other debate is too much like fussing, man. Yeah, I think he gonna get an appeal. He got to get his shit right. I think he gonna get an appeal because it'll carry on into the money machine. This shit monetized with Carmelo. So when he get an appeal, there's more money put into the ecosystem, and it just depends on what they want to do with this Carmelo Anthony stuff because it's out of his hands now. Now he is a propaganda piece either for the people on this side of civil rights or the people on this side of the judicial system or even these people on the other spectrum, which is with the white boy family in them. It all depends on where America wants to go at with that Carmelo stuff. He caught up in it. Hopefully, he can keep his mind through all of this. Hopefully, he don't lose his mind, man. That's what's most important because he's still a young boy. Everybody want to say he was this killer, but deep down inside, imagine your 17-year-old kid, white, black, or Chinese, going through something as he just killed another 17-year-old. Imagine that 17-year-old that got killed, what his brother is thinking now. Hopefully it made his brother say, hey, I don't want to be a bully anymore, or I'm gonna think about where Austin would have been, and I'm gonna be that. You know what I mean? It's crazy that we ain't even thinking of that. All we thinking of how many pockets is Carmelo gonna hold in prison. And what y'all not realizing, Carmelo is known to stab. Prison, that's how you get your respect, and that's how you keep people off you to stab. So he's already halfway there being qualified to be there. So smash that like, share me out. Yeah, but nah, debate, discussion, argument ain't no need. You know what I mean? No need. If you believe in it, family. Maybe if it come up in conversation, we can talk about it. But to actually hold a debate, that's like Charlie Kirk type of shit. Nah, I ain't. You know what I mean? I'm a teacher. I'm not a verbal pugilist, family. I'm a teacher. Pugilism is intellectual pugilism is how I get my message across, but that's not my job. You know what I mean? Just like if you a street person, you better know how to fight. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, thanks for the sub, Emily. Well, I say supporters because people just sub your shit and don't ever come back. My supporters support. So welcome in and welcome back when you come again, family. Stevie, baby. What's up, my boy Steve? My two favorite super triple OGs. Sassy Mo in the house and Stevie. Straight out of the home of JD Vance. Sassy, glad to hear from you. Ain't heard from you in a while. Okay, Stevie coming in with the motherfucking smooth talk. Where you been? Okay, shout out Stevie family. Forensics. They are all paid by someone. I couldn't find a reason anyone would spend that time doing that for free. Right, right. Step back sometime and cook some chicken. Smash that like, man. A teacher is a teacher. Their job is to spark questions, learning, and understanding. But it all depends on what they're teaching. I mean, we got to give them that proper knowledge. So when they get the knowledge, they can process it into the right wisdoms. I mean, so when they do go out there and they spread that wisdom that I give them, it has to be able to be understood by everybody. You know what I mean? Seven Gator, Sassy Bo, Steve, Forensics, all y'all are teachers because we learn stuff from each other every day. Like I did not know that you did not have to pay to be in the Democratic or the Republican Party. I thought that was some shit where you got to pay $125 and then $125 every month coming out your check, and they gave you a little card. So damn, it's a setup. You know that they can say anybody's a Democrat if there's no. That's why they be saying that the rolls be fudged. Anybody. That's why they should institute that they have to pay to vote. And what's that? The poll tax. But that poll tax at one time was a way that black people was being um targeted because no more likely they didn't have money to pay it, so they couldn't vote if they couldn't get the money to pay the poll tax. Then they said, "Fuck it, we'll go back to the original way. We'll make all of them felonies by the time they turn 21. All the black guys, so that voting block right there will be already decimated. I mean, and then the ones that can vote, will push them towards whatever way, because the ones that can vote is more like the ones that went to college because they don't have a felony, or they have the good jobs because they don't have a felony, and it'll be a small, little select group of people that they'll probably choose to vote whatever way they have managed to take advantage of the American dream wherever they at with it. Like if you on the lower rungs of it, may be Democrat. I mean, if you in mid class, you can go Republican, but it still will be the voting block will still have that handicap of those felonies. I mean, being taken out of the people that counted that could possibly be voting. If y'all can understand that, that was one of the things too. And then they'll charge the other people to vote in the poll tax, and more likely it'll be the Republican ones that can pay the poll tax because what's the Republicans like business owners and um, corporation people, and when the Democrats could be anybody from your beauty queen, somebody that worked at a diner and decided to take a stand against the government, or your local sheriff or pastor started in small time politics and went on to get to the, you know what I mean, to the Senate or something like that. You understand? If you understand politics, smash that like. Iran is telling their people that Trump lost the war. How can people believe it? I don't think Trump won. Shit, you don't win by giving out $300 billion. Democrat or Republican doesn't exist for players, right? You know, the game is whatever. I mean, that's why basketball players, real players, can play on any team. That's why you see them sending them around everywhere. That's where you see the real players in basketball. The motherfucker that they had on about 50 jerseys, maybe not even had the accolades or points or Nike deals and all that, but real players can assimilate anywhere and play the game because the game don't stop, family. There was a poll tax after Jim Crow laws that you had to pay to vote after the Civil War Reconstruction days. Thomas Connaughton became because Trump lost the war with Iran. That's why he paying. You don't pay the motherfucker that you whooped. Independent or be a fool, right? Answering their lives. I have to get back to work. Thanks, Lewis. Salute, family. That's what it is. Shout out everybody that's coming through. All my international supporters. All you know what I mean. All my Democrats, all my Republicans, all my conservatives, all my Democratic socialists, all my neo Nazis, all my white nationalists, all my Black Power, all my FBA, anybody, all my Hebrew Israelites, Protestants, Catholics, Mormons, Sunni, Shia, Wahhabis, Taoists, Hindu, anybody that's coming through. Shout out all y'all, family, because it doesn't matter. I mean, as long as you come in with integrity, smash that like and share me out. Yeah, Netanyahu got body slammed by Trump at G7, and y'all see how Trump was jocking Iran. See what I'm saying? This shit. Some people come in dealing with politics on their sleeve, like what's their conviction? And I don't like Muslims. No, go and see what's going on with this shit. Trump just was bigging up Iran like he was bosom buddy. The same thing he was doing with China. Smash that like. Smash that like y'all. I got two of the residents requesting a burger. You know what I mean? Life, and it don't stop. I'm gonna hook up two burgers for my people while I talk to y'all. But if y'all wondering why I'm in and out of the stream right now, but Netanyahu, man, Trump just body slammed dude. He said Netanyahu was dead wrong for the shit he was doing to fucking was it Lebanon? That's crazy. Who'd have ever thought Trump would be dissing him? But you from Trump's track record, they should have already know Trump has no loyalty to nobody because he don't went from the black vote to the white supremacists to the fucking he done went from the black vote, the white supremacists. He done down now he with the globalists, the oligarchs. You know what I'm saying? So who knows? You know what I mean? Smash that like, man. I do it quick too, y'all. I don't feel like making a real patty, but these shits right here seem to be pretty good if y'all anybody familiar with them. I mean, but if you come in here bullshit, you gonna get a tombstone pizza, Pierre. You said it's not right to have a knife at a race. It's not right, but it happened. Sometimes what you do wrong could be right because I mean, seemingly, I'm not saying anything against Austin, but seemingly Carmelo needed the knife. He used it. How many of y'all carry a knife? How many of y'all, honestly, all y'all white boys know y'all carry them knives, and some of y'all knife be so long that you got to tie it onto your leg. Come on now, stop acting innocent. Everybody, who granddaddy used to put their pockets on the table to change their wallet and a knife? Okay, go through your grandma's pocketbook. She got a knife. That is the American way. If they ain't got a gun on them, bet they got a knife on them. Come on, man. Come on, exactly, Rocky. Chilling, Barbarette. What's up with you? What's up? What's up? I ain't heard from you. I'm just chilling, man. Trying to cook these burgers for my booze. You know how I do. We finally orientate over here. And Lolly, Rakim's having hamburgers. What you having, baby? What is it? Hold on. I can't hear you. What is it? Okay, French fries. Okay. Smash that like y'all. Share me y'all. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Hey, how many of y'all grew up keeping y'all bread in the refrigerator? A lot of times I stock up on like 5 or 6 loaves and keep it in the refrigerator because it'll go in the week, but it'll stay a little fresher if you throw it up in the freezer. You say no bullying is allowed, Barbarette. Yeah, what's your opinion on that? I haven't, I have to scroll back to see it. Steve, what's up? See what I'm saying? Everybody in here got a knife in their pocket, and you're mad with Carmelo that he had one. What you should be saying is he shouldn't have used it. He shouldn't have used it. Look at this guy took his Epstein's reps. Hey, hey, anybody of my people with blue jackets on, for now on, if you feel like somebody is out of pocket, you know I like the trolls, but people like stuff like this, you're Epstein. Evaluate them if they ain't with it, hit them with the bop gun. Black. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Hit him with the pop gun. Hit him with the pop gun. Smash that like, share me out. Now you ain't get time, dog Rocky, unless you we on slow mo. So unless you text something that Nightbot won't really feel it, when the U.S. closed the Strait of Iran, oil got backed up due to everybody shit got backed up. Not to mention Iran oil, everything. The Strait of Hormuz is one of the main conduits for trade. Logical Sesame, I think the point many are making is that it seems if all Trump did was copy and paste plus add more. Right, like, come on, man. Why do you attack somebody and then end up paying them $300 billion? That don't make sense. United States don't control the flow of oil, David. OPEC does. Smash that like, shut me out. Yeah. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. Smash that like y'all share me out. Smash that like, man. There's six of y'all in here right now. Have all six of y'all double tap the stream and share me out. Was Carmelo right to have that night? Rocky, not necessarily, not all caps like this in a whole comment is a big one. Yeah, I think if you do it like one or two times, they'll let it go. I mean, but if it's like significant, all cap, because that's synonymous with talking loud. That's so old school Yahoo talk. OPAC is significantly less powerful body today than it was before Donald Trump first took office. That decline primarily due to the United States cementing the position as the world's largest oil producer. And they lost one of their people. They lost two of their people. Really? Well, three now. Was Iran a member of OPEC? But also, no doubt, what's that? That joint over there on the Middle East, one of them Emirates or something backed out. So they losing people. You definitely right. Just like the world ain't the same world. Iran ain't the same Iran from last year. Now they the same Iran from last month because now they're 300 billion richer. They're just motherfuckers were just at their dope trying to kick it in and end up paying for the damages. So that means we did some bullshit and we're gonna pay for it. That's what I'm getting out of it for real with the Donald Trump situation. If you understand politics, they're saying Donald Trump and them made a wrong move by attacking them. So now they're gonna pay for everything they told. Like when the police kick your door in, then you get a settlement for your window. Yeah, they might have flipped your bed or broke up some shit, and maybe you might mark some stuff up there that won't even fucked up just so you can get some money. Smash that like. Well, white people are in decline, and I'm not saying that to be racist. I'm saying that from facts and statistics, and that's part why Donald Trump. The only thing he's doing with the infrastructure is trying to strengthen the herd. He's bringing a bunch of people over here from South Africa for what? Like, right? Exactly. Uh-oh. But I'm gonna tell you something, Seven Gator. A lot of black people feel like that because they feel like all the problems that happen to people of all colors, including white, Chinese, black, Filipino, is by the hands of white people in general. White people will cause white people. So can you imagine how black people feel if they see them do the same things that they do to their own people? They'll do it to black people triple fold. That's why a lot of black people take that stance. Like when the dude Jake Lane was talking to Austin Metcalf, daddy Jeff Metcalf, and he said because he wouldn't let his son be the face of white supremacy at the time, he was a weak white person and that it was white guilt. This is coming from a white supremacist. So What is the perception of white guilt? Just like people saying black fatigue, white guilt has managed to pop up in the lexicon. And I heard it when, like I said, the two white guys was going back and forth on whether Austin Metcalf was going to be the face of white supremacy last year. That conversation was from last year. He mentioned a lot of that. He even seemingly wanted to get a white person out of the country because they wasn't going along with his racist ideology and making his son the face of it. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Smash that like, y'all. Rakim, you want any condiment? You want any ketchup? Mayonnaise, anything? Okay. Well, here we go. Two burgers and fries. Here, let me pour y'all next in. Little ski walk. There you go. That's enough or that's too many? Okay. Okay, you want ketchup? Thank you. You're welcome, baby. Okay, everybody good? That's what it is. Smash that like y'all. Share me out, man. When duty calls, you feel me? Smash that like, man. Share me out. Later we still got some ice creams and some popsicles, guys. You understand? Beat the heat. We gotta beat the heat. Let me know if y'all want some after y'all food, okay? Y'all got drinks on the table. Going back into the lab. Enjoy your meal, okay? Smash that lazy, y'all. In the meantime, that's what it is. Smash that like, man. How's your morning, man? Ain't nothing like putting a smile on your baby's face, man. No matter what. You feel me? You done create a whole new word too, family. The anti-carmelos. Who getting free stuff? Yo, fried chicken. Also, Chinese food is not fucking Chinese food. Chinese food is black people's soul food sold by Chinese people. That was another way of locking down our community. They found a niche in the black structure doing commerce. Chinese restaurants. They wasn't a part of the white structure. When it was, they was oftentimes, you know what I mean, not even similar to the one that we the ones that we had in our community because they were Chinese people finding a niche, sort of like how Chinese and Korean people have found the niche in the hair care products in our community. They got the lock on it because they had the lock on all the bootleg shit. So why not the fake hair? They used to sell fake sneakers, fake Adidas, anything. So that's one of the spots where they came in and added on to the black community. Y'all know a Chinese restaurant can pop up in your neighborhood and with no advertisement and be booming. Right. Also, even the tomato, like when people be saying that the tomato and like pizza and all that shit. I wonder what kind of pizza Italians had because the tomato was introduced by way of another whole like it's crazy how they do shit like that. Just like with writing, gunpowder, any of those things that the Chinese have been attributed to create. Male call somebody a sweat hog. You know you old as fuck. The sweat hogs. Hey, that's from Welcome Back Carter. Horseshack and them. Never. You ain't never seen one. And y'all know that white temple that Trump and dude was standing in front of him, JP. That's that fucking white temple that's in every Chinese restaurant. The temple to heaven, that big white shit, that dome shit, like with the thing, that pagoda looking circle jump. Yeah. The Supreme Court voted to let the power of government to take guns from drug users. What do you think? I think that's been on the ticket when you sign for to get your gun license or try to get a gun, register for a gun or anything like that. In my state, anyway, they asked you, are you under the influence of any drugs? Have you used any drugs? Do you use any drugs? You know what I mean? So that's been bubbling. I think that's correct. You should not be under the influence of no drugs if you're going to be licensed to carry firearms and to handle them. But we all know that the majority of the guns and my on my side of town, at least I know, are not even bought from the gun store, so it won't even affect the commerce or even the carrying of the weapons in the hood. So most people carrying their granddaddy gun because when he died, you thought my granddad had a gun, you went and got it, and then you put it up, whether you in the street or not. You know what I'm saying? Long beard, what's going on, long beard? Right, but they're very few and far in between though, long beard. And Mr. Childs, hey, that's one of them uppity ruppity ones. I'm talking about goddamn gone Red Dragon. You know what I mean? Happy Dragon. Them motherfuckers that sell that shrimp fried rice with that heavy black people gravy on it. Chinese people don't even eat that shit. That's a black soul food restaurant ran by Chinese people, man. Oh yeah, that's kicking back. That's kicking back. Oh man, they said about the limited. Remember back in the day, about 15, 20 years ago, where everybody was protesting at your local, like say those places that got like entertainment places with different bars, Dave and Buster's, and then they might have a day, have a nice day cafe. All those venues, people were protesting that the government need to allow them to bring their guns into those establishments, and there was a big thing about it then on dealing with the alcohol and even with the marijuana situation being under the influence. You know what I'm saying? Right, they don't, and they boom though, but everybody know a small smoke. Let me get a small smoke. Yeah, East Indian food. Yeah, a little lentils and all that stuff. I mean, But y'all notice that East Indian food is the same as West Indian food, but with a different name, the same ingredients, and depending on what whether it's East or West Indies, that's by way of the United Kingdom. You know what I'm saying? India got pushed all over the world because that was the jewel of the crown. All right, Steve. Steve gone. Well, I'm off the church for helping my buddy Greg build a soundstage for his church. Okay. Which denomination is it, Steve? What's the denomination he's gonna help build a what kind of soundstage? Is it gonna be loud Baptist preachers or quiet hum of the Lutheran organ and people singing, "Ooh," or is it gonna, you know what I mean? What kind of church? Yeah, Indian food spicy, that curry, you know what I mean, that biryani. All right, Steve family. Be safe out there. Don't hit your thumb with a hammer. I hope you ain't had a few shots of that motherfucking whiskey either, Steve. Going out there drunk building a church. They probably got some whiskey at the church, man. You say immigration is about opportunity. Hold on. Somebody was saying something about guns and bars too. If you don't find a way to make, okay, damn. You only had Indian food once. Yeah, I used to go to the Indian restaurant to an Indian restaurant because that's not just South Asian food. You know, the Polynesians are down there in South Asia. They love that pork. I mean, a lot of them love spam and a lot of roasted pig and different kind of vegetables, that poi and stuff like that. But Indian, mm, 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 mm. They got a lot of different. You know what I mean? That vindaloo. Yep, I had vindaloo. Man, shit. I'd have been at the goddamn the Indian food buffet. Nuwab is what they call it. My boss was from Australia, so you know he was. I mean, Indian out. He was Australian. He was an Australian millionaire. He had ties to Blackwater. They used to come and see him every day, and I was like, "Why? What the fuck? What?" Keep working my own business before I end up in Blackwater somewhere. And what's so crazy is Blackwater is named after where my peoples come from, the Dismal Swamp. We're from the Blackwater side of it. Google it. You know what I mean? The Dismal Swamp, Blackwater region, or even if you really know, Backwater. Masala Vindaloo, that naan bread, that naan bread. For sure, Rocky. But that's what's going to have to happen. The citizens going to have to bring it back together. Look at Funky Brothers. Why don't boy? Why that boy Carmelo not out of jail like lickety split? You did? Did you Did you import it? Did you import it? Forensics. Me too. I like that mild food. I went to one of those spicy chicken restaurants, or spicy hot restaurants. Man, that shit was crazy, man. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, fam. Smash that like, man. That buttery chicken, that red curry chicken. Woo! Y'all like sweating, man. Y'all like sweating. So you finding them clearance at Walmart in a non-minority area. Okay, you had to jump on it. Too hot for the neighborhood. Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all something else that's sweet and tangy and it's odd. Y'all ever heard of banana sauce, banana ketchup? It's from out of the Philippines. Banana ketchup is dope. It's sort of like hot spicy ketchup, but it doesn't taste tomatoey. You can taste the banana in it, that the sour tangy. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all ever get a chance, banana paste, banana sauce, banana ketchup. That's what it's called. I usually keep a bottle here, but I mean I ain't been to the international food mart as of late. Smash that like. Y'all notice how they snuck them in on us too? That the international food mart used to be like a little mom and pop joint somewhere off in the cut. And then, well, at least in this area, because we do have a whole lot of traffic from international people. I'm within a mile from NATO, the North American headquarters. I'm within a mile from the headquarters. Actually, if you go to NATO right now, I'm gonna show you something. This statue made from a Swedish airplane. It's outside of the NATO office, outside of where I live. Let me see. It's real cool. My queen was riding one day and she said, "Check this shit out. What they just put over here. It's made airplane right there. Yeah, that shit right there. That's over there at the NATO headquarters." Let me move this shit out of the way so I can see it. Smash that like, y'all. You see how if you could have tested it, tasted it. Rocket says, "I'm going to teach a review on your live, your background, and you have been said, not like most, your parts disappear. You get excellent tech skills. You got." You say, "Hold on, let me process this." Rocket, "Hey brother, I'm giving a tech review on your live, your background, and you have been solid, not like most where parts disappear. You got excellent tech skills." Man, I'm doing all of this off of the phone. I'm just saying here, politicking. And thank you for that. Know what I'm saying, Rocky? So is that what you do, Rocky? Do you do like let me see. Oh, you don't even do content. Benny Hannas. Okay, old school sassy mode. Benny Hannas. Y'all know y'all ever heard of PF Chang's? They have a big, nice, beautiful PF Chang restaurant in the downtown tourist area, but they started off with these little like mom and pop PF Changs. Okay, okay, okay. Smash that like y'all. Yeah, that right there is a Swedish plane, and it's outside of the NATO headquarters, right up the street from here, man. We get this e-bike popping. Y'all make sure y'all donate to the e-bike. Shout out everybody that um donated today. DH. Yeah, but you know, look, before they had the big PF chains here, they had this little right up the street from it too. It's crazy. Right on the same street, but on the other side of the street, like a block down, they had a little mom and pop one that was here for like 30, 40 years. The PF chain. Because y'all know also PF chains sell food in the supermarket too. I say it's overrated. It's like the Cheesecake Factory. You'll go and buy $100 a cheesecake for what? Why am I paying $100 for this fucking cheesecake? Like y'all, anybody got the cheesecake? All of that shit is designed for the tourists, for you to spend a lot of money. You know what I mean? You got to shit. I'm gonna go all the way to the cheesecake to pay $40. No. Why should Carmelo rot in prison life? T.A. Grimm, and you was in here the other day too, because I remember that name, and I wonder was it the T.A. Grimm because you like the Fantastic Four, Ben Grimm, or was it the Brothers Grimm because you grew up reading the Brothers Grimm fairy tales, or was it the Grimm that's associated with M.F. Doom? Who knows? But why should he rot in prison? Who do I think made the best Iran deal? Iran. Similarly, Iran gained the most. They got $300 billion. They just got a couple of 1.7 from Obama. That was nothing. That was lunch money. Now the big ticket, they got $300 billion. They still get to keep their prestige. They didn't get conquered. Ain't nobody running up in Iran telling them what to do with their 300 billion. They're controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Their geopolitical standpoint, their clout is looking like, damn, they managed to get snuck by the United States and Iran. I mean, in Israel, and then Israel get pummeled verbally by the guy that helped Israel attack them, and they also get a little money, a lot of money, 300 trillion. I'm saying 300 billion, fucking 300 billion. And in the meantime, they get to still control all their assets. It's a win-win for Iran. That's who cut the best deal out of it. Okay? In my opinion, smash that like. Smash that like. But guess what? They already got the money from Obama, right? And the faker narrative is not believing that they'll get it or just hoping that they won't get it. If they sign the deal to get it, they'll get it. They probably get way more than that. And we'll get the bill because you know it's double time now. We're going to be paying double time. We'll be paying for the war and paying for Iran. A little side deal. All this private investor stuff. Why would private investors pay, reparations? Obama bill deal was way better, Robert. You know what? You like one of the first people to come in and answer the title exactly like it was. So, Robert, I'm gonna put a jacket on you just for following instructions, being an American and coming in. Everybody else came in either with a sidebar. I mean, and I'm talking about the people new to the fold because all my stunt super supporters, we've been talking about this shit for months. All of this stuff. I'm gonna give you a jacket though because you came in and you gave your one tunes correctly as the title reads. Who had the better deal? Okay, you say Obama had a better deal. I agree with you if we just put Trump and Obama. Obama only gave up 1.7 million billion of their own money. I mean, that ain't shit in the equation of annual world. I mean, whatever. I mean, right. And we won, Robert. Why are we giving it to them? They say reconstruction. Why the fuck did you tear it up? It's sort of like how your dad, when he used to get drunk and tear your house up, bust a 50-inch TV and go outside and spray paint a dumbass bitch owns this car and all that stuff on his car. And then in the morning, he looks at the aftermath of drinking 2 bottles of Jack Daniels, smoking some of that wacky weed that he got from his brother when he went to Miami. And now he has to pay for it. That's what this shit is equivalent to. 300 for what? 300 billion for what? And you attack these people and you're fucking paying $300 billion now because of it? Because you couldn't kick their door in, you went, put some fucking steel toes on. Stop fucking, he had on some Trump brand boots that he got out of China, try to kick door, and them people were waiting. I mean, them people was waiting, man. That shit crazy. And that's what I'm saying. I don't hate Donald Trump. I just don't like the moves he's making as the commander in chief because these ain't presidential moves because it's not moves made for the people. When he make moves doing this kind of military stuff, it's moves that commander in chiefs are allowed to make. And he's a dumb fuck for this shit, man. He's silly with it. He's silly with it. I mean, smash that like y'all. Yeah, in the beginning they say they killed people. They bragging about killing people and shit. His whole regime is dead. The commander, he's not here. I wouldn't doubt it. Now what? Iran kept their head down. We ain't heard shit really from Iran. And that's kind of strange. We haven't, don't you think if they was really in pain, you would be hear them hollering, I mean? Damn. All we heard them saying what they gonna do if I mean, that shit crazy. I got it. For instance, I like that. I think there are many people in this country who comfortably believe that they are entitled to a unquestionable claim of self-defense and comfortability in this country that nobody else will run up on us. There's a lot of Americans that believe that shit that like we have the right to do all of this stuff as Americans and all of these people are wrong depending on which way they point us. Those motherfuckers are wrong. They're bad. Right? They have economic power and geopolitical power on the world stage. They looking like a world power. Who can be the boss but a boss? An ass whooper be the ass whooper, right? Or even hold off. If you manage to survive after the bully whoops your ass and you come to school the next day, you might got a band-aid on your head or your arm might be broke. But if you come back to school and ride the same school bus the bully rides, that does something to his psyche. Because the next time he run up on you, you know you're gonna keep coming back. But when he beat those other kids down in the seat and they're crying and shit, that's what he relishes in. Motherfuckers that don't fight back or don't know what I mean, get back. So that's what it is. People are all of these small countries all over the world are looking at this like, God damn, if Iran can hold off the United States, we got a little bit more, we good. And so that's diminishing our power structure because it's built off of that we can't be fucked with. You feel me? That shit is built off of we can't be fucked with. You know what I mean? So now that even is playing with the United States infrastructure. Know what I'm saying? Because now we're looking like we're just talking. I mean, you know how it'd be a lot of white folks doing that, and I'm saying this from experience. It's like it's white guys out there that'll talk that shit because they feel like they're privileged. When you slap them in the mouth and tell them shut up, maybe because they disrespected because the lady's present or your kids, or you just don't feel like taking it. That's when like what you say, fuck around and find out. What's up, Cannon? Hoorah! What's up, family? What's up, Cannon? How's your day, man? How's your day? How you feeling, man? Shout out all my veterans, all my real veterans. I had to explain to somebody that the other day, man. And I got a lot of real, you know what I mean, soldiers that bled for this country come through here. Cannon, how's your day, family? Yo, I seen one of your brothers the other day jogging. He was up in age. He had wisdom. I was out in my neighborhood, you know what I mean, by the beach, and he had on the anchor, the globe, and the eagle. And I was like, that brother right there probably got integrity. Little white dude. I said, because the way he was carrying himself, still exercising. I don't even know if he was still in the Corps. If he was up in age, I know he was up in rank. But he had that anchor, that globe, and I say I know a lot of real, you know what I mean, soldiers, no matter what, man. Smash that like 30 years in the Air Force. That's what it is, man. Salute to all my veterans that legitimately went to war, stood by, made sure our doors and our shores was politically correct and aligned and ready to go. Shout out all my vets, man. That's what's real with me. You know what I mean, I know where the praises should go and who should get their just dues because it takes a lot. You know what I mean, to stand on that front line. And if you ain't never really rolled with them things and had that, you don't even, you know what I mean? It's all a John Wayne movie to you, but salute to all my veterans out there, man. I'm not against you. I'm with you. I mean, all my Americans, man, whether you agree with me or not, I'm not against you. I'm with you, family. I mean, maybe we might disagree and go back and forth, but guess what? I'm ready to go when it's time to go. You know what I mean? My loyalty lies, you know what I mean? Who loyalties lies in the same pool of blood that mines do. You feel me? Smash that like. Smash that like, y'all. Let's get them likes up, man. It should be a given. I shouldn't even have to got that on. Do the, you know what I mean? I think the way Bill Clinton pulled out of Somalia when they shot down that fucking Black Hawk. Man, why are we still talking about Biden, man? Why we can't just discuss Obama and Trump, two relevant soldiers for different flags, I'll be that, but two relevant soldiers. Yep, we'll never know what happened. But why are we still discussing Joe Biden? We all can agree that he was the weak link of all the presidents in our lifetime. You know what I mean? For all faults Obama had, he did make moves, whether for it was for you, it was for his lobbyists. That's what it really was. It was for his lobbyists. And what's so crazy is I see very few of his lobbyists come through here, but I see people that respect him for his moves. A lot of y'all got in y'all feelings dealing with Obama on different issues that America always puts in our face, whether it be race, you know what I mean, or just like with the Kamala situation, that's two different things. Color and gender. It's always been a crazy discussion in America that's supposed to be the land for everybody. It's always been in question who that everybody was. Okay, smash that like, man. Trump, 300 billion versus Obama, $1.7 billion. Who made the best Iran deal? And the sidebar, did Carmelo win? You feel me? No, Shazimo, he's creating a money stream for his family. You know what I'm saying? He ain't creating nothing for us. He creating a money stream. The shit Trump is doing is some motherfucking shit that the goddamn military infrastructure is allowing him to do because they don't understand Americans. They understand American soldiers, fam. That's what's so wrong with him being the commander in chief right now. Nothing wrong with the military and the military industrial complex being strong and resilient and creepy. Like the CIA, they creepy as fuck because best believe these other countries are doing the same thing. Because whatever America's doing, no, okay, we'll say this. Whatever you see a country doing, best believe they got it from America because we've been on the forefront. So just like with everything trending, always has to be somebody to set the trend. So waterboarding, all that shit, that's American shit. Okay. So you gotta know, yeah, he building shrines to himself. No, he doing the only thing he know how to do is put his name on everything. That's what Trump was famous for before he got even into The Apprentice. He was heavy branding on draws, socks, and I told y'all, I remember Trump was on a Pizza Hut commercial eating pizza backwards. He's always been like a little character, man. And he probably got there and grew up. They probably a lot of these military people probably grew up watching him and just they don't need him to pass laws to make America great again. They need him to make America shut the fuck up while they do all these military incursions. Never, Sassy Mo. You can't think of one U.S. territory that, I mean, Iraq is, I mean, they took that shit from Saddam because of the same situation. And now with the event of the internet, everybody can form their own opinion because so much information that before the internet is out there now. You can get the statistics in real time. He should have not been put in prison for murder, entertainer. Bart. He should have been are you one of those fake Chud the Builders? You're Bart the Entertainer. No, he should have not been put in prison for murder. Maybe malicious wounded, but I don't think he was intent to kill though. Maybe manslaughter, maybe mutual combatants, but not like the way they doing it with the 35 years. Maybe give him 5 years. I mean, and some rehabilitation because his mind fucked up. 2 kids, man. We should have listened to his campaign promise. He said day one he was going to be a Nazi. Losing wars is what shit. Nazis won. The Nazis won the war because guess what? They got assimilated into the people who was see. We weren't fighting Nazis. We was helping our allies. Y'all do realize that the United States had not a dog in the fight with the Nazis. We were assisting our allies. So we also got infiltrated by the Nazis. When we say, damn, their technology way more advanced than these motherfucking banger and mash, smelly, no deodorant, eating bloody baloney motherfuckers. They got a bunch of technology. And they got all the Wiener Schnitzel and the good beer. And they got there gonna drop a lot of Nazi shit. A lot of our infrastructure after World War II was designed after how the Nazis were gonna make the world if they would have won. A lot of our technology was tweaked in advance by our interaction with the Nazi stuff after World War II. So yeah, they won because they had the deeper penetration into our society to the point as you know who the fuck they are when you see a swastika or somebody with a little mustache, you immediately think of their leader who was, I mean, pushed with the coat of personality, not necessarily the most powerful man, but like Donald Trump, the most powerful mouthpiece. Y'all got to understand that Nazi shit. They took that, and you know what? Just think of all your top brands, somewhere in some form or fashion, had something to do with the Nazis and the axis of power all over the world. Even Nike. The first people to create Nikes was Japanese. The you know what I mean? Adasuko, the La Tigre brand, Spot Belt, Saucony, Asics were just made by the people that made that start they were making Nikes for Phil Knight before he was doing it himself I mean, out of the investment in technology by those people when they was going to war. You know, when you go to war, your technology sometimes keeps you in the game, but your resources will fuck you up. So don't ever go to war. That means physically, mentally, emotionally. If your money ain't right, whatever the currency of the game you playing and the war you about to fight, if it ain't legit, don't go to war if your money ain't right, homie. And another thing, before you even take it to the mattress and go to war, try to have a sit down. That's what I say. As Americans, like with Carmelo Anthony and that young man, Austin Metcalf, because y'all notice that, like, where everybody don't call Sean Combs, they calls him Diddy or Puff Daddy, or they don't call 50 Curtis Jackson 50 Curtis Jackson, they call him 50 Cent. We're gonna forget Austin Metcalf's name and us being racist to Carmelo Anthony as Americans because nobody, I don't hear see nobody in there saying rest in peace, Austin Metcalf. Rest in peace. But what they're saying is Carmelo should rot in hell. But what about Austin Metcalf? You don't care if his body or his soul is somewhere resting? Y'all saying more rest in peace, Charlie Kirk than I see for Austin Metcalf because it ain't about Austin Metcalf. Relating yourself to the Carmelo Anthony stuff is just giving some of y'all a reason that y'all can say some racist shit. Kill all the niggas. Let him rot in fucking jail. That's how you was feeling about goddamn Billy there caught stealing at your pop store back in the day. Some little black kid that probably was stealing just because he liked candy, not because he's criminal. But that's the first thing y'all think of with black people. Put him in jail. Ain't this crazy? Because he was already a slave. When was he a slave? Know what I mean? But smash that like y'all, Chevy y'all. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out, man. Had to do snatch me some smoke on. You know how I do. I mean, some good smoke on. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Don't try this at home, folks. What y'all think, man? Let's get on the subject real quick. Hold on, let me catch up on the last person. For instance, it says Vince Jackson, if prison organizations protect him, no chance. Right. Prison organizations ain't even got to protect him because first and foremost, they're gonna test him, no matter who he is, if he's gonna defend himself. So if he's strong enough to defend himself in the real world, he better bet that he was just practicing for the prison world where you live by the knife. Know what I mean? You feel me? So of course they're gonna make sure he can defend himself. That'll determine it all. If he can defend himself by hook or crook in prison, know what I mean, it shouldn't be no problem because it's all about for real. They're gonna probably make sure he get a fair one, but first and foremost, I'm telling you, them organizations is a man's world, no matter what you come in there for. But if you're a stand up guy and you fight for yourself, and being that he a public figure, knowing that he's not even really a criminal. He's a citizen that did some stupid shit and got sentenced. Are y'all aware of that? He's a little matter of fact, he's a little kid. Yeah, he ain't gonna get touched unless him defend like they might get the fussing playing cards or if he a gambler and he owes some money, he'll get touched for shit like that, but he ain't gonna get touched because who he is coming in. For real, because every in brotherhood, they ain't even on that shit right now. They trying to get some money, man. Them white boys trying to get some money. We still established the narrative of, you know what I mean, white and black and stuff like that, man. We still established that narrative. What's going on, Robert? You said he's not a. I mean, welcome into Robert, and I'm gonna tell you something. To be a moderator, you ain't got to get nobody out of here unless it's just getting on your motherfucking nerves. We like to chill. I get them out. Mainly people that try to weaponize shit. I'm black. I'm black. Been blocked for 54 years. Have learned that taking an L is not the end. Right, Vince. What part of the country you from, Vince? That'll determine what kind of black you are. Are you hey dude black? Are you what's good black? Are you what's popping black? Or what's cracking black? Or what's set you came black? Are you hi? I'm black. Or are you yo? What's up? I'm black, son. What kind of black are you? Hey y'all black. What's good? Yeah. What kind of black are you? Shit, as a man, you should know that taking an L, you win some, you lose some. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no wrong with it. But like I just told y'all earlier, stay ready. So you ain't got to get ready, homie. You feel me? That's what you gotta do. Stay ready so you ain't gotta get ready, fam. Smash that like. Shout out everybody that supported the BMC e-bike foundation too. We narrowing it down to like 30 days now. We just, you know what I mean, got a fruit joint. We like halfway there, fam. Your $1 to cash out, we greatly appreciate it. He's just a kid that messed up, right, Robert? That's what I say. He's just a kid, man. Yeah, don't start none, won't be none. And you gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta respect both of them side of the thing. Also gotta respect Carmelo Gangster being that you ran up. You know what I mean? Don't ever underestimate your opponent. You know what I mean? You got fools rush in. He should have assessed the situation. And Carmelo shouldn't have had the knife stabbing that dude in the first place. It's like both of them was two dumbass kids, man. To Funky Town. You feel me, Sassy? We going to Funky Town. Won't you take me to Funky Town? Won't you take me to Funky Town? Yeah. Wherever our minds can take us, family. You see what I'm saying? You get the concept, Sassy. That's why I fuck with you. Meet our ass. Yeah. Won't you take me to Funky Town? Yeah, bullying and violence are bullshit. And but y'all see that it's the coincidence to the bully always gets his in the end. That bully shit get your head knocked off sometimes. Vince, what you trying to tell them? And then you answer my question. What part of the country are you from? That'll be a lot of data analytics. Vince old as hell. The 60s and 70s. That is right, Vince. It was an art to fight though, you know what I mean? It was an art. Fighting was an art back in the day. We looked at it as, you know what I mean? The motherfucker that fight was more likely the most popular person in the community. Most definitely. I'm feeling you, Vince. I know, I understand what you're saying though, because you know what I mean. Remember your cousin come down here from New York, or your homeboy cousin come from New York, and that's how he fought, and he slapped the shit out of one of y'all. That 52, 42, whatever that block shit the New York motherfuckers be doing. Remember that shit? They come down here, go all the way down to the floor, and come up, boom. And being from B-more, you know what I mean? DC, B-more, you know what I mean? I'm in the 757. You know what I'm saying? We got that boxing in us. Shout out Sweet Pete Whitaker. I understand what he's saying, for instance, but your demographic is different. Vince, on the East Coast, you know what I mean? Mid-Atlantic, we came up off of that Chesapeake Bay throwing them things, man. That crab culture, you know what I mean? That crab in the bucket culture. You feel me? Hey, you should. I understand what you're saying, Vince, but the fuck around and find out complex. It was a bully in every hood out there in Baltimore, and you from Bmore too, one of the hottest cities on the East Coast. Come on, you from Bmore, dude. Y'all say y'all twos and threes different as fuck. Y'all say y'all shit like Dutch. You know what I mean? Y'all shit is more Dutch. If anybody know about Baltimore and Delaware, you know what I mean, they're more Dutch. Nobody never speaks of that. The Netherlands is still here. It's in the Baltimore language. Have y'all ever had they holler their shawties and they the twos and they threes? That shit crazy. But you know what I mean, if you want to go somewhere different and I mean have some fun, go to Baltimore, especially if you got a little bit of money. You know what I mean? You can play that coast. You know what I mean? The Chesapeake Bay is beautiful. I recommend Baltimore and all the way down to the Outer Banks in North Carolina. Yeah, when you said you from Bmore, I raised off to that Chesapeake Bay too. You know what I mean? Crabbing them motherfucking, getting them blue crabs, steaming them up. Blue crabs actually are orange when you eat them and reddish because when you put water to them, steam them, the motherfucker change colors. You know what I mean? You know? So I understand, you know what I mean? I ran across a lot of people from Baltimore. We close. One of my homegirls from Baltimore, the one when I told that story when I was at Maryland or Baltimore Live at the casino. They got the Joust restaurant up there. I was there with her. She told me to hold all this bread for her. And I had a broken leg and some more shit. And she came and asked for the money after she had depleted the other funds. And this was supposed to have been her. I'm not spending this money. She asked for it. I smashed her with it. With the money. Yeah, Jackson, you know any sparrows out of there? You know any sparrows from B More? Smash that light. So everybody's interpretation of whether Carmelo was a victim or villain is gonna be too due to a lot of demographics and how they was raised and what's the belief system in their particular areas, man. Ooh, okay. You know what though? For instance, you won't even have to delete it because you see how they done made being a gang member in Chicago so commercial right now. That shit's so commercial. You might should get in touch with cousin and ask him, can you get a little branding deal and put his face on the shirt because they monetizing that type of shit now. To be Larry Hoover is monetized. Rick Ross made $1 million off of it, and eventually had to get the finger put on him so that he would have to pay the dude. You know what I'm saying? Salute, Robert. Do you know how many guys I fought and vanquished? All on fear of being defeated and fear of falling and what would happen to me. And when I was, we all, as young men, we all go through those stages where we are the bully or we get bullied, and that's what it is. Or maybe we have a test of wills amongst each other. When I was young, they tried to get at me, but just the way I was raised to throw my hands, man. And at the time, I had the upper hand on the people that was I was beefing with, because instead of football and basketball and all that stuff, I engaged in the boxing league in my city. You know what I mean? And my first fight was actually at the gym with Pernell Whitaker trained at when he was first getting into it. It was, you know what I mean, like 5 or 6 years later, but you know what I mean? And I went against some people that was fighting, being trained by the coach that originally trained Pernell Whitaker. But nevertheless, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Boyd, that was my boxing coach. Salute y'all. They had me throwing my hands, and my stamina was up, and even my wind and my cardiovascular, and to able to assess throwing a punch, and you know what I mean, and take a punch. So when I was fighting these people and they was running up on me, they was coming like two or three. And these my neighborhood peoples. And if anybody from the hood sees this, they'll know ain't no cap in my rap. It happened. As we was throwing our hands, I was kind of a little bit. It's like fighting a judo master. Know what I mean, doing Chuck Norris karate from that aerobics class that they was pushing as karate when the Chuck Norris shit was out. Peace, family. Stay safe, family. No doubt. I told you, I'm already knowing. Know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stay ready, so I ain't got to get ready, homie. You feel me? I'm gonna stay ready. Smash that like, fam. Share me out. Yep, we fought each other, and that's how you got your popularity. More than like you was the best fighter in the hood, not the best stabber or shooter. You threw your hands and you carried your head up high. Don't fuck with him, because he gonna fight back. Also, if you lost, if you fought back, motherfucker thought twice, because they might say he won, but his nose bleeding. You know what I mean, the winner's nose bleeding. So if you fight him, he gonna bust your nose. So do you want to take a chance on losing to him and getting a busted nose? It's just, you know what I mean. That's how the pecking order was formed in high school. Who was a fighter? Who wasn't? Because more than likely, that's how I choose my lady. If she's a fighter, and know what I mean, she know when to pick her battles, and know what I mean, get busy. And I ain't talking about throwing hands, because fighting is more than just physical. It's mental. I mean, even if she is ready to defend, you know what I mean, that's a valuable trait to have. That's a soft skill that I mean is a winner, man. Because people that are fighter in spirit and mind, and even in physicality, when you need them, when the bills late, you don't fight to pay for that shit. They ain't gonna lay them cry. Oh my god, my bill late. Give me a drink. Nah, they gonna get up and fight. Even if they take a drink or take a smoke, we gonna fight and we gonna get it done. Know what I mean, sure I would. What was Mello? I'm big capping. Sure I was. My family in the chat. Know what I mean, man, you can't get no. I ain't never swung with them. You know what I mean. Yeah, they thinking that Mortal Kombat is some real shit. Nah, it can't even take a punch. Hit one across the head and realize they crying. Oh, mom, give me a Sunny Delight. Motherfucker, 43 years old drinking Sunny Delight, eating hot pockets. What? It's just a background. See, when you really can't discern augment reality, that's when I mean it's just a background. Sometimes shit be a set the mood. We riding, we conversating, we setting the mood. It's just a background, homie. What do you mean? I know that's the do you know that's just not that I'm not in a Maybach. If I was in a Maybach, I wouldn't be talking to you. I'd be cooler than the Maybach. You know what I mean? It's just set the tone. Don't come in here, you know what I mean, with the augment reality facts. I wonder what happened to our resolve. That's what's wrong with America. Our resolve. We used to know better, but and you know what's so crazy? In the 80s and 90s, it was at the height of that. Well, everybody lived by the code. I think once they exposed the mafia for that Omerta shit, that it ain't. It's a bunch of crop. Sonny. I mean, what's the dude? The bull was snitching and all that stuff. It kind of diminished. I mean, people keeping their word. Remember, um, your mama used to tell you better not go to school and tell nothing that go on in my house. And that was the first thing that we were supposed to be loyal to was the family group. was mama, daddy, whoever else was outside of that, you know what I mean, satellite family. You know what I mean? If Aunt lived in the house and he was of a respectable, even if he won't, we was taught to respect him until otherwise alerted, you know what I mean? Or anybody, you know what I mean? But even and it started on the block, from the house to the block. That immediate loyalty. Everybody in school that lived on your block was your cousin. No, they was your brother or your sister. But anybody that rode your bus was your cousin. Remember that shit? And sometimes family fought. But when we was together, we was together. And I did that with my city too. I would be fighting some kids in school, and some of those kids that I fought in school and vanquished, they realized why. Because my first boxing match was at a school rivalry, like it was a projects that it was in their gym. I told you the Sweet Pea Whitaker, it's Sweet Pea Whitaker Lane now. That was my first fight. It wasn't Whitaker Lane then though, but and they saw me boxing. It's like, man, I didn't know you boxed. Yeah, now you know, and knowing is half the battle. And that's the way a lot of them looked at me, like I was a professional fighter. And all I was doing was putting on gloves, some saggy shorts, and a white beater, throwing my things, listening to my coaches. I wasn't no professional about me, but my mind was changing, and I started strategizing. Even in everything I did, I was always a heavy, deep thinker. But that pugilist, 2 or 3 years that I learned to be a pugilist, it really helped me and shit. And at the time that I needed it, you know what I mean, motherfuckers was running down. They was hating. I always been handsome, suave, and debonair. Motherfuckers was running, trying to run down. And then they wasn't realizing they was running down on somebody that was trained to motherfucking throw them things, you know what I'm saying? Trained to get busy, you know what I'm saying? As a youth, I was trained to get busy. So, shout out everybody though that helped, you know what I mean, shape who Black Money is, man. That's what it is. Greatly appreciated. Even my ops, because y'all helped. You know what I mean? But some of my, you know what I mean, ops became my best friends. And out of our struggle, we see the common, I mean, I said loyal to my family, sucker. And that's exactly who I said I was loyal to. So, you know what? Since you can't comprehend, I'm gonna let you go ahead and get you some summer school in. Because over here, buddy, you're fired. Tombstone pizza, Pierre. Smash that light. Wow. That's it. You hear this guy cry mellow. Show some respect. But I mean, and it says a lot about somebody that will say something to somebody that they don't even know that they can set on their lap, not knowing who that person is. That's the guy you got, a guy that can be like, wow. And you old as fuck, Crabmello. Crabmello, you an old ass white dude. And you're in, man, it would have been funny if it would have just been, but the realness in, you're an old ass white dude. Okay. Sorry there. I was on his ass because it's not my people's, man. I thought he was just being I sexy for no reason. Like right said Fred, I'm too sexy for this. Too sexy for this. Remember that shit, y'all? It's the one that they spoofed the fuck out of that. Look at that. I'm too sexy for this. Whoosh. Now that's a TikTok. Anybody that want to go viral, take that too sexy shit before somebody. I know it's probably been regurgitated, but this is a prime example of how to go viral. Take that. I'm too sexy for what? What are you too sexy for? Okay, if y'all want to go political, I'm too sexy for these bombs, too sexy for this oil, too sexy for this deal. You know what I mean? With the Donald Trump shit, that's an immediate hit right there. Somebody go viral with it and get back at me. I bet you. Shout out all my content creators that's in the chat too. We got to get back into that, man. Content creating instead of just got there on curating content. You feel me? But yeah, okay, that's what it is, crowd. Now I'm gonna put a jacket on you too, because I was about to wrong you and shit. I thought you was wild, and I'm gonna put a jacket on you because dope conversation is dope conversation. Smash that like Trump 300 billy versus Obama 1.7 billion. Who made the best Iran deal? And did Carmelo win? Who divided America? Take your pick. Any of those topics you want to make a comment on in the live screen. And make sure y'all taking the poll as y'all coming in. Let's hope he finishes his education and acquires betterment during the 17 years. Hopefully, if they provide that, a lot of times these penitentiaries, they don't provide no education. They'll provide a certificate or something that's subpar, and which is just to satisfy the people's need to hear that he's getting some kind of educational rehabilitation. Might even be able to acquire his GED, but any kind of real college, I mean, he gonna have to do it himself. And in this day and age, he could probably get some books and get some I don't know how the internet works there, but some online training or something like that. Maybe, maybe. But the main thing is to stay positive and not lose his mind and become what they are. I mean, getting him ready to be. And that's an inmate. I mean, that's all good. My mods are people that I consider people with good spirit, good character, um, not even just character, let's shall we say, and dope conversation, independent, free thinkers. It's a myriad of different reasons I give out a mod on. A lot of people sell their mod Jones or keep it like it's some kind of I mean, but it is not. It's just a for me, it's just a way to track dope conversations, you know what I mean, and know when a dope conversation is in the room, you know what I mean? Intellectual like me. You know what I mean? Because like all of us probably in our minds think we can throw our hands and whoop everybody's out of their ass, but how many of us can mentally go toe to toe with somebody? You know what I mean? That they consider themselves a mental pugilist and even hold their own in conversation. That's one of my things. I love like senseless trivia. Like remember Trivial Pursuit? That was my shit. And Jeopardy is my number one show. I don't really watch it as much now because it's not in its original form. Well, they got Mayim Malik and that dude Ken Jennings, but I'm an original Jeopardy fan, Alex Trebek, and like while y'all coming in, I wish because I like like if you got a trivia question, shoot one at me. Maybe I might know it, and don't make it be like some shit like what color was. I mean, some dumb shit. Give me a trivia question that's probably legitimate, all genres, history, anything. I might know what's up with it. You say you vouch for me. I love all my brothers and sisters of Christ. Don't matter about culture or skin color. We are bleed the same, says Rich. That's what it is. Right, Mello, you better goddamn on chill. Don't goddamn get fucking supremacy on us. No, well, if you with Sassy, Sassy is not on her best behavior all the time. Her mind is thinking, man. Sometimes her comments can be lethal and be smooth as motherfucking expensive whiskey because the truth hurts sometimes, no matter who's saying it. Know what I mean, don't get tossed from a moving car. Ah, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. Smash that like though, y'all. It's now that y'all in here. See how the conversation is dope, and it don't have to be 1,000 people. That's why I like to put it on slow mo. Also, I'm gonna take it off a minute and see what's the difference. Is it even on slow? But I like to have the conversation on slow mo. So when it's these times when we can really, as Americans, politic. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean, get what's really out by the we can't see what each other's talking about if the stream is going 1,000 miles a minute when it's like 100, 300 people in here. Sometimes it's a dog fight even to get your word heard. So I like to put it on slow mo sometimes so Americans can voice their opinion and I maybe can give a decent rebuttal and agreements or even just I mean critique of it, not even to debate it. I mean, just a critique of it. We're gonna take off the slow mo for a minute and see who come through here because what it is when it's on off of the slow mo, it expands the reach. You know what I'm saying? Especially when Jakale was in here and he was doing his one twos, it would have expanded my reach super. It would have been a lot of people from overseas if it wasn't on slow mo coming in because the chat rate would have been reading that they really they conversating in there. And that's what I say, Carmelo. We all are humans, fam. What black statistics, Anunnaki? And Anunnaki, what's up with you? Are you Enlil, Inke, or Anu? Smash that like. Nanu Nano. Shout out all my Ngigi, all my peoples from the crazy golden world of Nabiru, the hidden planet. Well, you will be have to be from another world and be Anunnaki to understand what I just said to him. But he know what it is. Smash that like. Trump's deal is better than Obama's. Sent Iran 14 billion fucking dollars so they wouldn't blackmail him with the Epstein files. No, Obama won't end the Epstein files. Yo, this shit is wrong, Trey. Trump just sitting them gonna send them people. I don't know if he really sent the money off yet, but them people are expected to get 300 billion. Obama gave up 1.7 billion. That ain't shit compared to 300 billion. And we're gonna have to foot the bill, which is probably 300 billion for Donald Trump and his people's the military. You know what I mean, industrial complex and Donald Trump. We got to foot their bill for fighting the war. Now we got to pay these guys for tearing their shit up. A lot of y'all don't understand politics. I mean, all y'all understand is mudslinging and the physicalities of it. You none of the mechanical stuff that work behind the scenes. I say really study it, man. Stop just throwing yourself at a particular topic because it's so emotional that your gas is high and your eggs is $13 a car and you don't have nobody to blame. But I say investigate it before you make these decisions to speak on stuff, man. And that's just me, man. If you don't know what you're talking about, just shut up and listen. Sometimes you got to be an ear instead of just running that mouth. Smash that like. DB Coastal, what's up? Obama was just mentioned in the files and them trying to get him to go to this island or ride on his plane, but he refused, and that was it. Okay, DB Coastal, thanks for clearing that up for that guy. I don't know why we always want to put Obama and Trump in the same position. I guess because Trump always putting Obama and him in the same position. And Obama might have took some money though. I wouldn't doubt his shit. Who don't like free money? And depending on, I mean, who's giving it to him, probably ain't give a fuck because he's already there. Y'all got to know if Obama was the president, he's privy to all the dirty shit, the Temple of Moloch also. But it's the same bird, different wings, same shit. Wow, Glenn. Guess what? You're fired. Come on, man. Yeah, DB. But it's been in comparison that Obama and it's crazy that everything that Obama did, Donald Trump forced somebody to put his name next to it. Obama got a lot of shit named after him. Obamacare type shit. Trump came in with Trump RX. Trump put his name on the Kennedy Center. Obama was attributed to giving Iran this money. You know what I mean, now Trump's doing it, giving Iran this money. Obama won a Nobel Peace Prize. Some Hispanic Latino lady gave Donald Trump a part of hers because he kept crying and probably sent her a letter telling her if she wasn't gonna do it, he's gonna take her out when he takes out the head of her country in Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? You say he shouldn't have had it on school property in reference to Carmelo having that knife. People need to focus on why money is going everywhere except to Americans. Hey, hey, right. And it was and the Americans that they was going to was the piece of shit January 6th motherfucking rabble rousers. That's what we need to be realizing. Why is all this money being thrown around and my fucking bills are still late or they still looking at me like I owe them something? And taxes still not being in favor of me. Gas is going down a little bit, but shit, it's going down. Why? Talking shit about what, Coastal? Oh no, I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. Coastal. See, a lot of your times when I get out, y'all, come on, man. Y'all gotta understand, black man. A few more live screens will get it, man. But yeah, I'm with you. Why do they always bring up Obama name? Because that's the only person that's like the one that got away with Trump. He know he can't outdo Obama because maybe Obama did the bullshit a little bit more. I mean, slicker. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. None of those politicians are these angels that we romanticize them to be. Even Obama, but he just looked more cooler doing it. You understand? The Democrats ain't shit. The Republicans ain't shit. The Democratic Socialists ain't shit. The Conservatives ain't shit. The Green Party ain't shit, man. It's the people that's what's popping. But until we realize that and take, I mean, into our hands as people, we don't even have to do it on the government level. We can do it as making sure he good, making sure he good, no matter what's his standing in the community. He's in the community. You understand? When the last time you see somebody stop and hand a homeless man a cup of coffee and a sandwich or a bag of toiletries? That's where I come from. If I'm right down the street and I see somebody lacking in something and it's in my immediate, you know what I mean, we stop it. You know what I mean? Whether I'm driving or I'm in the passenger seat, we stop it and we handing that out or we getting that straight. You feel me? Now that's just how I go. Even with my to the community, if I see one of my Nation of Islam, being that I was raised studying Elijah Muhammad, you know what I mean? I dabble with the Nation of Islam, the FOI and 5%, you know, peace God. And I see that as a positive in the community. You know what I mean? People make shit negative, not the cause or the even the political party. It's people that make those political parties um evil or not right. You understand? Like guns don't kill people, people do. Knives don't kill people, people do. You know what I'm saying? Chilling, CT. What you been up to, fam? What you been up to, man? How's your day, man? You been doing any of that work from your trade or your possession, or your profession, or you been at your regular job serving that whiskey? Sassy Mo says, "Hey, CT, what's good, y'all? Smash that like, check me out, man." See me, I'm universal. I can go and fit in anywhere. I mean, as y'all saw, if y'all went looked at the footage of my the No Kings protest, I'm not unapproachable. You understand? And I come in smelling good, looking good. You know what I mean? My vocabulary is A1. It's spoken in my own particular vernacular, but it's clear enough to be understood and interpreted. You feel me? The government giving, I don't give a fuck about y'all, but we gonna send these Iranians 300 billy because we tore down a couple of their buildings. But what they're not telling you is if they did fuck over the Iranians, in the end, it might have been when it was right before the last joint when they was calling it defensive strikes. Listen, where they struck at was where the Iranians have their naval, you know what I mean, capabilities in their main naval positions, and that's going to help them protect the Strait of Hormuz. With that being damaged, now the United States is paying for the rebuilding of they shit that they tore up. Y'all got to get into it. That's what did they destroy? Because that's what I saw. Some of that 300 billion was supposed to go to reconstruction. Wow, where they do that at? We always reconstruct some shit. It's the same way we did it with the Civil War reconstruction. We also gave the Civil War Confederates more money to stabilize the banana republics. Just get out of here. Go down south. You know what I mean, and they went to Guatemala, snatched Guatemala from Mexico and Honduras and El Salvador and Belize, snatched them joints and created banana republics and brought y'all Chiquita banana. So every time you eat a Chiquita banana, you're spending some Confederate gold. You feel me? You'll never get it because you don't want to allow yourself to think of that type of shit. But yeah, the Confederate War, the Civil War, the Confederates, they went down south. Well, guess what? They're coming back, y'all. The South has risen and will rise again. But this time, it's speaking Spanish. Double tap the screen, smash that like. B BD Doodle says Obama had the best deal. Trump is a pathetic joke. Okay, can you further expound on your decision to say that Obama, and y'all know it's not the debate, just to get your opinion on it as an American. Put the hate down so we can back to living life. Yeah, because at one time, everybody, no matter what was your position in America, we was living life. Like, just go back to all the movies in early 2000s, 90s, and the 80s of American life. And unless it's a movie that the genre is street violence and gangs, it was none of it in it. I mean, everybody trying to get married and falling in love and a bunch of quirky shit. Now, every movie is about the apocalypse that's coming out or some vampire shit or something, or related to the evils that's being done to mankind. Obama had the better deal, though. I believe so. I do DoorDash full time, and I haven't paid taxes or filed for 3 years, so I'm doing my part. Right, Carmelo, and that's what it is about being an entrepreneur. Being an entrepreneur. So, do you even file a 1099 miscellaneous? You don't even file a 1099? Smash that like y'all. And I don't think should be saying that online. You just never know how that could be interpreted too. So you know the feds listening. Smash that like Lil Wayne. But no right to no right to knife at school if he felt he was in danger. He should have told school, right? But sometimes when in time of danger, you ain't got time to tell nobody. You just react. Especially being a human, our first thing as a baby is self-preservation. You put your hand in front of a baby face, they're gonna go like this. Come on, man. Stop dealing with this shit not with your emotions, but with the facts. Both of them were mutual combatants because they was in front of each other, not knowing who had a weapon, but mutual combatants in the same. They agreed to argue. The argument is a verbal combat, so it's ensued to fisticuffs. Did dude fall on him? How did it end? That's why nobody I heard nobody say because everybody is just making a hypothesis from the facts that we have been given. So for them to be like this, it at least was mutual that they were agreeing to they were disagreeing. Smash that light. Diamond is on the back sunroof top, digging the scene in the gangster lean. Ooh, ooh. Diamond in the back, sunroof top, digging the scene in the gangster lean. Ooh, ooh. You may not drive a great big Cadillac. Down, down and around. Ooh, ooh. But just be thankful for what you got. Just be thankful. Salute Sassimo for that one. That's right. Just be thankful. Smash that like y'all almost got me to zone out right there with that one. That's a positive affirmative right there. Jason, what's going on? How was your Obama better deal? Because he it was less money and he ain't kill nobody. And we all knew that he was going to do it because that was a political move. Trump was a military operation called Full Fury, which the American people did not ask for and was guaranteed not to have. He said no wars. And a little while ago, a couple of days, he said, I didn't say that. I never guaranteed it. But that was one of his things that a lot of people that weren't even pro MAGA voted for. No wars. I don't feel like doing this no more. And he also didn't ask the American people. Wasn't no American people running around, yo, bomb Iran, fuck Iran. No Americans was doing that. Bad, 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 bad. No, he didn't. He didn't ask us. Next thing you know, we wake up one morning, we fighting. And it was not called a war. Now all of a sudden they snuck it in on us. War. For 100 and some days, he spent billions of dollars, spent billions of dollars that we're gonna have to pay back. And now he has promised another couple of $100 billion to these people that he ran up on. You know what I mean? And now he got to pay them. I mean, premeditated. He got a premeditated ass whooping. Smashed that light, and he had to backpedal out of it. I don't know what kind of knife it was. Nobody knows. Nobody's seen the tape. Nobody even seen the knife. It's been speculated it wasn't even a knife. I don't heard from golf spike from a shoe to pocket knife, Swiss Army, maybe in its origin to utility knife. Know what I mean, chilling fam. What's going on with you, Keisha? Keisha, how do you pronounce that? Is that Keisha or Keisha here? What's going on with you? I thought the Obama deal even restricted their nuclear weapons. All of their deals supposed to restrict their nuclear weapons. You heard Trump with his dumbass something. We can watch them from space. We can watch the uranium from space. So you know what that means? If they're watching that uranium, what do they think about your motherfucking porn watching as? They're watching you from space watch porn. Keisha. Okay, I got it. It is Keisha. What's going on, Keisha? How's your day? But yeah, that's crazy, ain't it? Trump said that they can watch that shit from space. So best believe if they're watching those motherfucking Iranians, they're watching you from space. Smash that like. Yeah. Did all that bullshit, family. Yep, money laundering and getting money, sassy. Right before this shit popped off, his sons had opened up a drone, got daggone shit. Getting money. What you doing? Getting money. What's the mantra for this summer? What's Young Miami? Spin that shit. You know what I'm saying? I bet you y'all white folks riding around right now listen to that. Spin that shit. Spin that shit. That Young Miami shit. Yeah. Oh, Casher. Okay, what's up with Casher? What part of the world you from, Casher? Yeah, Casher. I'm familiar with it. Where's the light? Just double tap the string. Tap, 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 tap. Spend that shit. Hey yo, we got the BMC e-bike foundation still popping off. I told you we willing it down for 30 more days. I'm trying to make it coincide with the grand opening of the BMC legitimately being monetized because you know they admonished me a couple of months ago for 90 days because they said I was so perfect at how I do the algorithm. It seems like I'm AI or some shit. So that's why I'm telling y'all to leave some comments down below. Because they're thinking this shit is being whipped up when it really is being whipped up. You feel me? So leave some comments, family. If y'all think that Carmelo was wrong or right, I'm understanding. I'm just trying to feel where Americans are. I'm not into debating and all that stuff. I'm in the heavy conversation and standing on talking points that I believe in. You know what I mean? Because all that debate stuff is since too much like it's set up that we're gonna already be in opposition. And really, half of the shit that we say, whether we explain it in a different vernacular, we all be saying the same shit. Whatever, you know what I mean? Obama had a better deal. Barack did want to fight Iran, and the military, they always told me, yeah, the Persians ain't no joke. But he was fighting the Persians, Xavier. The Persians got ran out under the Shah. The regime there was the Muslims from Azerbaijan. Okay, so it's the white Muslims from out of the Caucasus Mountains that they really fighting. The Armenians, the hairy ass Armenians and stuff. The dudes that were the ancestors of the King Midas dude, the first Ashkenaz people. Yeah, Persians ain't Iranians. Aryans are Iranians. Persians are Farsis, and they're more like the Zoroaster people that worship fire. That's the Persians. They're not Iranians. Iranian means the home of the Aryans. That's what Iran means. The Iranians are the white Azerbaijani people that and the white black people, they're the mixture of that's coming out of the Caucasus Mountains, the first white people. That's why they used to call them Caucasians, the Iranians that the country Iran is named after, because that means it would be named Persia. Now, when it's Iran, it's the Iranians are the from the Indus Valley, the Iranian Indus Valley. Like all these white people that are claiming Aryan stock, you know that they're just claiming that they're Iranians, white people from out of the Caucasus Mountains. That's where they was first seen at. I mean, the sighting of a Caucasian man was out of the Caucasus, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Sarajevo. That's why they was a hotbed around World War I. Out of that started World War I. Archduke Ferdinand got assassinated. You know what I mean? Because that's their origins. They don't want to tell y'all that. They'll always tell you it's bizarre, Italy or some shit, London even Germany, but they don't tell you their origins as the Europeans. We know the day they were coming up out of the Caucasus Mountains. I mean, King Midas and all that stuff, man. No, that was Perseus. That was Perseus. Persians came from Percy, the language they speak. Some of them speak Urdu, some speak Pushtu, some speak Pharisee. I mean, Farsi. I mean, Alexander the Great came in, beat him, but then got fucked by him. Did y'all know that? That they conquered the Persians at the time, but the king that was in power, he was a homo, and Alexander the Great let him fuck him, and the Alexander the Great soldiers looked at him different. Hence, before that, anything they saw him doing gay, he was fucking somebody. But that king got beat by him, but they felt like he lost because he let the king bed him. They was looking like, where Alexander at? He laid up getting fucked by that king that he just conquered the king's possessions, but the king conquered his body. Study history, man. Stop claiming shit. Alexander the Great whooped him. Shit, whoop dog ain't gonna holler. They say that king had Alexander. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alexander came in and got smoked. The Persians that we talking about, that ain't even what's going on right now. That Islamic regime was like radicals that, you know what I mean? Islam and other um religions are prevalent there. Islam, Hinduism, all kind of different exotic to America because you know we predominantly on a Christian basis, but over there. So that's who's in power. A Islamic Republic is what it's called. It don't have nothing to do with Persians. Persians were the Shah in them. They were no less not even practicing Persians. There was Persians by blood or just that was the ethnic group they wanted to latch themselves onto. And they in Beverly Hills right now. They managed to get a couple of billion out of there. You remember the y'all didn't even know the Shahs of Beverly Hills. That's the fucking Persian people, the Shah of Iran's family. Palava in them peoples. I mean, do your history, study that shit, man. Yeah, it's Shia. And they out of Azerbaijan. Most of them motherfuckers from Azerbaijan. Like they say, all our people's from Africa. Most of the people that's in power right now, like the Khomeinis and the Khomeinis, because you know one was spelled with KHO. These ones that just died and got mangled and all that, their name is KHA. It was a father and son duo, Ali Khamenei. But Rahula Khomeini was their spiritual teacher. He taught them a lot of shit. They from Azerbaijan, man. I should, but I do this for fun, so that's why I'm at it. This is a history channel. B equals MC. What do you thought it was? Some old. We gonna talk about what 50 Cent and them doing? Well, did you check some of that Xavier so do you know that I ain't just blowing smoke? Well, the Zoroaster religion just turned into Christians, man. What people don't know, Christianity is not really a religion; it's a concept, the Christos. But the Zoroaster religion, where they was what is worshiping E Honda or E Mazda. I always get it mixed up, but and sun worship, which is the original manifestation of monotheism. Worship all over the world the sun because that's the most important thing to us. If that sun don't come up tomorrow, this shit ain't gonna work. Ain't nothing gonna grow. It's gonna be cold as fuck. Know what I mean? Now that is the original monotheism, sun worship, and the most Zoroasters that's out of Persia and Iran, they turned to be Christians. Smash that like. Well, yep. They're ethnically Jews. They're just like Muhammad. They are from the tribe of Koresh, and the UK and France signed that fucking deal when they split up the Middle East among themselves, and they put the Saudi people in power over all of those wild tribes because their granddaddy in the 1800s had bucked on the British people and had a lot of clout, like he was known to buck for some shit they was doing. The Saudi dude, and they are actually black. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Right, well, they were all Jews of the tribe of Koresh. Everybody in the Bible cousins. The Bible is the Old Testament, the Torah is somebody's genealogy, but the New Testament is somebody's propaganda. And depending on what side of the Atlantic Ocean you're on, it'll say Lord, because that's what the peasants in the fiefdoms and stuff called the masters, Lord. But in America, it'll say Master, honor thy master. And then if it's somewhere where it's, you know what I mean, still colonization, they'll triple threat you, honor thou Lord and Master. You know what I mean? The Bible is tricky. That's why I don't go by it. I go by, I know how to treat somebody with integrity. You know what I mean? You don't have to tell me not to fuck with nobody else's wife, don't to rob, not to steal, not to lie. Learn the experience in life. If you live in life, you're gonna learn the safest way is to go is by the book. I mean, when you gotta get busy though. But the safest way to go is you don't have to tell me the Ten Commandments. I know if you got integrity, that's how you live in on your square. I don't have to join a Masonic organization for you to tell me to live on my square. I mean, with integrity. What do I think about the Tillman? It's really been so distorted, like all that Kabbalah stuff and all that stuff. You know, that's a European thing too. That's more something that the Ashkenaz Jews. I'm more, I go back to with the Judaism in its original form. It was an offshoot of what the Phoenicians. You know what I mean? So all of it, man, is a crop. Yeah, Osama bin Laden is black. People in Yemen are black. That's where the Saudis, the light skinned ones, ran all the black Arabs at. If they can't tell whether Queen of Sheba was from Africa or Yemen, you know what I mean? Why do you think that she won't black? If Jesus ran to Africa to Egypt, which was African in color solely, it wasn't those Turkish Egyptians that are there now. It was the darkest of Africa as ever been when they say the Christos, the Jesus phenomenon ran to Egypt to hide as a baby with Joseph and Mary. Why you don't think they looked just like them? And some people say they went as far as down as the Lalibela in Ethiopia, but why do you think they want black? That's what I'm trying to say. Like a dark skin, because the concept of black and white just was created. I told y'all during the Stonewall Rebellion and the Bacon's Rebellion in America. Buy more. You know that shit. This the first stages of it. Buy more. If you got extras, buy more. Put it on it. If you got extras, I'm telling you. And then when it go back up, when it ride for a little bit, snatch out a little in the middle. Buy more. This shit, I told you. Remember, Bitcoin did that shit. Bitcoin, long as it's steady. When it's falling, long as it's steady, it's a gain. So is that gain? Realized gains. Unrealized gains? Nah. It's that gain now. Are you checking your stock? You look at your stock, is that gains? It's gaining right now. Yeah, they designate Egyptians as white, but you know that Anwar Sadat was a original one of those black Egyptians. He was the president of Egypt at one time. But the Egyptians that are in Egypt now are there by way of the Byzantine Empire and the Ottoman Turks. They got all that granted all that stuff and they have embedded their culture there, but that is not the original culture. And there's a Egyptianologist over there by the name of Hawass is his last name. He be fucking shaking up all the fucking Egyptian shit, making it look more Arabic and European as opposed to the people that got the thumb on him, telling him that because it's this shit is bigger than just us sitting here with conspiracy theories. The world is really trying to whitewash as the world, the people that's in power. And then now all of that shit is at a halt. In some places, the people are getting back up to their own identities. That's why nobody don't want to use the American dollar because for a minute, y'all gotta admit, America was what was trending, and it still is. But our popularity is falling off because our geopolitical standpoint with these people, they're not going for it. We trying to put pressure on them. You know what I mean? Economically. So why should we? You know what I mean? And they banding together. Yup, Hawass, man. You know what I'm talking about, Sean. He on some bullshit. Yeah, but and she was Greek at the time, was black. Go look at their pottery. You could tell who was what by way of culture and they the artifacts that they leave. Now these people had capabilities to turn this shit around and make it look like it was a black person, but they tell you Ethiopia is where they went to go to school. And they call all of Africa Ethiopia. You feel me? You say he ain't have no right to have a knife there. True indeed, but he had it. History is written by the winners. Like, okay, I'm gonna tell you something about. I'm gonna kill y'all people on when you see a piece of Egyptian paraphernalia from the antiquities. Um, the original ones are gonna be looking like gold and black, and you're gonna see the color of who it was. But they do have some that are ancient, but they're ancient knockoffs because when the Ptolemies got in power by way of Alexander the Great, they were of the lighter skinned people from the Mediterranean. Not like the darker Minoans. They were, the Caucasian man has seeped in by then. And when Alexander the Great, he split his spoils up with his generals. Ptolemy got that when he died, Egypt and his people. So Cleopatra was from that stock. That's why she was able to easily assimilate in with the Romans. And which the Romans even jacked a lot of Egyptian shit and had their little temples to Haru and Isis and Osiris. You know what I mean? The trilogy Christianity is based off of Egyptianology, African religion and culture with the father, the mother, and the son. But the homophobic Europeans that they took the woman out because they didn't. You ain't got no say so woman, so they took the woman out and replaced it with this imaginary entity that's never spoke of in nowhere else but in the Bible, the Holy Ghost. What is that? You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Yep, it's made up. Sassy, that's why they call it history, because it's his story, right? Whatever he told you, whatever he said. Smash that like, y'all. It's not documented. They can't even find out where he was buried at. It's not documented he had blonde hair because blonde hair was not prevalent he was from Macedonia. If anything, he would have had jet black hair or even wispy brown hair. He was from Macedonia. That wasn't prevalent. His daddy name was Philip. That was King Philip of Macedonia's son, man. His daddy was famous was making war. Daddy was mad with him for being cockle. It is not documented. They don't even know what Alexander the Great was got there gonna bury. Right. They did find Philip because Philip didn't go on a huge campaign. Alexander the Great, he died somewhere around Iran and India. He stopped there. He died somewhere around the Iranian Indus Valley, if you know your history. That's where Aryans come from. Alexander the Great died fighting Aryans, white folks from out of the Caucasus Mountains, Azerbaijanians, Armenians. I don't know. You're gonna have to ask them that, Garrett. I mean, they should have been dealt with money cash on the barrelhead. I don't know. And then you're gonna have to get in touch with not Obama, because it's not his duty to pay the company. He paid the company probably. It's not his duty to pay the workers. He probably ain't. I mean, so you're gonna have to find out the company that's um franchised or leased out to do that Obama shit and ask them why haven't their workers been paid. It's probably not because of Obama. It's probably because that company ain't paid them. Why does that come into play? Have you seen the presidential library Obama was bringing forth? You know what I mean? You didn't come in and say Obama got an ugly. Don't hit it. Why did he pay the workers? Like why does that matter? That's not something I'm worried about. Is what Obama is bringing forth to represent him. Is it dope or what, man? God damn, y'all be so quick to fucking just lambaste each other as Americans, man. King Philip is the most likely not Alexander's father. The whole Zeus story is a story about a Ray Ray or Chad. Possibly. And you know, back then, that's what they were acclimated to when the baby didn't look like them, or you know what I'm saying? Or you know what I mean? It was Zeus did it. Yeah, right. Because you know, in their mythology, Zeus done been a bull, a swan, all kind of shit. Zeus a crafty motherfucker, and he gonna get that motherfucking punani. Zeus go get in there. And also Hercules. Hercules was born in Africa. He was Ethiopian. And his name stretched as far as to what they call the Gibraltar, also named after a black man, Gibraltar Reef. You know what I mean? That was known as the Pillars of Hercules. That's supposed to have been the end of the world. And that was also pushed to the farthest links by another black culture, which I say spurned the whole world. And they brought you the alphabet. The Phoenicians, Phabet. You know what I mean? Alpha, Phi, Beta. You know what I mean? The Phoenicians, that was in the alphabet. You know what I mean? ABC. You know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? Right? You can't believe what you was taught. You got to investigate that shit, man. Zeus was ancient Ray Ray. Yep, because he was the king of the gods. You know, the gods came from Africa. I'm not African, but I'm gonna give them their props as being the superior civilization and birth for all cultures. Yeah, they got the what's with the blonde, they got blonde hair, the Bougainville peoples. The people out in South in the ocean, they dark as a motherfucker, the Bougainville people. And some of them have blonde hair. As well as the Australian indigenous with the do the didgeridoos, the aboriginals in Australia, some of them got blonde hair. But if you know anything in our culture, we always got that cousin that when they go out into the sun, they get the wispy little, their hair turns a little reddish, or even the copper colored skin people that's in the black community. We got like three different distinct. We got the light skin red bone. We got four. We got the light skin red bone. We got the copper color, and then we have the brown and the osmos dark, and even we have the pale white skin people in our culture as Black Americans. If y'all ever noticed, and they'll be full blooded Black American. Smash that like. Y'all ever thought of that? That we actually are just full blooded Black Americans. If your mother's a Black American and your father's a Black American, you're a full blooded Black American. I don't know why we keep accepting Africa name attached to us, and they Africans don't even call Africa Africa before the concept of somebody else giving it to some Roman generals. Uh, Scipio Africus, Africus Scipio is why we call it Africa, because he went over there and fought against some black men in Carthage. That's crazy, ain't it? Scipio Africanus. But before him, Africa was called Akibulan, Ethos, Ethiopia, Punt. Yeah, America is a made. Now it's not a made up word. A dude by the name of Americo Vespucci, or one of them, put America on a map and denoting where South America was. They amalgamated and started calling all of the Americas America. But then he wrote another book that he didn't name it at all, but it just caught on and people accepted it and started calling it the Americas. Because don't you think if they thought that was in the West Indies, that it would be the Indies? The whole fucking shit would be the Indies? Because even with the little islands, they call it the West Indies. So where does the West Indies stop? If y'all can understand it. They attributed to Columbus coming here. He named the West Indies, so they say, right, because he thought he was in the East Indies. But then Americo Vespucci did the maps. And then he came back later on with another book that never said nothing about Americans, but it stuck. So we now, even with us as Americans, we claiming the name that somebody gave us, but we made it what it was. They gave us the name, but we made it. We put the America in Americans. Know what I mean, we put the America in it. Know what I mean, us as a people, as a whole. Smash that like, y'all. Yeah, I don't like African Americans. Just the whole thing, man. A Kibulan, exactly. Yeah, I told y'all. Scipio Africanus. He was from the Scipio family. Because Rome had a couple of families, but all of them came from like Julius Caesar and them. They came from Etruscans, and the Etruscans came from Africa. They was up in northern Africa, northern Italy. Even when Columbus times, it was no Italy, and southern Italy was Spain. So that's why you don't never realize that the Sicilians, the Calabrians, the Napolitans are closely associated with Africa too. That's why they always say the Southern Italians look black or they got black in them. Scungilli eating motherfuckers. Because they do. They're no less mulattoes. Because at the time the concept of Italy wasn't even around. The Pope in Rome was Spanish. She was from Spain. Spanish that like y'all. His last name was Borgia. Okay, and if you go back to the original Spanish, like Castilian, it would be Borgi, Borga, and they still got their peoples in Spain right now. But his daughter and his son are two famous Borgias that you probably don't even aware that they had something to do with the transatlantic slave trade by way of their father. Cesare Borgia was the prototype for the Jesus Christ picture that got promoted first and foremost. The swarthy black, dark skinned looking guy because they knew that Jesus was actually black. Cesare Borgia with his Spanish shelf mixed culture. I mean, they was fresh off of the Moors being, populated into their shit. So Cesare, he was the face of Jesus Christ, and his daughter Lucretia, who had they been marrying since she was 12 years old to different families and stuff, she was known for marrying somebody, intertwining and getting a hold of the people's finances, and then killing them. She was known for her tricks as a witch in it. I mean, with the poisons and stuff. Google it. Smash that like y'all, share me out. And then like they say, Treasury Boys, that's where they got the picture. And y'all ever notice, depending on what part of the country you're in or in the world, what color Jesus is? If you like somewhere that's Nordic, he'll be that blonde haired Jesus with the cool beard and doing like this. But if it's the one that's if you down further down south, he'll get darker. I mean, damn near black, but his hair will get brown and he'll be looking up at the rock. It's two different Jesuses, fam. It's like it's 4 or 5 different Buddhas. It's the fat laughing Buddha. It's the Buddha with the little bun on his head with the little nappy hair. Then it's the white bearded Buddha with the long joint. Then it's the young one like that. Then it's the almost female looking Buddha. You know what I'm saying? Y'all notice the Catholic, they joint sometimes they push a almost androgynous looking Jesus too. But y'all did y'all know that the millennial Jesus was a black guy with dreads? Go look at what the millennial Jesus Christ, what they actually now have come up with what Jesus looked like. Obama paid them their money back, dude. Star killer, what's going on? Yeah, well, the Italian League, they even know that Italy didn't exist back then. You know what I'm saying? It was more Spanish. That's what's so crazy. Back then, Italy was more Spanish than it was Italian culture because Spain was heavily involved. Spain was in charge of southern Italy at the time of Columbus, and also it was a Spanish Pope who had gave the guy there going okay for Queen Isabella and Ferdinand to go cut up South America along with Portugal, which is a Knights Templar. That's why they never linked up with Spain. Portugal is a Knights Templar haven for people of all colors, especially black people off of the Western African coast. They had a stronghold there. Most of the people there in Portugal are mulatto mixed race. They are closely akin to the people that's in the Cape Verdean Islands. You ever seen a Cape Verdean? They look, you be like, they high, yeah, they look almost Polynesian, Puerto Rican, they like, but it's closer to Africa than it is to Europe. But it's claimed by Portugal. A lot of Cape Verdeans are on the East Coast, northern East Coast too, like Connecticut, Boston, Maine. I mean, Massachusetts got a lot of Cape Verdeans. Smash that like, y'all. Cut it out, Flop. What's up with you? You know what? Whether my integrity or whoever's integrity, you know, you out of here, Flop, because your vibe is just, uh, you're fired. Fuck it. You out of here, Flop, with that bullshit, man. Lighten up, man. Tighten up, dog. Some of y'all just bring a uneasy aura to me, man. Like, and you old as a motherfucker. Yeah, I hate a disgruntled old motherfucker that don't know what he be talking about. Like, smash that like y'all. That's what it is. I might not like Obama, but his atomic deal was good, says Xavier. The Israeli lobby hated Obama because he wasn't as stupid as Bush or Trump. Shit, Bush and them won't giving a fuck about Israel. Do you know about George Bush and his son? And his homeboy Dick Cheney. Bush's old mustaches, they give a fuck. They'll got there gonna lay in bed with any hoe. But guess what? They ain't gonna say that if you take a little bit out the tip jar for yourself. Them old mustaches, eat, 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 because I'm gonna go over here and get mines. The first excursion over there to the Middle East to fight under the older Bush guy, you know they took McDonald's, all of this shit with them, and came back with plenty different shit, different spoils of war. You know, our society was integrated with stuff like the hookah started getting popular as we our interaction with them. But the downside of it, a lot of our soldiers were fucking turning Muslim because they saw it as for the peaceful religion that it was, and growing big beards and politicking because out of the war they became friends with the people that they was around. They just like in America, they put us against each other maybe in the beginning, but the more and more we start hanging out, say you all right too. You want a PBR? Nah, I'm drinking Modelo, but still, let's crack them together. You know what I mean? Smash that light. That's what it is to be American. That you know what I'm saying? They would definitely like to have a nuclear weapon. Who wouldn't, dude? Like, I don't understand. You want you to be able to ride around with your granddaddy gun and your gun rack, but you don't want me to get a Uzi or a Tech 9 because it's more, you know what I mean, suburban for me to have one of those. You know what I'm saying? But a gun is a gun. You don't want me to protect myself, but you want to ride around with your granddaddy gun rack. I mean, that's my granddaddy's gun. Nah, dog. If we got a nuclear weapon, they should have one too. That's the problem. And you see what happened? Without a nuclear weapon, they got $300 billion out of us. And I say us because we do um bro a great ability about of what the cost is going to be paid. We gonna be paying it. So we might as well accept it for what it is. They got us with some motherfucking drones and shit. Ain't too many Iranians died on a for the a lot of them got killed, collateral damage. Not too many of them died from hand to hand combat or shooting guns in the name of their country. A lot of them got killed from senseless bombing and pinpointing, trying to take out their infrastructure. You understand? Fuck Israel, man. We got to start letting them fight their own battles. Know what I mean, prison rules in effect. Although Carmelo Anthony probably won't have a lot of problems because the black community might get behind him in prison, you also have to be able to fight for yourself. Thus far, we already been black. We always back in Israel's play. We might as well lead them motherfuckers to their devices and to their ops and see if they can swim before we go and give them, I mean, a buoy and hold them up while they doggy paddle. You understand? Right. Why are we making a deal in the first place if we supposed to have beat them a couple of months back and that whole infrastructure is fucked over? Why are we paying them $300 billion? We pay somebody $300 billion to drop a bump of bombs on them for 100 days, 100 nights. Smash that light, fam. Shut me out. Smash that like, y'all. What y'all think? Is Donald Trump um exercising his power to be the president right now, or is he more on the I'm the commander in chief, the president is secretary? Because I don't give a fuck about the people, but I'm gonna do what the military, I mean, industrial complex wants me to do right quick. What do you think, man? Because he's not doing what the Democrats and the Republicans want. He's doing somebody else wants. So all I can say, the military smash that like. What's your opinion? And should Kamala had that night that day? Smash that like. Shout out all my super supporters. Let me tell y'all, content creators just geeking the people also in here. Um, 100 people can do the same thing that 1,000 people do as far as your monetization and your watch hours. It depends on who the 100 people that's in your live stream, how long they stay, and what's the topic. So if you're a content creator, take all that in mind. Stop making videos because it's trending. Make videos that you think the people want, not the videos that you want. You got to make videos for your consumer. Find them, find a niche, pinpoint, and make sure your title is on point with the conversation, family. That's all I say. So what dollar we under now? We probably under the well, we got the digi dollar. If y'all don't know, the guy that helped us make create the digi dollars concept, he got killed in San Francisco because he seemingly had smoked drugs with his friend's sister, and his friend stabbed him. He didn't like it. Like that was crazy violence, white on white violence. He got stabbed. The guy from them that helped make Cash App, Square, all that stuff. Kind of young dude too. Then when I Googled his wealth, I said, damn, for him to been dealing with all that money shit, he never got rich. Oh yeah, did you cook those oxtails, my G? Yeah, I'm chilling. Blowing back. I mean, doing what I do. And since I've been live, it's been a good show. Right now we at Let me see, what's the count? Shit, since I've been live, we had 1,551 people came through here, man. We've been live about 2 hours. When I went live at about 2, 3 hours, 1,500, and they done spent from a minute, 2 minutes to 10 minutes in here is the average. From 2 to 10 minutes is the average. Motherfuckers coming through, dropping their 1 2s and rolling out. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Nah, Obama gave him some lunch money. You know what I'm saying? Trump gave him Benz, you know what I mean? Trump gave him Benz money, family. Camelama, what's up with you, Cam? They dropping that SpaceX dropping a little bit, but still, fam, a gain is a gain. Cooling Cam, you selling any cars today, family? You say Obama gave us the best deal. Okay. And hopefully y'all making y'all decisions not out of hate for Trump, but just on looking at the facts of what was the concessions? Because I'm saying with Trump and them, if the Trump administration beat Iran, why are they paying them? Right, player. You know how the players do. We look, we chat. You know what I mean? Who know what that means when you see that nigga going chat? You know what I mean? We smash that like. Yeah, church mode. For sure, sis. I mean, smash that like, man. You say the power hour y'all at. What happened? Okay, so is the power out at your in your building or is the community experiencing outages? Because I'm thinking with all of this data center stuff and all these power centers going on, that it's going to be rolling blackouts because sometimes the system just doesn't work as well as our circuit breakers and um all this stuff that we're linked to. Know what I'm saying? But you know what's gonna be so interesting? When they start putting all the telephone poles underground. That's when you know this shit on because you know they're right now they're building these smart streets so they can just easily assimilate it. They don't have to replace it so quick. You know what I mean? The whole time it's cities that are putting all this smart technology in their roads. And if you notice, a lot of metropolitans are getting these new road systems because they're instituting what we call smart streets and roads where they're going to be the power up and charge, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's gonna be crazy when they take the fucking telephone poles down. I mean, it's also gonna be very insightful because it's gonna now gonna after they're gonna have to do a trim and we're gonna be able to see the world for what it is. That shit gonna be crazy when they take those telephone poles down. You say he should have had a knife, but not at school. Okay, I go for that. User, how's your day? Right, well, Iran shit, they showing improving. They're gaining followers probably in other countries that are like, what was their secret? What was the name of that drone that they had? Like their tactics will be studied for centuries now, or how they debated and finessed the United States out of 300 billion after they got their ass whooped, supposedly, allegedly. That's what's so crazy. People are going to be studying this war and see where whoever failed and whoever succeeded on either side. Y'all, are y'all aware of that? But because all this shit is monumental. Why did we go into Iran on this Operation Full Fury? We didn't even reach the motherfucking their capital. We didn't even did we actually even get the Tehran? We ain't giving them the straight moves. Why allow them to use it? No, but they already was dealing with the straight moves. But you know why we wanted the straight moves? Because that's the link to the puzzle with this shit that we building in Iraq. Iraqis ain't got no power structures, so they can't speak out and say what's really going on. But do your research on what's being built in Iraq. It's sort of like an expansion of the Suez Canal. It's designed to take the Suez Canal out and make you able to reach the Mediterranean by way of this little canal that empties out into the Strait of Hormuz, into the Sea of Hormuz. Okay, I ever wonder who the fuck is Hormuz? Who's that guy? I think it's named after a particular guy, but who was Hormuz? And did he know that his name was gonna be caught up in all this global shit? But yeah, they just built this like right. See what I'm saying? They bought the mother how they did the because you know Chicago they did the lights where they had these the old school lights would put that yellow tint on the city and make everything look like it's a Fat Hour cartoon. Where they put these new lights in and you can see the difference even from space where it went bright white. They can really see what the city looks like at nighttime. It's crazy. But watch, they're gonna start taking the telephones, all this shit going underground underneath us. And it looks like once you if you look at the map now, if you chart the data centers and stuff, this shit look like a microchip. Yeah, I checked it out last night. I got it in my save for my research because I'm a transfer a few of them into my renting paperwork. So when I do my little stock assessments, go through my portfolio and see what I want to take away and add, I'm gonna put some of them in and keep some of them in mind. I had a few of them already. You know what I'm saying? I'm really riding the SpaceX right now. I'm ready to put space all of it on SpaceX to get a good gain out of it, and then break it up into other individual investments, fam. And have y'all ain't got over there and invested in the BMC e-bike foundation? You know what I mean? It's cool to I'm gonna say fan fund. I consider y'all my supporters to support fund something. Get out there and get in the win. Right now, I'm glad I'm in the stages of trying to, you know what I mean, acquire the capital to do the shit because it's like damn near 100 degrees outside right now, 96 degrees in the shade. I don't think it would have been too much e-biking right now if it was in fruition. But by this time next month, hopefully we'll be out there, know what I mean, on a little excursion, getting some exercising in, and also just, know what I mean, entertaining and turning y'all something new and quirky. That's what it is. Thank everybody that supported the BMC e-bike foundation. We're halfway there. Know what I mean, every little, know what I mean, counts. Nightbot dropping the link to it. Oh yeah, Abilene, Texas is what is Abilene, Texas has always been in our lexicon. But what is they mainly known for? I know a lot of cowboy movies are based out of Abilene, Texas. Smash that like hold on to your SpaceX. The rumor is that it's going to be combined with with Tesla and Starlink because that's what's really that moneymaker. Because you already see SpaceX and Starlink is together, and then when them motherfuckers flip, ooh, when them motherfuckers split, when that fucking SpaceX split, I'm thinking put a little bit more on in the day too. When I finish my live stream, for now, I'm gonna go and do a little touch ups with that too. Look at him, speak English, junkie. Lyle. Well, I'm gonna get you where you can speak English. Cause matter of fact, you Indian, ain't you? Chandran. You got a fucking Indian name. Speak Hindustan, dude. But for now, Sarinawa, Das Vidanya, Guten Tag, Hasta luego. Avocados from Mexico. Cause you've been fired. You're out of here. Tombstone pizza, Pierre. Wow, y'all ain't got nothing else but to do. Come in and say some dumbass shit. Oh, you did? Damn. I thought I read that shit sensible that you use guac. Damn. Grok is also the AI that they use on X, formerly known as Twitter. They give you the opportunity to use Grok. Wow, so that's Elon. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk is closely associated, and I don't give a damn. I don't like him or hate him. I just think he's a supervillain. Know what I mean, smash that light. Yeah, because that's what they say. Buy moderately right now. I'm gonna add a little bit more to it. Buy moderately, y'all. Don't miss out on a goddamn blessing because you don't like the messenger or the angel that's bringing it. Some angels are angels of death. It's what it is. Smash that light. It's down 177. Shit, it was 210 the other morning. I got up and before I went live at 10 o'clock in the morning, shit was 210. I started snap. I said, nah, you know what? Let that bread ride. Stop goddamn being stingy to yourself. Because I see it as the new novelty stock to look at, sort of like what Bitcoin was. Now Bitcoin fluctuated, but for like 10 years, that shit was what it was. Everybody wanted to go. I'm gonna invest in Bitcoin when you should have got in when the bubble was first started getting blew up. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna ride this motherfucker, man. Cause shit, they just made him a trillionaire. All I wanted a couple of million to feed my children. See, you know what I mean? I'm humble with what I'm trying to do with everything that I'm trying to get in the world. All my accumulations is for to leave a good legacy for my kids. That when they raise their glasses, it ain't the guy they're gonna curse Pop is the, you know what I mean? I toast the OG Pops because he did what he had to do. It's taken me it took me a long time to get to this point. You know what I mean? A lot of wisdom, learned behavior. So now my main goal ain't to get a Maybach, is to, you know what I mean, get Maybach money and leave a legacy. But the other side of the planet, they are holding much responsible. I was thinking about this 10 years ago. I've been a Tesla fan since they came out. See, you must be. You are. I can tell people that are new to Black money. I'm a futurist. Ever since the concept of they was talking about Elon Musk, I was interested in that young boy. Like this dude seemed like a super villain, and I'm super technology fan. I got in on the cusp of a computer, and out of my need to service my computer, that's why I know a lot of stuff about computers and shit, the inside, the inner workings of them. I mean, ROM and DOS and all that type stuff, coding and all that type shit. Even when Napster and shit was around, Sharebear, LimeWire, all that stuff, I was acing it because I had got into computers because I was interested. I got my first Yahoo Gmail in like '99 while I was going to community college for business management. And it was the best thing since sliced bread to me. Them free AOL discs, them them AOL shits got me up on my internet savviness. And now we have it. You feel me? I always been on technology. And Elon Musk, since his name been whispered, always been on some old, what the fuck is he doing now type of shit. I mean, I seen how the internet them created so many billionaires off of shit that you wouldn't even like. Amazon come from a motherfucker that sold books on PayPal. Safe alternatives is using hard currency and a quicker way to do online. PayPal, Reddit. It was no less like Google. Even Google started as all text. The first picture that Google ever showed had something to do with P Diddy. It was the night him and J Lo were out, and she had on that green, peacockish looking Versace dress. That was the first picture that they ever showed on Google. Because before then, it was all text. It was knowledge based text for like colleges and stuff. But remember, to be a millionaire was the shit, and then your uncle came over and your dad was like, "Yeah, you know he a millionaire, but it's questionable how he got the money." Remember that everybody wanted to be a millionaire, like everybody wanted to be the first black president, and then they gave you the first African American president. I mean, remember everybody, but now everybody want to be a billionaire because a million is just is middle class now. Shit, the price of a dollar ain't shit. It's like when you go to them countries and you exchange money and they bring you all this money you got to get security. Like, what the fuck is that? I just tried to change in $100. This is $100 is $1,000 Nabubu money. What the fuck? You got to get security to carry that shit around. Valet, you got to pay a valet to carry your money around in these countries. But that's how it's gonna get in America. That's why Donald Trump trying to put his name on that $250 bill because that's what we're gonna be dealing in increments of $250 gonna probably be the new quarter when it come out. Split up in folds, easily to be, you know what I mean? You better keep your mind on that money, family. That's where it's at. But yeah, I always been an intellectual capitalist, just wanting to find the things and maybe I did get laps like a sinner backslides. I backslid off of the hustling and stuff because sometimes when you get to a certain point, a lot of pleasure, I mean, you'll get complacent and get lulled to sleep by pleasure. I mean, lulled to sleep. Right. That's what they say about millionaire. To be a millionaire, you got to have at least 10 to 15 million in equity and moving gains, unrealized and everything to even just have a million of solid. I mean, and then if you don't work that little million, the government gonna take it. You're gonna have to pay taxes on it. A million really is like $770,000 or something like that. You got to pay goddamn damn near 1/3 of your fucking money. It's already happened just to show it's Donald Trump trying to institute the $250 bill. What the fuck? Where they do that at? You take the penny out. You know what I'm saying? Right. The dollar has no worth right now. You can't get shit for a dollar. A dollar is a tip. 10 of them, matter of fact. You ever notice that the tips getting bigger? You find yourself handing the motherfucker a handful of 20s when it was a dollar, some change, and change. You probably give me some change, give me some change. Now the motherfuckers stand there and look at you crazy. Like some of these people that deliver shit to your house will look at you fucking crazy if you hand them $5. What the fuck you want, nigga? College tuition? Get the fuck out of here. They will look at you crazy right now in this economy. You hand them motherfuckers $5. Like, bruh, not bruh my ass. Next I'm gonna hand you some boots the wrong way. That's crazy, ain't it? That shit you hand a little kid $20 right now, they looking at you like, what? An Xbox game card costs 50. What? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. A trillionaire is a billionaire and a billionaire is a millionaire. Just like now, middle class is poor folks. Poor folks don't exist. They just existing. And rich people ain't nothing but some middle class people now. And that's crazy. The people that we consider rich now are just middle class. And especially now that the world is so transparent and we found out they was only rich in trappings. They ain't got no money. They just spent their money on particular pieces to make it look like they do. The illusion, I mean, of the American dream, I mean, can be bought or I mean by anybody that got enough debits and credits to get it. And that's what they caught on to. And a lot of us, once we catch on to that, we be better people for it because it gives us a chance to really see for what it is that we don't have to keep up with the Joneses. Or we got to keep up with what we prefer. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, now they throw around $1 billion like it ain't shit. Remember what happened to that talk that one of those Kardashian girls was slated to be a billionaire? Shit. They about to put them hoes in jail. Come to find out. Yeah, I'm poor folks. We feel betrayed by the American dream. What was all the work for? Right. Robert, what was the number one job that was in your area that they took out? A lot of people had Ford plants taken out that for decades that their parents got money, both black and white and all other colors. Sawmills, um, farms even. Like what was the number one that we because we gonna outsource every motherfucking thing. That's so crazy, man. We either sold it or outsourced it. We got to get back to making American products. Why is the American flag looked at as a flag of tyranny to Americans? That should be a flag of honor. The American flag should be on all kind of shit and just look so normal because that's what we are, Americans. We accepted the brand. We should be pushing it, but it's the ingredients that they put in the product, which we are the Americans. We are what America produces. I mean, Americans, okay? And they put in shoddy ingredients in the products. The education system suck. The minds, I mean, of just being controlled by TikTok. Some foreign entity is controlling our minds. TikTok, because a lot of these people, not just the kids, are TikTok professors. They watch a bunch of TikTok videos, and that be the shit that they regurgitate. And some of that stuff they regurgitate might be anti-American, anti-black, anti-white, and it be learned behavior from TikTok. Sort of like these old white guys that come in and say, "Stop chipping out." That word didn't exist in your lexicon until alleged white supremacist by the name of Chud the Builder popped up. And just what's he building? Because and then break down the acronym of Chud. Do y'all know what that means? Chud was short for cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller in a 1980 circa VHS movie that was popular at like your blockbusters. Y'all don't remember Chud, Cannibalistic Underground Dweller? It was like shit monsters coming from the sewer. It was a shit monster. And so this Chud guy is playing a spoof off of that and got everybody coming in quoting his terminology. That's just like when people in the projects will wake up with Ku Klux Klan notes on their door. Seemingly, wow, who did that? There had to be somebody that was easily assimilatable into the culture just to go be able to flash bomb a whole neighborhood with anti, know what I mean, anti-community paraphernalia, shall we say? Smash that like. If I didn't go into business for myself, says a tried and true businessman by the name of Mulch Man, I would have lost everything. That's right. What the boy said, Yellow Beats, it's on me, baby. It's on me. When you take your life in your hands, it feels a little bit more better at night that you can make the decision and you know everything that's going on with it. It ain't speculation. Tomorrow they can have a sit down with you and tell you you lost your shirt, your sneakers, and them could have been Uncle Sam's drawers. You know what I mean? Whoosh. You feel me? So, yep, being an entrepreneur and is the best feeling in the world to make the decision, and especially when you become an entrepreneur, you do something that you're interested in and you like doing. Come on, man, you will excel. And you know my motto: if you don't live your dreams out, you're gonna make somebody else's dreams come true. Okay? And if you don't find a way to make money in your sleep, you're gonna work till you die, fam. Smash that like. What's up, Moch? How's your day, fam? There are many people in NYC go into business for themselves. They're just not greedy or need all that fast to survive. Right. I'm telling you, Sassy Mo, my daddy was up there when my daddy was in New York for like 20 years. He was out of Brooklyn, right across there from where they built the Barclays Center while the Dominicans used to be at. What's that? That's Nordstrom right there, and always that you know what I'm talking about, downtown Brooklyn. But he was up there selling socks, drawers, t-shirts, fresh whites. And say it was pretty lucrative. Or any product, because all you got to do, y'all, any product has a niche and a market. A widget is a widget. If you acquire any widget, just find out um who needs this widget, or you know what I mean, find somebody who needs some widgets and what's the widget and acquire it, and then get in touch with them and set up the proper promotion. You know what I mean, it's so much. You know what I mean, entrepreneurship that people just. I truly believe my best success has been going back to the 757, says Moach Man. Well, the 757, we're a eclectic type of people. Right, they make it happen. I'm telling you, I told you, I came up under some hustlers, man. Well, one in particular named Cadillac, and I mean, no matter what side of the pendulum or the scale he was on, it was always 100 and done with integrity. You know what I mean, even when we had to get our hands dirty in that shit. Every aspect of entrepreneurship, I seen my man do from the lower level to the highest. He was selling sneakers. Some of them was questionable whether they were bootleg or not, like that. Air Forces, and he would have van loads of them. He got knocked off like motherfuckers get knocked off with kilos. He had knocked off with a goddamn on minivan full of fresh whites. You know what I'm saying? Couple thousand pair of fresh whites. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. He was that hustler. So and his fervor, he could sell water to a well, as they say. Cadillac, man. When it was these that's why I make the t-shirts and all that shit, because any function, any homecoming, any festival, any Black Lives Matter, he's out there with something matching whatever's going on and hustling and selling. Not because he was so, you know what I mean, he was a capitalist. Oh, and he had a whole team of motherfuckers with him, and all of them had their own idiosyncrasies. And I learned from these guys how to get out there. Because at first, me, I was all uppity in the hood. I ain't gonna do that. I'm a boss. But then when I seen what's the payout, you know what I mean, grind. You know what I mean? And then you can create shit and people will fuck with it. But Cadillac, man, hustling motherfucker that he was. And they living large, straight off the concrete. Right. That's how Cadillac was. At any time on his person, now this being a hustler, no job, get up in the morning with nothing. He would have access to like, okay, pocket money. Have like 5 grand in his pocket right now. And then probably a good 50,000 in equity in storage rooms and at his house and different spots that he had across the goddamn city, and he was just a regular nigga riding around drinking Don Julio, chilling, enjoying life, and just politicking like a hood cat. But he had equity in his name too. His name was his name. He was a hustler. People call him for shit. His phone ring all day for anything somebody could think of. Kind of like, who you know got a, you know what I mean? Oh, call my man. They gotta call him about you. Who you know does da, 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 da. And one of his main jobs was pressure washing cars too. He'll go to like a call center and go in there and cold case some shit like, while y'all working, who want to get their car clean? We clean the car for. He'll even do a bottom rate of like $20. Imagine $20 when you're gonna hit all of them with the pressure washer with 2 people, and you're gonna do like 15 cars. That's a good little run up. I mean, it ain't gonna take you but an hour and a half, because all of them are right there in the parking lot. And then anything else you do is extra. But that's with anything, man. The government will allow you to do. The feds will allow you to do anything as long as they can find a way to tax your ass. If they can tax it, you can do it. Sure. How much taxes? How much in it for me? You know what I'm saying? Shout out all my entrepreneurs like Mulch man. How's that truck doing, man? Well, churches are just created so that they can do a bunch of nonprofit businesses to deduct taxes. That's why you have churches that don't have nothing to do with conventional Christian God. It'd be the Church of Satan, the Church of Trees, the the Rastafarians, all of that shit is nonprofit. They can do all these little S corporations and little industries without having to pay taxes and even get a bunch of tax breaks and subsidies and all that stuff with that. What's it? EIN number allows you the same thing that your social security number allows you, but it's on a business. You know what I mean? And it's a fresh look at how you manage business too and manage your money when you get that EIN number. Your business money is different from your personal money. Sitting out right now, I need to find a city ass class driver. I'm down in Hatteras at the beach, taking a couple of days for myself, roll out on the boat Saturday. Okay, that's what it is. What y'all doing? Y'all going out there to fish or just chilling out? Mulch. Oh, you need a CD class B driver. What is that? What would that be considered? Chauffeur, and would this driver need to have any add-ons like toxic waste, be able to carry water and the different the add-ons to the license. And what's the class B? Is that chauffeur? Is that right? The laundry money, Sassimo. Yeah, I saw that what you was telling me about when they the dude that won that joke. They was from North Carolina. That boat was from North Carolina. That the beach, I think the beach was in second place. But the boat that got it was from out of Carolina. What you doing as far as 250 this weekend? They having a bunch of shit. Moch, listen, I was thinking like get up early in the morning and go get the sails, the boats, find a little spot off of Ghent. I mean not Ghent, but off of well Ghent, if I have to. But Willoughby, maybe Ghent, it'll be closer to where I'm at, but out of Willoughby Spit or Ocean View and watch the sail ships come in before they get to what they till they reach the point at the waterfront, man. Or you about to get a blue marlin, which is nothing but success. You know you're gonna have to send me a video of that when you catch this marlin, man. So send me a video of your marlin that you catch. Okay, okay, that's what my brother had. My brother had them. He had the dump truck because he had like a. I'm gonna say his junk was a triaxle. Okay, okay. What you hauling some mulch? You know that's what they got out here. You can find somebody. I know all them people. You know one of your people that came from the Fed. The Fed niggas got them down. Them CDLs. You got to find somebody from the Feds that's gonna deal with integrity too. Holler at some of the brothers, man. Holler at some of them Newport newscasts, man. I know somebody of them came home and got their CDLs, my man. But yeah, they having the boats coming in. They having a bunch of shit going on this weekend. I think we might even having a festival for black people. Juneteenth. Juneteenth is coming up too. So I might try to get out to something or make it but the boats are coming in, the tall ships, which actually is celebrating when the tall ships was coming in with all the commerce like slaves, rum for the Caribbean, you know what I'm saying? Tulips, all that shit. Cause y'all know when the stock market first got jumped off, tulips and slaves was the number one thing. But yeah, that's coming. This is a celebration of the tall ships. But the tall ships are nothing but the schooners and frigates and stuff that they use to haul the slaves here, if you know your history. But they're coming in this week, and I might set up a tripod in my phone somewhere, maybe go live stream or just videotape it, or maybe even both. I mean, oh, I said videotape, you know, old school, or just stream it. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking either to get a dump truck going or a tow truck. I think I'm about to pick up two line maintenance contracts that pay out, and I want to find another source. Okay, that other money stream. I say that both of them sound good though, because as you look at it, there's so much goddamn going redevelopment and road right now. They're gonna need loads of asphalt and all that stuff. And you right over there by what's the company you by Branscombe? What's that Branscombe with the cement and asphalt over there? Um Branscombe? Who got that plant over there, the asphalt plant? You read over there. I say that's Lucas. My brother was doing that loads. He was doing those, you know what I mean? Dropping off to him, doing the roads and shit. A lot of that work is being freelanced out. Sort of like the same people that you get in touch with to do the even with the city, the people that to do The shovel, when you put the shovel on front of your truck. I know you did that before. But yeah, that's it. But that tow truck, kill them. It's so many new developments, and not saying that you should pray on the weak, but if they breaking the law, they're in. I mean, shit, that tow truck shit is lucrative too. I say I would do the tow truck and the joint because that tow truck shit is crazy. What's going on, Nicole's budgets? Just cooling out. What's going on? It's going. How's your day going? It's going. All right, Rob. That's what it is. Enjoy your day, fam. We just politicking, Nicole. What I'm trying to figure out is why does we have to pay $300 billion if we won? Like, who pays to win? Smash that like. Have a good rest of the day, bro. I'm going to get down to the boat for a little bit. Okay, okay, okay. That's what it is. Enjoy your day, family. Know what I mean? A hustler gotta have a day off. A grinder can't grind 24/7. But you can't. I mean, enjoy your day, Motion Man. Thanks for always coming through showing that support. But don't miss out on them boats this weekend. That's what I'm going to do. As your boy, why? Yep, it's Gay Pride Month too. It's Gay Pride Month too. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Y'all notice it ain't LGBTQ month. It's Gay Pride. Ain't nothing wrong with being gay. All of us have family members that consider themselves LGB. It's the ones that get queer. Is the TQ plus whatever it is. I know the LGB. Chilling, Terry Williams. What's up with you? How's your day, fam? I'm just cooling. You know how I do. I do me. You know what I mean? I've been no, don't do it for the ground. Yeah, with that deal, he said he got bent over. What's up, Brandon? Oh yeah. What are the final points of it? I'm not watching it. Somebody came in here with some dumbass shit and asked the question of why aren't the people that built the Obama joke getting paid? And I said it ain't up to Obama. It's up to the company that built them to pay him, not Obama to pay him right out of his pocket like that. But wishing them but success with Obama with that. I did see the outside of it. It looks pretty futuristic, and then they got them circles and loops and shit. It look pretty dope, man. I didn't want to watch the grand opening because I know for weeks now that's all we're gonna hear from Obama, and that's what is supposed to be heavy promotion of it. So I'll catch it when after they do the initial joint today, and somebody puts out a documentary tomorrow showing all the final points of it. I'll probably sit back and watch it. I've been doing deep dives on different parts of our community that I don't align with. I don't disagree with them. I just don't like the shit they're doing, like the neo Nazis. And then I've been also trying to understand people on a geopolitical. Like I said, I just did a deep dive on black people in Russia, what they feel about black people here, and just different stuff, man. And I'm gonna be doing deep dives, and I mean, well, we go and watch the I'm talking try it like that nigga Jake Lane now. Where we go and watch the documentary and then discuss. I mean, as Americans, whatever it is that we I mean, okay, what are some of the resources, Nicole? They got Mark Anthony there. Okay. J Lo, old man, old dude. Okay, who else is there? Is any I know everybody there. Is Jay Z or Beyonce any of the entertainers there? Well, I mean, what are the resources, Nicole? The entertainers, of course, they can be there. He part of the culture. I do believe that because we have become Asia friendly all of a sudden, and we're European are our frenemies. Because I'm telling you, Macron was running down behind Donald Trump at that fucking G7, even though it was in Paris. I'm more in France. They even had Trump eating that Versailles, eating that he probably ate some escargot. Y'all notice China is kind of quiet on the situation, and they thus far have been quiet on the situation because they did what they did when Trump came to visit them. They, yo, chill, let them slide. Know what I'm saying? Okay, shout out Michelle Obama, fam. I just hate when somebody comes in here and now that I'm saying it, they're gonna do it. Watch, it never fails. And say that that lady is like a man or something like that's like a direct slap to my peoples, my woman, my mama, and my daughter. When I let somebody, I mean, yep, Asia has all of our currency. A lot of times we don't realize that the dollar that we're spending, 70% of it is being backed by a debt of foreign interest, and the other 30% is us as the people are born the bearing the brunt of that 30%. We, I mean, they do sound stupid, DB. Like, but you know, it just shows you who they are, and I believe them. Like, straight morons with that. That's the king to, and the way I take it is the king that okay, y'all say that about her, and you know it's not true. So then you'll call somebody the N word or the B word and all of that just to be fashionable and trending and say shit. It's sort of like people that are really on the upper cuffs of religions, and they know that that religion is probably capitalistic based, and there is no merit in the truth of it, and they still will push it to the masses knowing that God ain't in it because it wouldn't be so much hate and evil shit done that something that's involved with God and you know it's involved in with God. I mean, like you don't go sell drugs at the police station and don't expect to get caught. You understand what I'm saying? She should because shit. Didn't they make somebody apologize for saying that dude Macron wife was a man or something? But the reason I'm against boycotting the Asian people is because that's another way of racism. We okay, true indeed. Don't say it's a boycott. Just don't fuck with them. A boycott similar that they got something that we need. They got something that we want. So don't say boycott them. Fuck them. Just don't fuck with them. You understand what I'm saying? Boycott is putting too much effort. You spending money when you don't have to, and you know what I mean. Just go somewhere else. You feel me? You see what I'm saying? Instead of boycott, just don't fuck with them because the boycott is gonna be too much. I mean, it should be. We should revamp all that shit because who what they got the lock on something that we need. So that means they can kind of like control. They selling these 24 pieces for $200-300 on these girls' heads. How we know that shit ain't but $4-5 worth of goddamn gonna work? Add in a little turf here and there. That $12 bundle of hair, we motherfucking and I say we as a black community because the guys are putting it in their hair now with these fake bobo dreads and shit. We got there going strictly giving them the lock on it because that's all we go to. We'll go to a Korean store, a Chinese store before we go to a store in our own communities. And that's what happened. They deprogrammed us because we was programmed to buy black FUBU for us by way of segregation because we were forced to. We couldn't eat at y'all lunch table, so we created our own diners. We couldn't go get a haircut at Bob, so we went to Raheem. I mean, he might have started in his backyard, but with enough $5 cuts, some of these people had chains of barbershops. Mr. Green, maybe Piggly Wiggly wouldn't want you to shop in the same store, but they still didn't mind if you franchised and promoted their name in your hood. So Mr. Goddamn Greenblatt put some money with goddamn Mr. Green up the street and they got the Piggly Wiggly. Y'all understand what I'm saying? When segregation was popping off, the black community was in a better position because we were able to spread the wealth among each other because we had no choice. We couldn't go over there and get it. So we was always people that want what we want. So we provided that service, whether it was create the industry or I mean maybe the industry that was already being controlled by the white man and we were being shut out of it. And when the people realized that, damn, where's all this billions of dollars that's in our ecosystem that we don't see is hitting, they said, no, we gotta assimilate them. They got to start buying Ford, Chevy, Coca Cola. I mean, but a lot of like RC Cola and Pepsi. That's what Pepsi's main motherfucking consumer was black people. We had that shit before Trump started this war, and Iran was going to see. Man, the Epstein files is another distraction because all I'm on it. It costs who 10 mil? Damn, you terrible, Nicole. So it's all Asians? What nationality was that guy? So why is it all Asians? So no faux noodles. So you know no Hawaiian punch either. They're Asians. No Hawaiian punch. No Chinese food. No Panda Hut. Come on now. So is it all that Asians or which Asians? Which Asians? Faux noodles. That's nothing. What about Panda Hut? That's Asian. PF Chain. No Chinese restaurant. No shrimp fried rice. Small smoke. Um, No Asics, y'all can't. You can't wear Asics. Did you key in on the on Walmart where everybody was buying the Asics? You got to throw your Asics away. That's crazy. That's like when they had us boycotting the Mexicans. No more avocados from Mexico. So what am I gonna put in my guac? You feel me? Don't let them fucking. I'm telling you now. What's next, man? They did the same thing to blacks. They boycotted FUBU. But LL snuck it in on a Gap commercial for us, by us. Y'all didn't even know that. LKJ name dropped the motherfucking black clothing line for us, by us, and a white clothing lines. But they already knew that. That probably was just a big push because they probably had money behind FUBU. You know what I'm saying? Okay, okay. And Panda Hut. Hold on, let me make sure I'm saying it right. Panda Express, man. I done turned this shit into a pizza joint. Panda Express, man. And that's some of my favorite. They got that new goddamn brisket shit popping off up there. Panda Express, man. You know what I meant. You worse than got there. Yeah, that too. I can make anything that I want. I make anyway. I'm a hell of a cook. Carmelo should not have brought a weapon to school. It don't bring a weapon just for fun. Carmelo was probably bullied for a long time and got sick of it. Yeah, or bullied or just learned behavior. Stay ready so you ain't got to get ready, fam. I keep telling y'all. You know what I mean? I had these joints in circulation. I might have to bring them back. This is when the Black Money Corporation was popping up, and I was trying to delve into different concepts. I had to learn that the logo is more expressive than a bunch of letters on a shirt. The smaller it is, and the louder you know what I mean, put it all into the logo. You know what I mean? Stay ready so you ain't got to get ready. You feel me? That's just what it is, homie. Shit, but it's Chinese and they themed. Chinese food is Black American, but Chinese people always opening up Chinese restaurants in our hood selling them. I mean, and they're takeouts. They're not Chinese restaurants because Chinese restaurants sell like Cantonese, Mandarin food. We mostly have a bunch of people from the Fujian Providence setting up what is, you know what I mean, a kit of success. Go open up a soul food restaurant in the black community and call it Chinese. Put some Chinese letters outside. That's all they do is nothing Chinese about those restaurants. That's just soul food. Rice, thick, heavy gravy, shit down the further down south you go, they put ham in the rice. I mean, you know they wouldn't do that shit in New York. Some five and say, "Yo, it's ham and shit, son." Nation of Islam go across your head. Hebrew Israelites flip that shit. Yeah, that brisket. Yeah, that's one of my favorite spots to go to. Now they don't took the place. I get the half. I get half of the fucking rice and then half with the noodles and shit. They don't took the place of the regular Chinese restaurant because that food is too greasy and heavy, and they got that MSG taste. Panda Hut is probably the same concept, but it's a little bit more commercialized. Smash that right, y'all. Panda Hut is the Starbucks of Chinese food. You say no, he was not. He won't write. Yeah, but Canadians and people in New Orleans are closely associated by way of France and these people called Arcadian Huguenots. When they're just Huguenots, they're black, but Arcadian Huguenots are these black and European people who had worshiped a certain kind of religion that wasn't Catholic or Protestant, and they got put out of Europe and they went to Canada as Arcadians, and a small contingent of them went to the French Providence. They went to Canada, Montreal, the French part of Canada, and then a small part of them went to the Louisiana, Percy down like Louisiana, through when France was in charge of the Louisiana. But then when the British attacked the French, the rest of them went to so more of them went down to Louisiana towards a big population, and they're called Cajuns. So the Cajuns in Louisiana have their birth in Europe by way of Canada, Montreal, and all of French speaking Canada. And you know what I'm saying? But that said, Carmelo had a bright future. My black brother, stay focused. The best response is to graduate and have your place in the system to change it from the inside. Salute for that one right there, Azorian. That's right. Get your education. You know what I mean? Less doing it for the ground and do it because you give a damn. You feel me? We got to stop talking about it and be about it though, and stop separating. We got to stop separating the classes because there's only one class gonna end up. You know what I mean? Being that's the poor. I mean, smash that like. So one thing we gotta just realize that we living under a power structure of evil. We these people that's in power, there's nothing good about them, and it's not even Donald Trump. He middle management at best. It might be mailroom. We don't even know what's going on above the glass ceiling of that power structure. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's always gonna be some fools, but we got to get back to just being Americans, though. Violence is not the answer. That's exactly what they want you to do, so they could say, "Look, exactly though, you true," and that always happens. And that be the excuse. I told y'all they all like that, but they're not. All white people kill. All black people kill. All white kids make mistakes. All black kids make mistakes. Imagine when you were 17. Were you so? And watch them say, "Well, I was nah." Was you so? When you were 17, you was off the chain. And if you weren't off the chain, you was a nerd. That's 17. They was just finally probably coming into themselves, realizing, who they are as people because they, one step away from being able to vote, and probably both of them was gonna graduate soon. They ain't have that plan that if that's the case, if the dude knew that he was gonna die, he would have been dressed in all black, and the fucking Carmelo knew that he was gonna kill him. He would have automatically went up there in one of them striped jail suits with a chain and ball hooked to his arm, knowing that that was his fate. Neither one of them knew that. And they knew neither one of them knew shit anyway because they were both 17-year-old nutballs, wild out, just young boys full of testosterone, sunny delight, hot pockets. Know what I'm saying? TikToks. Know what I mean? That's all. Smash that like, fam. Thanks for that light. Thanks for that light. That's what it is. Make sure y'all get over there and turn on the notification so when we have those conversations, y'all can engage. And we also got the BMC e-bike foundation popping. Get over there. All I'm asking is $1 going towards purchasing this e-bike. We're halfway there because I was looking at paying $700 for it, but the same e-bike that's on Amazon is now has it's under like six, probably around five and something. So okay, with all my support that I've been garnering with the $1 situation, we like halfway from the five. So I'm encouraging you. Let's participate. The faster we get to the five, it's going to be supported. To mean we'll pop on it. You know what I'm saying? So let's do it. I got like $40 that I probably transfer over from the BMC Movie Foundation that a lot of people had donated to. You know what I'm saying? Shout out my boy BK, Nordstrom Ave. I think Nicole's budgets and for Bridges maybe $5 or $10 on that too. But it's probably it's I mean is in existence too because I'm still working on that movie. But it's kind of hard to multitask. I'm getting like Trump. Either Trump is doing presidential work or is he doing commander in chief? I'm gonna say he's doing commander in chief, but it's to wear a couple of hats, man. Sometimes you gotta step back and finish your breakfast before you try to, I mean, ingest your lunch. And that's just how I am, man. I'm a perfectionist, so I like to take my time. Like when somebody hollers out, Niagara Falls, Niagara Falls, inch by inch, step by step, slowly I turn. Y'all know, y'all don't even know what that is shit is. Got to be old to know about Niagara Falls. You are the third gent today that gave you hope. That's what it is. Thanks for me even being able to do that. There is hope. And can I tell you, ask you, I gave you hope in what, Miss S Bunny one? Smash that like. And I'm very appreciative for the compliment that I was able to provide you a little, know what I mean, brightness in these gray skies. For anybody out there that's going through gray skies, man, getting off the subject. For everybody that's going through gray skies, never fear, the sun will shine again. One day, the storm will clear, family. As the world turns, man, the seasons change. It ain't always gonna be cold. Smash that like, man. Shout out everybody coming through, showing that super support to the BMC. That's what it is. We're laid back. I mean, cooler, just politicking. And a lot of people come in. I'll debate you. A debate is too much like an argument, and I don't like to do too much arguing. You know what I mean? Shorty out of line, get his motherfucking head bust. What they say, what Baby Cash Money say, beef I don't discuss. Woody out of line, get his motherfucking head bust. It's just yeah, that way. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like, man. It's down to y'all in here. Greatly appreciate it, man. Whether it's 9 or 9,000. Y'all know that if you're, you know what I mean, a hustler, you can do with nine the same thing that these people are doing with 9,000. It's just the way how you handle it. And then it depends on who that nine is. I might be talking to somebody that can change my life right now out of this. Now it's seven. Out of these seven people, it might be lucky number seven. I might be talking to somebody right now. Yeah, either they can change my life, or I say something right now to change their life, not even knowing. Smash that light. That's why I say, no matter how big the crowd is, the pressure gonna be felt if it's what you're saying is what they want. Music and movies likes to control the narrative of culture. Violence and drugs are not black culture. Stop getting money to those MLK be Malcolm X. There's a reason why they got taken out. Well, MLK and Malcolm X, you realize that both of them are acronyms with letters that in their name that oftentimes are capitalized. You know, these are straw man names. Malcolm X was really Malcolm Little. And Malcolm X was just one of the characters that he played. Malcolm Little, you know what I mean? Then he was Malcolm X, and then he was Malcolm X Shabazz El Hajj in the end of his life. It was three roles that he gave you, as well as MLK, his real name is Michael King. That was an acronym. MLK was supposed to become saving the people or being a reformer, getting us ready for to be desegregated, and they wanted to do it non-violently. So they put a preacher in front of us but a preacher to say, "Don't fight, just keep your head down and let the dogs bite your legs," and all that. But he was just a effigy of. He was no less Black Lives Matter. MLK is no less Black Lives Matter because who got the benefit from the MLK shit, but the motherfuckers that get pulled over on MLK Boulevard in every black part of town all over the country. There's an MLK Boulevard there. Even in my area, if you go and look at the MLK monument in my shorts, is in my area, they didn't even finish the pinnacle. He doesn't have the top of his shit of his obelisk. Like the Washington Monument, they have a gray one. It's not granite like white like the Washington Monument, but it's a gray one in my area, and it's happened to be in the black community, which they're erasing the black community now and redeveloping it. But it has a no point on it. You can go look through my shorts, you'll see that shit. MLK was a tool of the people of the government, man. Because why did they give that black dude a holiday? When the fuck they gave a black man something? What the fuck did he do? He must have did something. You know what I mean? Or be part of a plan for them to even put him in lights like that. They ain't go for that peace shit for real. They say that I had a dream and all that, but they put his lights out to shut him up because it was all part of a careful plan to lead us to desegregation, but without violence. That's what they was fearing. That the way that we got our rights would have been by the fucking gun, the stick, the knife, instead of mentally just crossing over and assimilating once again like they did us with slavery. And the way they assimilated us with slavery, they told us that we was free. But what they really did was lock everybody up mentally and to the country. At first, slavery was just chaining us to just a particular area. But now, when they do mental slavery, you got you chained in by way of the Atlantic and the Pacific, Mexico and Canada. You feel me? And it's mental now when they allow you a chance to try to goddamn compete for these goddamn American dreams, which costs. So that's all they did was release the monkeys and the coffers. But they what they fucked up at was they didn't desegregate in the beginning. It should have been no difference between a white man and a black man money. And when they segregated by way of Jim Crow laws and all poll tax and all that stuff, they allowed the black people to prosper among themselves because everybody that had a niche and a job provided a service that wasn't allowed in the United States white communities. Remember, you couldn't go to the same stores, you couldn't eat at the same restaurants. So that allowed people who created restaurants to cater to us to prosper. And they saw that. They're like, where's all this money going to? That's why they wanted to segregate, not because they wanted to give you no alienable rights. Because they don't give white people alienable rights. See what I'm saying? Smash that light, fam. Was Carmelo right to have that knife? No. If you go by the school rules. But was he right to have that knife by the golden rule or by the law of the jungle or the streets? Rather get caught with it than without it. I mean, it is what it is. It just depends on how he was raised. I mean, you say Trump's the GOAT, Bob. Can you name three reasons why you consider Trump being the GOAT? And not to debate you, just to see where you at as an American. Why is Trump the GOAT? Tell us, pray tell. Obama has all the chances against Trump. What made Trump so real? He had failures like every other human. Obama was real. He showed you they don't give a fuck about you. Is whoever paying them because he didn't do anything for people of color. He came in and did exactly what he was supposed to do, cater to his lobbyists, in which were the LGBTQ, spending their war chest. Yeah, but he has tried more than he has done, though. If you want to look at it that way, Bob, you say everything Trump said he would do, he would. He tried or has done. But he has tried more shit than he has done. The problem with that shit, Bob. So I'm saying. No, I'm listening to what you said. You said he has tried and I'm telling you, he has tried more than he has done. He tried that shit, the Iran war. He tried it. That tariff shit. He tried it. You know what I mean? So many others. He done a few things, but now they in question. You know what I'm saying? He done that. He beat Obama out as giving Iranian more money than Obama. Obama gave him 1.7 billion. At one time they were saying it was 147 billion. Now come to find out Trump definitely is about to sign over goddamn little over goddamn 300 million, $300 billion of taxpayer money talking about some investors. Yeah, right. Ain't no more investors in America. All the investors in America are Chinese. So what should that tell you? Ain't no more investors in America. Name two investors in America. Somebody that got some money. Everybody that got money is an entertainer or a motherfucking key holder for a replenishment center or some kind of something dealing with technology. Name some investors. Yeah, Obama trying to chill. Um, The coach budgets came in and said it was popping off. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Obama, do your thing, man. Trump, Obama, Bush. If I say like Tupac or Marvin Shakur, they don't give a fuck about us. For sure, Azorian. That's what it is. They don't, man. Remember Kato? I don't really fuck with Tupac and them quotes, but I fuck with it. With it something that I can relate to. Yeah, smash that like. Welcome back in too. You was in here yesterday politicking. You said it was a bad deal. You said you invested in tar and feathers. Okay, ain't no money in that shit now because they trying to incorporate the fucking the firing squad. So invest in bullets and gun sights. Firing squad. Tar and feather. That's so Muslimish. Or no, so Mormonish. Because y'all know they say that maybe the guy that started the Mormons. What was his John Smith? John, the guy that had found the golden tablets. He got tarred and feathered for trying to pimp on somebody else broad in one of them little towns in the Midwest. Smash that light. Brigham Young got him to the promised land. Yeah, ain't that's crazy? They ain't survived. They won. They winning. If a motherfucker beat your ass, you take him to court, and the judge award you a couple of goddamn yillions. Come on, man. Fam Beezy, what's up with you? Yeah, for sure. I'm in the big body Maybach. This ain't the 59. This is 62 wheelbase. I'm in the Maybach. You know what I mean? Landau. You see the roof? I'm in the Maybach Landau right now. Retractable roof. You know what I'm saying? Laying back on Corinthian leather. You know what I mean? Peeking through curtains. You know what I mean? The curtains rustle when I peek out. You know what I mean? I got umbrellas in the doors in this one. Just that, you know what I mean? That 62 wheelbase. Smash that. Like, what's going on, Fambo? What's going on, the unprepared mind? You sure that's what you was trying to text? That sounds antiseptic or antiseptic. Smash that like, share me out, double tap that stream. Make sure all my super supporters y'all get over there and donate $1 towards the BMC e-bike fund. It will be greatly appreciated. The super chat option is not available right now, but if you want to support it, get over there. You know what I mean? Closed mouth don't get fed. That's why I'm letting y'all know what we got popping. You know what I mean? Did somebody write watermelon felon? Like, wow. Y'all know the price of watermelon is going down now too. At one time they was up to like 10, $15. They $5 now. Fam, it's 93 degrees here and windy. Hot wind. It's 93 degrees right now. And you in Texas. I'm right off the goddamn Atlantic Ocean. I'm about a mile away from the Atlantic Ocean. That hot, salty air. Well, it's bound to happen because you know that we trying to switch over to a electric grid, and then if you keep the car, it's still gonna cost you your money to switch over to a electric based standpoint with your car. They're trying to make the streets and roads smart. So okay, bring everybody up to par and assimilate, and that's more in of how they're trying to control you because most of these cars are going to depend on Starlink or what GPS, global positioning, and all that shit. To you know what I mean? So I'm in full agreements with it. I'm not a stickler for technology. I'm technology full steam ahead, but whether it's told that it will take on the human, is whether it's AI and augmented reality taking away jobs or just you know what I mean that's what I'm more concerned when we speak of stuff like that. But yeah, I say yeah, get rid of the old cars, assimilate, man. See, I'm a futurist. You know what I mean, I love all the shit for the future because I mean I know how the inner workings of it, but you know, a lot of times people in power, they don't see it the same way as we see it. They got other ideas for this stuff because you know what I mean. Shit like that is means of control. It rained here yesterday, but today they got chances of rain and it's windy. But That's crazy, man. Don't y'all like when it rain and you open up your window and shit and just parlay? That shit. We got 50 likes in here, man. Let's get them likes up to 100. Let's get them up to 100, fam. And anybody that want to leave a comment on either whether Trump or Obama got the better Iranian deal, feel free to leave one in the comments, man. And go even check a lot of the other topics that the BMC has discussed and leave your comment, especially if you have highly opinionated political views. That's who I'm looking for. Somebody with a dope conversation and maybe an interesting take or hypothesis view on whatever that's going on right now. So you can pick even my shorts. Make sure y'all are participating by way of leaving a comment on, you know what I mean, what's on your mind. You know what I mean? You said they both suck. Shit, now that they ain't got their gone mufflers and all everything right, some of that stuff is added to fucking up the goddamn gone, you know what I mean? What's your favorite old school car? The unprepared minds. Me, I like the Pontiac Le Mans and the what's that? The Chevelle. What is it? The Le Mans and is that the Chevelle that looks like them? But definitely the Pontiac Le Mans and stuff. Those muscle cars are some of my favorite body shapes. And of course, the quintessential that the Stingray Corvette that Mattel used to always have a Hot Wheel. You always just wanted that one, especially the one that was split down the middle. One side it was black, one side it was gray. Them type of cars too. And me myself, as opposed of an American made car, I would choose a German wheel if I was to have the choice of it. Like I would choose a German. Like have you seen me sitting in a Mercedes Maybach Landau right now? I would choose a you know what I mean a ship, a land ship that's Maybach that will provide all the necessary that they would like. Will I give you a classic Pontiac or Chevelle or even one of them Monte Carlos like Denzel had on Training Day? I mean, was that a Monte Carlo or was that a Regal? Remember, they used to look alike too. Smash that light. I'll say, give me a fucking Maybach and a driver and hook me up to Starlink and so I can check my SpaceX shit and peek out my curtains. Okay, 71 Chevelle SS. Okay. Okay, yeah. My daddy used to fuck with them damn Chevelles and um even like I said, the Pontiac Le Mans. Okay, so you had a 70 Ranchero GT, and you also had a 1970 Smoke. Okay, one of them fast ass little Trans Ams. Remember, they was all the rage. Remember when Smokey the Bandit was the shit? Everybody used to watch Smokey and the Bandit. Breaker one, breaker, come on, come in. You got your rabbit ears on. You know what I'm saying? Damn, those were the days when shit Smokey and the Bandit, BJ and the Bear. You know what I'm saying? Dukes of Hazards. You feel me? Smash that like y'all. Share me out, man. How many of y'all was Dukes of Hazzard fans, man? Smash that like if you was a Dukes of Hazzard fan. Okay, the 1972 Datsun. Okay, okay. But y'all the 240. But remember the what was the what did it the yeah 280 all them shits. The Turismo that ZX whole line was something else. When Datsun, Daihatsu, and all them other little car companies was popping up before they got to the big three. You know what I'm saying? I remember when the Honda Accord first instituted the flip lights in '89. Remember, and they had that little piece in the Honda Accord where you can idle and you tap that motherfucker in to warm your car up. It'll get your car. It'll hold. You know what I mean? In the morning, it was good. You can hit that little gray shit to the left up the top, and that shit'll idle your car for you. And the flip lights, and reminiscent of Scarface when he cut them flip lights on that Porsche when he was running out that club. My little homeboy had one. Every time he do that shit, he reminded me of that shit because he always flip his lights on and then stab out. And he had them to be in a white Honda. But yeah, yeah. I remember they got to the what was the big ones, the ones that looked like spaceships. Remember they did them that year like that because at first they was sleek. You know what I mean, like Corvette type of long ways, and then remember they kind of like bubbled them out. Them big ass Z's. My boy had one of them too. But the 280ZX was Nissan on it. Although Datsun, you know what I mean, started out as Datsun. It was Nissan by then. Shit, I remember when the Maxima came out and the Honda Accord. They was like 5 speeds. The 300ZX, the bubble shit. Remember they when they looked at futuristic. Remember the first ones looked sort of like the Predator, where they was going long, but then they had that one that had that bubble ass shape. What's going on, Prayerful? We got Prayerful Soul with the eyes. Eyes without a face. It ain't no easy. Eyes without a. What's going on? Came in here with that eyes without a face, man. Smash that like, man. Who was your favorite character on the Dukes of Houses, man? Smash that like. Shut me out. That shit crazy at the forensics. Come in this bitch with eyes without a face. Chilling, family. What's going on with you? What's up, Corgy? Cooling out, man. One love. That's what it is. Who was y'all favorite character on the Dukes of Houses? Cletus and Enos. Ah! I was just like Sheriff Roscoe P. Coltrane. And Boss Hog. Boss Hog just be fly as shit with the white on. Every time with the bull horns on the Cadillac. I just like Boss Hog and Roscoe P. Coltrane. Yeah. What was the black dude name on Deuce Houses? It was a black dude too. Cooter. Ah! Cooter and Enos. Cooter had the guy there going on the pickup truck and the tow truck. Cuda, whether y'all know it or not, was the redneck equivalent of Gomer Powell when he used to be the mechanic on Andy Griffith. Because you know Gomer Powell was a spinoff from Andy Griffith show. Y'all remember the Andy Griffith show? What y'all know about the Andy Griffith show? That used to be funny too. Bonnie Fife, he had the 2 bullets. Sometimes one, that bitch was in his pocket. Who was your favorite character on Andy Griffith? See, because in our conversation as Americans, you see that we have a lot in common. That we enjoyed the Dukes of Hazzards, no matter what the theme was, it was enjoyed by all Americans. I bet you it's all kind of people that was answering them questions about the Dukes of Hazzards. That's the point I'm trying to make. Just because this flag representing Terry, it don't mean it don't represent history and American pop culture. Also, a lot of things in our culture serves a dual purpose. It's all in how you interpret it. All of them damn near was like a lot of these actors come to find out. Even with the Andrew Griffiths. Yeah, Boss Hart was like that. Boss Hart be got there going with the white hat on and shit. You know the race car movie that Richard Pryor was that he did? That was one of my homeboys. And it's crazy that I could think of Ricky Rudd, who is a white racer from my area that I like. But that was from one of my homeboys from my state. The guy that Richard Pryor did the joint on. What was the name of that movie? Somebody give me some intel on that. What was the name of that? Because that black dude, he did his thing too at all the raceways in like North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia. Do I prefer cucumber or eggplant? Cucumber, of course. Mr. Incubus, do you prefer to possess women or men? Because you know what incubus is the Lilith, the succubus that used to be Adam's wife. That's her kids. They're incubuses, and they're male sex toys for men and women. You know what I mean? So which one are you, dude? That's why you came in here with that word. You thought your name was gonna be so inconspicuous, Mister Incubus. So you don't some old try by shit. Grease lightning. Yeah, he didn't know that, proudful soul. He an incubus. So he's some old flip flop artist. Yes, it is. The incubus and the succubus is real. Have you had ever had one of those dreams where you can't breathe and you or you feel like you're being penetrated, or even in young men, that's when we be having those wet dreams. A wet dream is you'll be being visited by a succubus or incubus. It's dependent on what you was taking in, whether you're looking at a bunch of gay male porn or exploring your mind on what it is to be gay and bi, or whether you like fat booty women. And when we're young, those spirits visit us, and that's what it be in males and females. And like I said, the succubus term comes from Lilith, Adam's first wife, and her kids are known as the archangels, the incubus, not the goddamn rock group incubus, but you know what I mean, not Nine Inch Nails, but the fucking Michael L, Gabriel L, Samuel L. Do your history now. Don't let history do you. Study. Even theology has a certain history inside of its mythology, because theology, like the study of a bunch of different religions and stuff, there's a certain amount of mythology in all of it, man. Smash that like. That's right. Peace, peace, peace. What's up, Black Waters? That's what it is. Peace, family. Have y'all seen that black dude going around? I think he's at south of the border with all this Confederate shit on and like he swagged out. I saw a black dude speaking on it. He's right. Like, dude, finish your breakfast with the bullshit. Know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, take it to go get from around me. Tombstone pizza, Pierre. Okay. So shout out all the L's and the Bays. You feel me? And then it's also peace. You feel me? That's what it is. Shout out all my peoples that study the ancient arts of the civilized man. That's what it is. No matter what it is, you know what I mean? As long as you're sticking to the plan. Knowledge is wisdom. I mean, and the birth to understand it. Smash that light. I saw him with a Confederate. Yeah, he was printing and preeming like that's a no go. You know what I mean? I don't have nothing against the Confederate flag because some people look at it as tyranny and they represent one thing, and then some people look at it as heritage. But one thing it is American pop culture, because you can't say nothing about the United States without dealing with the Confederate flag. And like I like to say, man, the Confederates just moved down south. You feel me? The Confederates. The Confederates, they started the banana republics. So every time you buy a Chiquita banana, know that you are supporting the ancestors of the Confederate that fought for the Civil War. They went down south and started the United Fruit Company. Smash that like y'all. From y'all. What y'all got going on in y'all areas? We got the tall ships coming in, which ain't no but some slave ships. All and different kind of yachts and all kind of stuff to be down there. They celebrate the Juneteenth popping off in different sections. What are y'all doing for Juneteenth? Anybody that's celebrating it this weekend in your areas? Mm-hmm. Smash that like y'all. Shout me out. Mm-hmm. Just politicking, having a conversation, man. What's the gas looking like in y'all area, man? Is it going down? Because you know they say after the Iran deal, shit started popping again. Are y'all even worried about the gas now? Y'all too busy worrying about if Carmelo gonna rot in jail. That shit crazy. The shit that we should be worrying about, we it's all right. The government, they deal with more guns than butter. The infrastructure, that's the type of shit Americans will worry about everything but the right shit. Can you explain to the people that don't know what XLM is? Oh yeah, hold on. Let's go back to the bottom of the picture then. I like every flavor in the Neapolitan ice cream box. It's all good with me. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out, man. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. She ain't got enough ham on her plate. President Poop Turd is a embolic moron. What's this say? Square cheeks. Look at this shit. We ain't paying them anything. Obama and Biden gave them pallets of cash, and Donald Trump just gonna give them a decimal point. It's more computerized now since Obama and Biden was in office. You can pass money just by the push of a button, fam. It's no less like cash out. You say that's a hot white girl. That's what it is, family. I mean, it's your thing. I can't tell you who to sock it to. That's how I move. And like I'm like, for instance, though, she got to get a little thicker, but you know what I mean. She hittable, but I like some bacon on them bits. Yeah, man. We don't need a tax revolt. We just need a conversation among Americans on what we can agree upon and what we can't, and come to a conclusion that is about Americans, not about white Americans, black Americans, Spanish. We got to come to a conclusion as Americans, dude. They do, man. That's what the fucking thing is. But it's getting out of style now because they can't help from see that even the white women benefited from COVID because y'all notice that after COVID, women got thick and curvy for some odd reason. 40 and above is looking thick and healthy right now. But the 40 and above, even at the 43-year-old level with the men, they looking sick and flabby because all of them couch potatoes because all they do is play PS5 all day and smoke weed and order fucking DoorDash. Smash that like y'all, share me out. Was Carmelo right to have that knife, or was he wrong? What's your opinion as an American, not as a racist or colonizer, any of those things, but using common sense? I know he shouldn't have had the knife there, but it happens. But we got to look at why did he have the knife? You know, it's all different variants. But yeah, I'm with you, forensics. You know what I'm saying? Baby got back. You know what I'm saying? Baby got back. Remember how Sir Mr. likes to say that shit? Smash it. You know what I mean? What y'all think, man? Who had the better deal? Trump with the 300 billion, Obama with the 1.7 billion. You know what I'm saying? Madrid, man. Nah, I pass. Anything with euro in it, I don't want nothing to do with it. I'll take Chinese money, Indian money with that little junk they doing. Anything associated with euros, that shit is gonna be stagnant. The European is in decline. Asia is on the rise. Look at India. Look at China. Japan even are being accepted back into the community on a geopolitical standpoint. Also in Europe, I see it's going back to the old ways where Germany is kind of like the predominant. France is getting a little lot of their prestige back, and the UK, as they did when they was the United Kingdom, seems to be they spreading out. So we need to let them do them. You know what I mean? We being more friendly. We are friendly with Asians now. Like I don't see nothing wrong with it. We got to go where the money is and who has the most opportunity. As y'all, you know what I mean, everybody knows about the clam chowder. You know what I mean, in Boston and you know what I mean worldwide, we got to get it out there instead of promoting French fries. Right, a lot of Asian countries are in better shape than Europe. Europe is colonizers. All of their wealth is dependent on how much can they glean from somebody else's country. Like the United Kingdom got fit as a fiddle in the full off of India and all the surrounding areas over there that they colonized, and even the ones that they colonized in Africa, as well as a little bit in South America. But America, of course, we were, if y'all not stop out there hating each other, realize that we was colonized, we was put together patchwork. So shit, out of our differences is where we were strongest at. Yep, the Bengal family. But remember, every year that they have this shit where they're having a war over there, they'll put a commercial out there to feed those kids and get you to send this money and shit. Sally Struthers was doing it. And in the black community, it was the United Negro College Fund. I'm still wondering who they were now. Maybe they were offshots of the LGBTQ community in their birth and how they first got their war chest up by infiltrating on both sides and at all angles to grift money out of us by way of heavy promotion of our sorrows. We always wear our sorrows on our sleeve. Cause like the Black Lives Matter movement, ain't no black people donate no money to that shit. They was just used as the face of it. They didn't get none of the money that was collected in their name. But the white people with white guilt, they donated. My granddaddy was a slave owner. Here's 100 million. That type of shit. That was more for the upper echelon to participate in supporting black people, and the LGBTQ people that got the money didn't do what they were supposed to have to do, like spread it out amongst the black communities. They misappropriated the funds. And they were of all nationalities. But the one thing they had in common that they were a member of the LGBTQ community. I won't even say the LGB because it seems like the LGB and the LGBT community are at war amongst each other too. And that's what made them go colonize Africa. They had Mansa Musa on a map as Priester John. And a lot of these Europeans was hearing about Mansa Musa because they was wondering how are these Moorish people fighting us? You can't go to war without a war chest. And what are they doing with all our spoils that they're taking from us? It's trickling down south. And they had him on a map, which Musa Mansa, one of his guy, he became a king because his brother had went across the Atlantic to South America and probably and he with a bunch of ships. Okay, you got to know who Musa Mansa is, and he also the same guy who on his pilgrimage to go get his name is Musa Mansa Hajj because he made a pilgrimage to Mecca like Malcolm X. That's why he had Hajj on the back of his name. But this Musa Mansa guy was known as Preacher John to these Europeans, and he was supposed to have been having all this gold, and all this gold came from over the Atlantic. They're not telling you that part of the story. That's why they was in the fervor to get the maps from the Moors, the Spanish Pope, and Isabel Ferdinand in Spain, along with the Portuguese Knights Templars, Henry the Navigator, and them boys, and these other guys that were already embedded in Africa that were Portuguese. They conspired to get this shit. So that's who Musa Mansa is. When he took his pilgrimage to Mecca, he dropped so much gold on people that never had gold in their lives, or it changed the value of gold. And the white people want to know who is this motherfucker that takes a holy pilgrimage, and by the time he get to his destination, the whole world monetary system has changed because he changed so many people's lives. And like he was paying for shit in gold. He went with like thousands of people, and each one of these people had like a rod of gold in their hand, 6 pound rod. If not, if even it probably was embellished, but probably like 500 people with a rod of gold, 6 pound rod of gold, or was it 60 or 60? I can't. But can you imagine that? Trump and Vance have said that's a rumor. They're not giving him Iran a dime. Vance has said a lot more than Trump. And in my opinion, JD Vance is distancing himself from Donald Trump and them. Because you see how he was speaking on what the Iran deal curtailed and not Trump. Trump is just always doing his always, you know what I mean, out talking and going past the subject. It's a wonderful deal. It's very great. I'm so glad that the Iranians they made it. It's all he always talking like Howard Cosell like it was a boxing match. No, motherfucker, what did you go over there and agree to because they whooped your ass, Donald? See, I'm not against Donald Trump, but I'm not with all the shit he do. He is the president to the victor go to spoils, and now he's the commander in chief, and he's just doing a fucked up job at it. And that's just it is what it is. I'm not MAGA, I'm not Democrat, none of that shit. I'm American. And Donald, what the fuck did you go over there and do? I was born in Portugal. Portugal came to war with Angola and Mozambique. The draft was mandatory. My father refused to join the army based on those that haven't done nothing for me to fight. Okay. So you Portuguese, so you got some cousins in Cape Verde. You got some Cape Verdean cousins, don't you? And you always had that rumor in the background that your grandmother was black, right? Or that you had a black great grandmother. Tell me I'm lying. Oh yeah, so what did he do? Did he escape the Cape Verdean or something? Or did he go into the jungles of Angola? Because ain't that's crazy. That's why I don't like to identify with Africa because a lot of countries in Africa, they don't even identify with themselves because when you meet them, they'll be speaking either Portuguese, English, um, French is crazy over there. Like South Africa, some spots speaking certain kinds of Dutch and German and stuff. It's crazy. They won't you very rarely did you unless you on the eastern side with them wild motherfuckers that with that curly hair, them Ethiopians and Somalians and Ugandans and you might get a native language, but ain't that crazy? That shows you the how deep the colonizers have what I mean affected them people's psyche over there. Okay, that's what it is. When the last time you been to lesbian? Smash that like y'all. Share me out. J Man says MAGA. J Man, are you the MAGA redneck MAGA? Are you the MAGA Coke group? Are you the super ultra I'm MAGA motherfucker? Which one are you? Or are you black MAGA? Are you white Latino MAGA? What kind of MAGA are you? Because that'll depend on what that means to us in here. MAGA. What's your MAGA standpoint? Okay, what decade was this? Yes, Genghis Khan was a conqueror. He was a conqueror because he didn't colonize. They just came in. The Mongols just came in. Genghis, Kubla, know what I mean, all of them. When they came in, they didn't erase the person's culture. They just established that you're going to be paying me some money at this time of the year. My people's going to show up and you about to fill my shit up. Go ahead and do you. And you can pray to whatever God you pray to and keep burning your incense. Just know when I come for mine, set it out. That was what the beauty of that was. Slavery always existed in some form or fashion, but until the Europeans stuck their hand in as being at the forefront of it, when they got their chance, they turned it into a business. Systematic slavery was new to the world. So yeah, Genghis Khan was a conqueror. He wasn't a colonizer because you can't make a no Muslim colonies. You know what I mean? He allowed them to stay intact for the civilization. Is all he wanted you to fear him. You know what I mean? And pay that tax, and you good. So I'm saying he knew the value of that. See, smash that like okay, 1970. Okay, okay, okay. I remember that too. But that's when they sent in them South American mercenaries in that Angola war. They hired them South American mercenaries. I can't think of their names, but they're still around to this day. That group. They was a mixed bag. It was black and white. People from all nationalities was with them mercenary dudes. And then they started going all over Africa, putting down a bunch of revolts and shit. They're sort of like Blackwater, but it was started by a white dude in South Africa who had his experience fighting the Boer wars and all that shit, the Bush wars and stuff, to hold that gold and diamond and all them. Uh, because y'all know South Africa got nuclear weapons too. Okay, I'm MAGA. White make America great again. Can you tell me three ways that the white people can make America great again, J Man, or that they're trying to make it great again? Wow. So that's where you from. That's where your name comes from. You from the Azores, the Azore Islands. So is that where your name comes from? Azorean. You consider yourself a Portuguese Azorean because if I look at your name, the Azore Islands. That's what it is. I mean, you got any pictures of the Azore Islands? Okay, so Luke, as I was looking at your name, I'm like Azore. That is a Portuguese island. You said you was from small islands. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, feeling it, feeling it, feeling it. You should have a lot. Are you in the Azore Islands right now? You should have a lot of pictures of the Azore Islands. 'Cause people will be interested in that. And they got a lot of slave history too. They was like a checkpoint for the trade winds. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. Okay, okay. Being that both of y'all are closely associated with the Portuguese, do you consider yourself kin to the Cape Verdeans? Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. Trump 300 billion versus Obama 1.7. Who made the best Iran deal? Did Carmelo win? And who divided America? In your opinion, take any one of those and take a stab at it, man. Was Kamala right to have that knife? Smash that like. There's 11 of y'all in here, man. We on the road to 100 likes before the end of this live stream. Double tap the stream. It's free, man. Share me out. Make sure I get over there and turn on the notification. Herbie Lovebug, Azor, yeah. Hit dark skinned cat with the dreads. He also was instrumental in so many other groups like what's that they was dancing on House Body too. Groove Be Chill. One of them dudes is in a wheelchair right now. Groove Be Chill. Chill. Dark skinned one. He in a wheelchair now. Okay. So the Azores was like a penal colony. Okay. Smash that like y'all. Yeah, Herbie Lovebug was like that. Salute. YT students. That's what it is, family. Greatly appreciated for the accolade. Ain't my type of hype, baby. Ain't my type of hype. Oh. Y'all remember that house party shit? Come on, man. Remember that a house party showed you that. That's when Dick Gregory, that goddamn diet plan, that what's the people that do all the diet food, the first people to get the money off of it on forensics. But Dick Gregory was this little mix up called the Dick Gregory Bohemian Diet Plan, and it was sold in the hood. It's supposed to be like this mixture, sort of like Tang, that you know what I mean, drinking and shit, and it make you lose weight. Remember the uncle in the house party, the big fat uncle said, "Any more of that Dick Gregory anywhere?" And he was drinking that shit, and it was oxymoron with that. He was big and fat. But Dick Gregory made billions of dollars off of it. And then the people from what is that shit? Weight Watchers. Weight Watchers snatched the dude whole program, and now they selling shakes and shit. Dick Gregory had that. Y'all remember who Dick Gregory, the black comedian? He sort of like Bill Cosby. Maybe he might have been helping Bill Cosby write some of his stuff because both of them became powerhouses with that money. Bill Cosby, they wanted him out of the picture because Bill was getting that bread. Remember, he invented Fat Albert, and he had a lot of um, media that he was making that they wasn't giving the black people equal chances in life by way of education and good quality of life, and he was speaking out on it too. So they ain't remember that shit. They ain't forget it. It's vengeful, like Trump. Everybody that fucked him over, you notice everybody that is not on the Trump train, there's no prosperity, and there's a lot of big deals going on, and it's amongst his little circle. Ain't that crazy? He done went lone wolf status with just a fruit core of compatriots that he getting paid instead of feeding the wolves. That's gonna fucking bite him in the ass in the end, especially with him as the commander in chief. We might expect this out of a president, a lying ass politician, but a businessman is supposed to be able to feed the wolves because when it ain't no more chickens, no more deer, wolves eat wolves, homie. Trump just can't see it because white people they grew up people giving shit to him. Now, then we have the white people that had to take it just like the rest of us. But Trump is one of those ones that, let's just say the elite, not even white people, just the elite. They grow up, people giving them shit. We grow up having to take what we want. I mean, and sometimes the shit ain't fit. We just had to take it and run with it. Okay, that's what it is. Peter Francisco, who's Peter Francisco? Right. And history would prove we was wrong about Malcolm X too, and we really look at it. Malcolm X bow tie was good for a whole lot of crazy quotes that get you standing up in Black Power. But Malcolm X kufi cap was, you know what I mean, an anomaly. And it kind of blew up in their face. They kind of pushed them toward that shit, and then they realized this shit might further radicalize these black people. And also, you know what I mean, he was at the same time he wasn't going at it on the radical side. He was using it more as like a peace. We're gonna be like Gandhi. All of us are gonna be praying together, no matter what color. He had since left black nationalism. He would have never, after he learned in Mecca or felt like he learned in Mecca, or the mantra that he was pushing would have said black people should be going against white people in America because he would have been pushing more like a Gandhi type of shit. And what was vice versa with MLK, he was thinking more as we got to take this money now because he gave that speech. We on the way to I'm going to say Africa. Hell no, we on the way to the White House in the Washington D.C. and we want our check. Remember that speech where he was talking about the people, the black people owned the land and they got taken off of it, and the white people who got the land put deeds and shit on it and mechanized it, and then they rehired the black people who knew the land because it was theirs and made them sharecroppers and all this kind of shit. It's like Malcolm X and MLK had switched places in the end. So, and if you really know politics and really study it, that's when you can see it. But yeah, Dick Gregory and him and Bill Cosby, anybody that they tell you is bad don't necessarily mean they're bad. You don't know what they did. Well, I mean, all of the motherfuckers is on some other shit. Even Obama, like as much as I like Obama's style and you know what I mean, just how what he exudes, whatever color he is, whoever he is, when he's the president, he's chill. I mean, he's respectful. I mean, He's standing on his. I mean, I could halfway agree with his lies, not believe him, but agree with him. Go ahead and like, tell him that shit, bro. You know what I mean, because all of them lie, all of them steal, all of them cheat. But for who? That's the ones we need to vote in, the lying, cheating motherfuckers that's doing it for us. Remember your brother hustled, but your mama allowed it because he put food in the refrigerator and I mean maybe transportation, provided you with some school clothes and a stable, I mean, somewhat family life, and they turned a blind eye to it because that's what it is. What it is. Have you ever been through that struggle? Y'all remember that? Anybody remember shit like that happening? You know, smash that like, man. Shut me out. We got to start romanticizing life too, and romanticizing our beliefs into making it what others believe. You know what I mean? That others should believe it. We had 58 likes. Let's get them up to 100, man, quickly. Was Carmelo right or was he wrong? Well, is Trump right to be giving away billions of dollars? Oh no, well, Zori, not to be funny, but we trying to discuss some American shit right now. That's like a downer right there. You know what I mean? To let you just establish the narrative that we're gonna sit here and listen to Francisco. What does that come into play with how that can help us as Americans fight this high ass economy? They part of the problem, Francisco and them, because they were like the first colonizers. Nope, smash that like Nightbot just dropped. Who divided America? How do we unite? What is it to be American? What's your opinion? Let's start there. But it was a child from an adultery world stuff. But Peter Francisco was key to the American Revolution. Okay, tell me more. I'm interested. Was this by way of Knights Templar type of shit or something? Because you know the kings in Portugal, they was closely associated with Henry the Navigator and maybe the Knights Hospitallers. Tell me more then. Harry, Expedia. As if it's so pertinent to the American Revolution. I'm interested. Now you piqued my interest because I'm down so history buff. Let's hear it. I mean, I got time today. Let's go. Shout out all my international supporters too. Ain't no wrong with listening to a lot of international game if it's gonna lead back to America. Because this basically what this is about. I mean, who divided America? So come on, this is and you know what? Yeah, is that this bad basis of like the beginning of what America is today. So what did this Francisco guy do? Okay, okay, Port of the Grail. So that hence denotes to the Hospitallers, the Knights Templars, who seemingly they said they found the Holy Grail and it wasn't a chalice. That's how the French relate themselves to Jesus too, by way of the Holy Grail and the Merovingian family. They say Mary and Anne, Jesus' grandma. Y'all know Jesus' grandma name was Anne. I know everybody got a cousin named Mary Ann or something like that. Right, I'm with you, family. I'm with you. I told you, you're sparking my interest. History, that's my forte. It's crazy how people don't want other people to fly their flags. Yeah, Texas had six flags and made them theme parks. That's crazy. I did not know that's why they had six flags. Sister Leo. Wow. Okay, they fled France to Portugal because Portugal was a main hub for the Templars. You know, the Templars was like the Bank of America. They the first ones to come to Europe and establish the banking system, which they found out was flourishing in Africa, Northern Africa, which they call the Middle East, had its own economic system, as well as Africa. For Musa Mansa to thrive and live in a gold-based country back then, his dollar was backed by the gold. Can you imagine? So we always look at it like it's Oga Boga that was going on in Africa. It was commerce because the Middle East is no less just Africa. Even Saudi Arabia, it was African in its vibe way before it was European in its control. You understand what I'm saying? But okay, so the Templars must have fled on Friday the 13th. Is that what you're talking about? When Jacques de Molay and all of them was arrested by the kings all over Europe. These are the Knights Templars, and their money was seized because of how they came back. It's like motherfuckers that come back from the army. They always come back with their own money, medals on their chest, and they're respected in the hood. They might even got their army issue weapon, depending on what era it was. But it's so akin to that with the Knights Templars. They went off chasing glory and came back with it. So that even spurred the conquistadors to find out what the Moorish people were hiding on those maps and how did they furnish all that lavish lifestyle with all the spoils of war and you know what I mean, the economic system that they had. All of that was jacked and copied in Europe, but they won't tell you that throughout history, when they say they was in the dark ages, that mean it was a black dude controlling them. They had to send their women to Spain to, I mean, as protection. I mean, I'm just dropping knowledge right now because I'm cooling. You know what I'm saying? You know, ain't nothing like it. It's just politics. Smash that like 14 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them likes up to 100, family. Double tap that stream, man. Even if you're geeking and peeking and geeking, my G. It's all good. What Juvenile says all good with me. Go ahead and shine your big time. And speaking of Juvenile and them, I see my boy Tech Nine, aka Flex, back on the internet, man. If y'all familiar with the old school bounce music, there was a song out called "Drag 'Em Through the River" by UNLV, Flex, um, Yellow Boy, and Lil Ya, and they called UNLV. They was like one of the first groups on Cash Money. One of their artists by the name of Tech Nine, but he calls himself Flex now. You know, he elevated into a higher attribute. He got his channel back bumping. He used to be doing something like last year. He fell off, but dope content, especially if you into old school music lore and just getting the OG point of view, y'all get over there and check out Tech Nine, TEC dash nine Flex. Just put in UNLV Tech Nine. He'll pop up. Yeah, you can tell when parts of history are altered. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. The word white and black didn't exist before the Stono Rebellion and the Bacon's Rebellion. And it was meant to separate Irish and black people because we were deeply entwined because we was going through the same shit. We were somewhere we didn't know and didn't know why, and we didn't have shit, but the people that was over us did. And even if it was just barely more than we had. Wooski! Yeah. The Knights Templars, the Teutonic Knights, the Hospitallers. It was so the Rosicrucians. It was so many different versions of them because each area in Europe took a certain amount of their nobility and their peasants, and you know what I mean, committed to going over there getting some money. Like fuck that. It's like the American people that they're scared of that might one day say, fuck that, we all Americans, let's buck together and take some shit. That's what they're scared of. But that's what happened in Europe. They were tired and out of their desperation, they went on holy crusades. Yeah, which Tech Nine you think I'm talking about, dog? I'm talking about Tech Nine from the bounce music family. UNLV. They had that drag them through the river. They had that bow, 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 bow. Everybody be saying that shit now. That Eddie Bauer shit. Yeah, that Tech Nine, not Tech Nine, the rapper that Tekanina that's with the horrorcore rap with Esham and the Insane Clown Posse and the motherfuckers with that hatchet. I'm talking about Tech Nine, Tech Nine from UNLV, Uptown Niggas Living Violent off of the Verone. You know what I mean? I know which Tech Nine you probably talking about Chino XL stepson. Y'all know we never found out why did Tupac diss Chino XL on that hit 'em up. I never found that out. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. And the Templars were cool with Muslims. Yeah, black Jews called Moriscos. That's why the Reconquista, the Templars had went over there and did a Malcolm X. They went to the Middle East and assimilated. They started being Muslims because to be a Templar or any of that stuff is just in your faith. I mean, and they found out probably that Jesus was a prophet and that the Muslim prophets and Jesus was the same thing. The Templars was Gnostic in their belief. They rebuked the church because they knew that the church was really not associated with God. It was no less a capitalistic organization, especially the Roman Church. And that's where the English got away from them for just like the same way the United States got away from them. It was about money, taxes. Now, the church found a way to link themselves by way of the Doge in Venice and Genoa and Northern and Milan, those business people, scions, years of just being capitalistic, funding a bunch of shit. They're supposed to have funded Marco Polo's trip, the Doge in Venice, Michelangelo, Machiavelli, all that shit comes out of their history. A lot of people don't relate that to Italian history, but that's the birth of their civilization, and the Europeans claim it. But once they managed to mix themselves with the Catholic Church by placing one of their people, a corporate motherfucker from the village was at the in the papacy as the Pope. Now they mix religion and business when the Venetians, as they call them. I say they probably was a Phoenician island. They call that Venetian, and Phoenician sound too much alike. But you know, with European supremacy cryptology, they don't switch that shit up the same way. They don't recognize themselves as Caucasians no more, as we found out what Caucasians really are, who they really are. The hairy ass people from Armenia, Azerbaijan, and I mean Sarajevo and Serbia. They got their birth in there. I mean, and also Ashkenaz Jews got their birth there with the and King Midas is one of the original white people, one of the original Caucasians. He was greedy for that gold. Everything he touched was gold. Yeah, they was mimicking the hairstyles of the Moors. Also, they was mimicking. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you exactly who they was mimicking because there's a particular fighter that has those. Because you know Hessians have those. It might have been mimicking the Hessians, and the Hessians might have been mimicking the those bearskin hats. I forgot. Hold on, I'm gonna get you some of the history on that because I was just reading up on that the other day. Yeah, them bearskin hats, a motherfucker. It might be from the Russians though, which were black, and we might be both right. The bearskin hats because I think it's from the Russians too that's black. Those Khazars and the Cossacks. Y'all know the Cossacks are I mean, okay, the bearskin hat, right. It's like it's like remember when you used to watch all the British movies and guarantee one of those dudes had a fez on, knowing that that fez meant maybe a Mediterranean tour or knowledge in Northern Africa or Egypt somewhere as the hat worn by scholars and Moors. When you see a white man with a red hat with a tassel, not a Berber or a black man, a white man, when you see him with one of those red fezzes on, even like Shriners wear those hats and Masons. That's a fez. That's hitting denoting knowledge. But that bearskin hat, yeah, it was in honor of somebody they fought. The Grenadiers. They fought the okay, the French Imperial Guard. Okay, the French Imperial Guard inspired those hats. What's going on, budgets? Let me see. I'm back. Did you know that under the Barack Obama's presidency, he has the highest number of high school graduation in the nation and fewer federal prisoners? And then when he arrived in office, right? Okay, now that's the statistics I like to hear. But we always heard that that guys marry guys and girls marry girls. So be it. Well, what did he do? Okay, now that could be one of my talking points when somebody asked me what did he do for black people. He empowered them to educate themselves. I like that. And he didn't lock a bunch of motherfuckers up because he wasn't going at it with the judiciary. He was, you know what I mean, granting favors. He was too busy granting favors. I understand it. You didn't know what? Azori, now that's crazy, dope. He didn't have to create a partners or to get some money off of these people. He just created possibilities that you don't have to keep going back to prison. That's what it is. Smash that like y'all, share me out. What's up, Jeeper? So Trump is giving 300 billion on top of all our last ways to build and destroy missiles. Use it's going to be, yeah, no, it's going to be more than that because we still got to pay for the war. We got to pay them for the war, and we got to pay for it. Yep, 1 point. Yep. What's going on with you, Jeeper? Yeah, Obama, you know what I'm saying? For what it worth, I mean, he was just like them, but he did something. He made some moves. He didn't shake the tree though. That's why I would fuck with him again. He didn't shake the tree. Whatever he was doing, he let you do something. Trump got shit locked down. He just smack your hand on some Oliver Twist shit. You raise your hand up with that bowl and ask for some more. Can I have some more? More? He wants some more. Remember when they smacked that motherfucker hand on Oliver Twist? That's Trump in them. Motherfucker better not ask for more. Smash that like y'all. 83% of students in the nation were graduating. We had 82 months of private sector job growth. Right. Remember, it was kind of like a lot of industry with about around about Biden them time. You know, everybody and I'm gonna say this being an entrepreneur, it was a lot of money being exchanged when Obama was in office. I will say that. Matter of fact, when he won, it was an Indian dude like brought all the Obama paraphernalia that my dude Cadillac had. Like the Indian dude got a lot of hotels. He's one of them Patals. He brought all the Obama shit. Like that was crazy, man. Yeah, you see, they pushing that right. They pushing that shit that the kids can't read. That seems like that's a national push. They say all the kids are good at math, but they can't read. The chat is about America, Chris. If you want to talk about Carmelo, what's your opinion on it? The chat is about America, fam. George Washington Carver developed hundreds of uses of the peanut, including products like milk, ink, flour. Azore, that's just got there on shop talk. He really worked with the sweet potato. They wanted you to the peanut was trying to sell peanuts, Georgia peanuts as an alternative to soybeans, man. George Washington Carver was so much more than keep on making him the peanut king. George Washington Carver was the advisor to like four presidents about national parks and horticulture and even the effects of slavery on black men and the knowledge that they were attaining, but they never were able to, you know what I mean, see, get the sheepskins on the wall. They had all the knowledge and it was just used for that. Like, I mean, George Washington Carver was so much more. Did you know that George Washington Carver spoke in a high soprano like this? And that he was damn near a eunuch? They don't tell you that because his birth was not, he was like Obama. He wasn't raised by conventional black people. He didn't come out of the slave quarter. George Washington Carver was a man in bondage with a white family that had white daughters, and the man didn't want him to fuck his daughters. Before he was George Washington Carver, he was just George. And the man cut his penis off and fucked with his balls. And for the rest of his life, he was like a eunuch. That's why you never see him linked to something fancy. And if you ever heard old reels, it's only a few of them. His voice is high pitched. They don't tell you these things about him. And out of that, his fervor for knowledge. He was down near a monk, and he was the brains behind the Tuskegee Institute for real, and all the science type of stuff like that. And a lot of the science programs that they teach you in school, they had his birth in setting at the foot of George Washington Carver. Google it. All these national parks, all these presidents was calling him in by way of one of their wives. Fuck with him in through the Tuskegee Institute. I'm telling you, George Washington Carver was like that, homie. But they don't tell you really who George Washington Carver was. I say he deserved more attention than Malcolm X or Martin Luther King because he had a greater impact on Americans as a whole, but they don't give him his props. And he, now, like I said, you didn't even know that all these years that they talked about George Washington Carver in school, the peanut this and peanut that. He had so many. He was more into the sweet potato than the peanut. That was a marketing scheme, but from the U.S. Department of Commerce because he was like they go-to guy because who know the earth better than somebody from the earth? I mean, and he was like a Einstein and horticulture, if you could say that. Yep, the only thing Trump has done is grift. Yeah, he was like the presidents had him on call when they trying to figure out something with like with horticulture and like all these national parks and all these minerals and shit. They go holler at George Washington Carver family. Obama may not have been perfect, but exactly. But he tried, and many of us were making money, right? And he stayed out the way. He won't make no noise. He stayed out the fucking way. You can't name one bad thing Obama did to affect Americans. He did a few good things with the LGBTQ community because they paid into him more than we did. All we did was sit back and make a bunch of rap songs about my president is black. Those people put some money in his pocket. So he did what any politician does. He follows what the lobbyist wants. As Trump. Smash that like the best deal for any of them is the deal that nobody gets bombed, raided, starved, or else the ability to get fresh water. Yeah, that's the true winner. Man, they was gonna have that regardless right now if they signed the deal because they were on the coastline of it, trying to destroy anything that would have linked protecting the Strait of Hormuz. If you know military strikes, they very rarely were striking deep into Tehran in the mountains, man, because Iran is kind of central to the world. You understand that? There's a lot of world um heritage sites there. And you got to be very careful when you do that because you'll then incite their people that follow those faiths. It was like the on like Marco Polo, the Silk Road or the Mongolian, all that shit. It's like the meeting point for the Middle East as they call it. But I mean, so you got to be careful. You notice they only was going around that specific area because that's where the basis of the Iranian Navy was. You got to know politics. This shit ain't the president ain't doing it because ain't no Americans yelling for it. Matter of fact, we feeling, I mean, the pain from it, the consequences of this shit, with the collateral damage. But the military wants it, and that's who's doing it. These are military strikes. You see how Albania fighting Ivanka and Jared Kushner. The people are saying they don't want an Epstein, and right? And it's crazy that they wilding like that. They wilding like Dracula coming to town. What type shit is that? They are wilding like Dracula is coming to town. Name one right takeaway during the Obama administration. Truth, but America is the most mixed culture country that brings challenges that once conquered makes the right recipe for innovation. And not necessarily America is the most mixed. We are the most freest as scratching the boundaries of freedom. Because I don't think nothing is really free, because it's not. The LGBTQ wanted marriage equality and they should have it. I support him doing that for them. Okay, greatly appreciate it. And I'm in support of them giving them their rights too. But all I say, as long as they're not weaponizing it, because the LGB have always been in our community and the LGBTQ managed to make it their presence known by way of all this technology. That's when the technology gets into the gender wars. So I mean, as long as they don't weaponize what they're doing, I have no problems with it. And like I said, they paid for it. They lobbied for it. And they were standing up there with Obama. You know what I'm saying? You know the LGBT people been here because they having this is the gay pride month anyway. Salute everybody that's celebrating gay pride. Ain't nothing wrong with it, family. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Whatever floats your boat. We gotta stop putting each other in a box and just be. I mean, and everybody is the same. That's some communist shit, ain't it? You can't be who you can be, but I can be who I am. That sounds silly. Weaponize it by saying you if maybe you don't like me because I'm gay, and maybe I just don't like you because your attitude stinks. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? As long as they don't weaponize, that's with anybody. White power. As long as you don't weaponize it against me by saying white power and black weakness. You understand what I'm saying? White power. Yeah, that's what it is. I love my white people. Why shouldn't you? But if it's white power and it has to be, what I mean, result in black weakness, I ain't with it. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. I can't tell a man who to put in lights. I only can put what I value in lights. That's what we got to start getting back to. Values and morals and standing on it, family. Standing on it. Evolving. Remember, it was cool to ride up to the beach and see white people over there drinking PBR, black people drinking Coke 45, maybe white people and black people together drinking wine or Chablis or something. A bunch of women always been integrated. Somewhere walking with two 4 packs of California coolers. Know what I mean? Smash that like, family. We separate it now because it's trendy. Because ain't nobody really gonna be. It's all we got a bunch of computerized neo Nazis, computerized Black Panthers. It's all online now. Get a catchy background with fight the power on it or some shit, and now you a Black Panther. You feel me? That type shit, man. Put some Confederate flags behind you. Now you a white nationalist, and you can reach so many people that way. Where we came up in the age where you had to flat foot it. If you wanted America to hear what you had to say, you had to get out there. Now you can do that shit sitting in your car. The LGBT was weaponized. Black Lives Matter was weaponized. The gender thing, the green thing. What shit? This is a war mongering environment that we live in. It's all weaponized. You know what I mean? The fuel the distractions. Well, I'm gonna say this, budgets with that bathroom stuff. Nah, they should be. If anything, just give them their own bathroom. They do not need to be in a bathroom where people are not undecided on their gender. They need to be in a bathroom with people like themselves that are undecided on their gender. The United States is a unique country, nation of immigrants. We are at one point got along. We did. We did. It was way before Trump, though. It started brewing. It started brewing. It was a matter of money. I'm gonna tell you that right now because the beat of the drum was like at one time. I'm gonna tell you it was a matter of money because at one time, like in the early 2000s, a particular ethnic group was like booming, and the mentor was throwing money on bitches and old folks, young folks dropping it, and we buying this and we add to. You know what I mean? We creating these amazing companies and showing improving and that shit was a matter of hold up. They done did it again. They managed to even get money off of a white guy, Eminem, off of the money that we stealing from them. We still man and y'all notice that in the early 2000s, the black culture was flourishing. There wasn't nobody hungry. You can tell by what was trending because that shit cost them money to live that lifestyle, to pop all that bullshit ass Cristal and Ace of Spade and everything that was going on. Because to be honest, our culture is like living in a somebody that's popping Instagram because at any given time your cousin might pop up. You got to go to work tomorrow morning. Your cousin might pop up with two Spanish girls and some creepy white guy. And what's up, cuz? That's just the life of the black culture. Or you know what I mean? You could be out talking to somebody and they say, "Well, we having a cookout. Come on over." And you go to their house and they treat you like they knew you from day one. But you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I remember pay toilets. Y'all remember glory holes? Somebody tell me what a glory hole is. I know the old school New Yorkers know what that shit is. No, Teddy was showed not to. Not that they love him. We never got told not to love him. He showed us that we shouldn't be fucking with him when he started messing with Nick Fuentes and those white nationalists. See what I'm saying? Just like y'all say, Kamala was changing her twang depending on where she was at. That's what Trump learned how to do to be a chameleon. Whoever he needed to get in bed with, shit, fuck them if they're a whore. That's what he learned to do. So we always fuck with Trump because Trump was like us. You know what I mean? He was an entrepreneur and heavy branding. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, one of my favorite pieces, y'all know me with the Trump shit. You know what I'm saying? Heavy branding, like a black dude. A black dude won't see nothing else but his name on shit. You feel me? And that's when we feel like we made it. And that's what Trump is. He's a entrepreneur and he's heavy into branding. And that's how he tried to treat the American government. Like his personal motherfucking, you know what I mean? I'm gonna put my name on everything. The salt shakers in this motherfucker, everything gonna have Trump name on it. Smash that light. The Foot Palace. Jesus Christ. What a glory hole. But that toilet gender never was a thing, but was created and put in the media for something. No, it was a thing because the science started changing. Like family. What the fuck is family? And they had a baby thing folded down. Come on now, family is so broad. Family. Seemingly with a man and a woman. Y'all ever seen that sign? Yeah, he about that motherfucking that dollar. He a horrible businessman. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out, man. Y'all leave a comment underneath here, man, to some of y'all who feel strongly about this flag, whether it's in a good way or bad way. Your opinion is your opinion. Some people this is tyranny, some people this is heritage. Leave a comment below in the comment section of this live stream about this flag and what does it stir in you when you see it. I see, if anything, American pop culture. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. It's a fetish for that. You know what I mean? Terrorism. Okay, okay. Leave that comment underneath of this shit. Underneath of this live stream when it's over with, y'all. Let's get a conversation started. A lot of times we be having these dope live streams and it ends when the stream over. Very rarely do I hear from y'all commenting on what's going on. You know you can leave your comments on any of my content on your opinion, family. Let's start getting some participation. And shout out to seven that's in here because guess what? Whether it's 7 or 7,000, it's only that one person maybe that you'll meet that'll change your life or you'll change their life. And maybe he's among the 7,000, among just this 7 or 8 now. We fluctuating. Smash that like. Nicole's budgets, how you been though? Really? What's new and trending at Whole Foods now? What's the new? Eric, you gotta have one. What's that matcha? That matcha tea? Was it matcha? Am I pronouncing it wrong? Y'all know what I'm talking about that matcha tea. They tried to push that. That shit was too. You got to do too much. Damn near like cooking got that on herbal crack or something. You got too much to eat it, to drink it. Oh yeah, see what I'm saying? They didn't catch on. That matcha was gabalacha. Smash that like a lot of people don't like that bubble tea. Smash that like y'all. Share me y'all. Smash that like. Oh yeah, what's your flavor? I remember right before the malls went down, that was the newest thing in the mall, that bubble tea. And now you can get it at any see, you like Asian shit. Yeah. See? And you probably got a couple bubble tea now. Now you're gonna have to cut back on the bubble tea budgets. That's it. Great tea doesn't come in a bag. It comes from actual roots. Okay. Okay, being you old school, sassy, and your name is sassy. Is sassy short for sassafras? Because sassafras tea will kill this cough. You know what I mean? Smash that like you feel me? Mikey Padilla, you on some race war shit too. Don't make me call my homies from motherfucking White Fence and get your ass touched. You'll never be half the man your brother was, dude, or your mother. Go sit down somewhere playing. And Mikey Padilla, you like 8. You know what? I knew it. You like 8 years old, man. Get out of here, dude. Go play, man. Michael Padilla, before you even old enough to work in the United States, you're fired. Brought to you by the Donald Trump Foundation for holding back Latinos, no matter how old they are. You out of here. Smash that like. And that is so true. And I mean, I've been watching my motherfucking health lately because my queen, just looking at her from, you know what I mean, the perspective looking so ever so good, I see in her success of dieting, eating right, and sticking to it, consistently working out. That shit is working, and I can't let them get it all. You feel me? So yeah, you know what I mean? And it's also with your attitude and I mean, even with your breath and your breathing. And that's literally with your breath, that's where the smell and your breathing. Did y'all know the word halitosis was created to sell Listerine? And at one time, Listerine tried to sell Listerine cigarettes, like y'all smoking a menthol. That shit had its birth and supposed to be. It's supposed to freshen your breath while you fuck up the whole atmosphere with those cigarettes. Yeah, I guess he did. I told y'all the South is gonna rise again. It has risen, but now it's speaking Spanish, and they try to send them back. I mean, there's another civil war, ain't it? The South rose again, and they speaking Spanish. Underlay, mommy, underlay, iba, iba. Uh-oh, underlay, mama, underlay, mama. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, okay. Chlorophyll. So what is that? Glucose, sort of like what the plant that what plants get. And what is that? What does that do? Is that sort of like drinking aloe water? Because you know that chlorophyll is like sugar glucose that plants create to feed themselves. And that's true indeed. Your sinuses will drip because your body is made up of 99% of water-based different I mean liquids. Yeah, chlorettes. Yep. Remember certs. Remember certs and Tic Tacs. Ain't no way in the world Tic Tacs was fucking your teeth up. Them motherfuckers ain't no way in the world Tic Tacs. Say you over, is it? Chlorets. Yeah. Chlorets was for the throat though, wasn't it? They took what's the name of them tuck they place? What's them shits that was high as a bitch in that little yellow pack? Them cough on them cough joints? Yeah, that Asper gum, yeah. And the violets. Man, I remember that candy that was like them little chips, little white, different colored chips. Crunchy ass candy like chalk. I remember when Gatorade first popped up. That shit was nasty. You like it? Smash that like. That's what it is. Ain't no wrong with it. It's American heritage, whether it's for the good or bad. You know what I mean? I ain't even never heard of that. Cucumber lime Gatorade. I remember it was just the orange and that fluorescent color. Y'all remember the Gatorade gum? Remember Gatorade gum when Hubba Bubba and Bonkers was out? They had Gatorade gum. Nope, Arizona tea. That shit damn near costs $2 now. Arizona and that little grape junk. I like the grape junk. But Arizona is damn near $2. Remember, dude said it always be 99 cents. Tell that to the Habibi and everybody else. You say that's the loser's flag. Wow, that's what it is. On chlorophyll, anyone can follow behind you in the bathroom. Get it? You might have to Gmail me that one for instance. You got me on that one. You got first time you got Black Money stump. Oh, oh, in case they try to get your water, get your DNA. Oh, okay, okay, Sassy. Yeah, penny candies, you can get three. My favorite ones was the Mary Janes, the Tootsie Rolls, or them shits that had the caramel with the white inside, that cream white shit. Them Jones. Ooh, I used to like to take the caramel out. I mean, take the white shit out. And then, man, yeah, that penny candy was a motherfucker because they had the hierarchy, the shells, the candy bars, and boom, the penny candy. Remember the Candy Lady? The Candy Lady was so gangster with her monetization, she broke it down to cookies. The cookies was a penny a piece. And remember, you always used to get the ones that like a flower, and you stick your finger in it, and you be eating that shit. Who know about the Candy Lady? What's the long boy? We might call it something else, Sassy. What's the long boy? Was that like a brown cow where they had the caramel with the chocolate on it, and then they had the what was the one that was like marshmallowy and it was dipped in chocolate? The Charleston Chew. Smash that like y'all. Share me y'all. There's none of y'all in here, man. Okay. Okay. Oh, I know exactly. Me too. That coconut based candy. Yeah, me too. I know exactly what you're talking about. I like all that shit. All the old school candy, man. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That was some of my favorite. It was coconutty. Now later orange, orange, grape, cherry, banana was smash. Banana. Um, Remember they came out with the purple and green shit, the mystery mix, and now laters was big as fuck too. Big ass packs of now laters, and they really tasted like fruit juices, whatever they thought you thought it was. That was candy. Like them now laters used to be good as a bitch. The watermelon now laters, yeah, yep. Them little ass, they came in the little 5 packs. Them little shits. Their paper was a little looser than the now laters. You could easily bust them open. Them little shits, yeah. You said cherry. I like the mystery mix, the banana, the chocolate was bomb. The bomb. Chocolate was the bomb. All of them. Now that you'll go into the motherfucking candy lady at the store and just couldn't even decide which pack you was gonna get. So you end up getting all of them because now that was cheap as shit. There was no more than like 10 cent. Remember, if you OG with it, it was like 10 cent a pack, man. That's when the Reese's was good as a motherfucker. Reese's, the big league gum. You pay about $4 for a pack of shredded bubble gum. You never seen chocolate now laters? Damn. Y'all know what Cherry Chans is and Alexander the Greats. And I know y'all know what these are. If you are familiar with the BMC, you know I'm notorious with my props. I know y'all know what these are. The Boston baked beans. Boston baked beans. Straight out of Boston. Y'all remember these shits? Ah, them Boston baked beans. Smash that like y'all. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Y'all remember this though? We're gonna see who was raised by their grandma. Somebody just as wild. I remember snuff. Remember old ladies? Dudes used to dip tobacco. Old ladies and some men used to dip snuff. Y'all remember that snuff? My grandma used to dip a snuff called Sweet Society. It was in an orange can with a lady on it on the side with a top on it. And she used to spit that shit into a can. Shit, straight motherfucking out of the dismal swamp. Shout out all my Blackwater people, man. That's what it is. Them Black Waters. Smash that like. Oh yeah, the ones with the green top. The little bomb, classic grandma candy. The nastiest was the butterscotch, and the dope ones was the little strawberry. They was in the red and yellow, the little yellow seed jumps with the green top. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those shit's good as a motherfucker. Remember at the end of church, they give you the goddamn punch and the goddamn lemon cookies. if they didn't have the chicken and know what I mean sodas. You give you the punch and the lemon cookies. What's up, Cam? 1422. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. What's going on with y'all, man? How's y'all day? Good evening in these parts. Good morning to wherever you were. That's what's you know what I mean popping. Shout out all my international. I mean blow pops, tootsie rolls, charm pops. Right, the pops that look like little rings and shit. Remember that goddamn ring pop? How many people proposed to their wife with one of them in America of all different colors? That's what we got in common. See y'all, all of us. It's probably some Chinese dude that's been talking about this candy, some black dude and a white dude, and we all have that in common that we all enjoyed the same things as when we were youth. Soup, the pacifier, yeah, that's gone out now. They don't kids don't fuck with the binkies no more. But that pacifier ring, yeah, that was crazy, wasn't it? They mixed the pacifier with the diamond ring. Motherfuckers was proposing to their peoples with one of them shits. But guess what though? A ring don't mean shit if you don't honor it. So you know what I mean? It's all in your integrity. And integrity sometimes is a learned experience. You gotta go through a lot to really figure out where you're going to. I mean, sometimes you be there, you don't even know it. And the flip of a switch. Like I said, whether it's 8 people or 8,000, it's that one person that maybe they might affect your life for the positive for the rest of your life, or you might affect their lives. So shout out everybody that's taking time out to participate in this grand experiment that is the BMC too. You feel me? Smash that like y'all. Share me out. But yeah, the candy lady was something else. And even just entrepreneurship. What happened to going around selling? Y'all even know y'all remember the candy bars they used to sell is for the school projects and all that shit. Remember the school used to give them little boxes of the candy bars and shit? Them motherfuckers little as hell now. Remember they used to be big as shit for $1. Motherfuckers used to even be skeptical about paying $1 for them. And now them shit's $5. Smash that like Trump 300 billy versus Obama 1.7 billion. Who made the best Iran deal is the topic. Yeah, to win a bike or no. And more likely, all you got was a coupon that your people never took the time to take you to Pizza Hut to get the little dollar off of the pizza, personal pan pizza, or maybe they gave you a free personal pan pizza, depending on your demographic area. You remember we had the little coupon on the back, the little them candy bars used to be good as a motherfucker. Yeah, they little as a bitch now. And they'll goddamn hold your motherfucking yearbook. You don't pay the people that money. Yeah, turtle still bump. My queen love them shits. It's a joint up the street up here on the waterfront where I be at. I don't ever go through there because that's where they got their make their money, and they kind of funny how the people come in and film shit. So I give them their respect because that's where I'm from. So I don't like to cause confusion in my community. But they got a hell of a fudge. If you go through my live screen, my shorts, I did get a few shorts of it. I mean, of me at the fudgery over there, and they used to have the kids singing and chopping up. Now they got like the district manager on the phone while he asks you how much of the fudge you want. They got different stuff like caramel apples and stuff. But yeah, that fudge. They got some turtle ones there though. Long story short, and that's where I get them from. Yeah, yep. Remember McDonald's was cool as fuck though. Remember McDonald's was catered to kids instead of these McCafes where they're trying to compete with Starbucks and get the adult dollar. Remember their main focus was the kids and the Happy Meals and the prizes that they would have would be crazy dope. Like every fucking Saturday, or okay Saturday because more like everybody was getting paid weekly then. Every Friday you get your $5 you get your money and y'all be riding and your dad is like, you want a happy meal? And y'all pull up or whoever, your mom, whoever, y'all get that happy meal and it came in the box that you could write on and it had little shit you could send off and get it. Had a prize inside of it along with your burger and your fry and your little soda. And you felt like your mom and dad in the back when you were holding your shit and the same people that you saw on TV that was heavy promotion. every cartoon after the commercial, the hamburger and that little bird looking character and the grimace, and it was a part of your lifestyle to get a Happy Meal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. You could win shit on a happy. It was on all kind of products in the '80s. You twist a cap of the knee high, either you win $1, you win $10, $100, or you win a free knee high. And that was the way Snapple too. Remember Snapple, knee high, all those. It was the soda wars had an incentive. Coca-Cola was notorious for they free, and then they started getting bigger. I mean, now they little as fuck. Coca-Cola started getting. They was, you know what I'm saying. Y'all remember the original 7-Eleven Big Gulp? The Slurpee is classic as well as the Big Gulp because a lot of times that Big Gulp and that Double Gulp, or even that big ass one that's like the mug, that's the shit I had that you can always go get a free refill. I think they started getting slick charging you like a quarter. I mean, they might have went as far as 99 cents, but it was worth it for that big ass mug. I had. It's like a big ass gigantic coffee mug from 7-Eleven. Yeah, Dr. Pepper. Man, Dr. Pepper, they had went on a run. But y'all know Dr. Pepper has its origin in hence the name Dr. Pepper. It was first a laxative. Like Coca-Cola has its birth in a Civil War vet who was hooked on morphine and all that kind of stuff, opiates, and he was putting cocaine in the original recipe, and he never even got any of the money off of the success of Coca-Cola. It was an employee that he had associated himself with who liked the idea and stuck with the brand and recipe, but eliminated the cocaine part of it. And that's crazy. The guy that started Coca-Cola, he didn't reap the benefits of it. He still gets the accolades. When I was young, I could take y'all to see this area where now you can't go in there. It's probably somewhere where they kept a little piece that you can peek in, but it used to be a window where you could stand there in my city and watch the process of the Coca-Colas being made by made automated system, like AI before AI. And you could just and it was at a bus stop where a lot of low income people frequented, like to get on the bus and stuff, or people just using public transportation. And it was fascinating to see this as a kid of how Coca Cola, like from the make it the bottle, putting the bottle in the rack, cleaning it off, I mean sanitizer to filling it up and putting the cap on it. They would show you how it was done by way of that picture inside the glass window. You know what I'm saying? Chilling, fam, chilling, chilling, chilling. What's up with you? I've been chilling, Murray. How you been doing? I live in a house with black people. You know what? What's that? I'm in the house. I mean, now you can go play your old favorite song, dude. Our house, do do do, in the middle of the street. Our house, do do do. I mean, cause you're fired here. You can play your headphones as loud as you want. Oh yeah. What you been exposed? Where you been at that you got exposed to the sun? Out partying somewhere? San Tropez. Where you been at? Where you been at, Bunny Bun Bun? Smash that light. You kind of pale and blonde. You got to stay out of that goddamn sun, Bunny Bun Bun. Oh shit! What part of Idaho you in? What's the most crop potato in your area? Is it russet? Is it white? What's the most crop potato? Okay, Southern Idaho. What's the closest big city? When you say I'm from Idaho, what city do you claim? Knowing you from a suburb or somewhere more rural, what city do you claim? What's the closest big city in Idaho? Smash that like. Shout out all my international and amazing intercontinental supporters too, all over the map, coming through showing their support. We've been live all day today. That's politicking. Ain't that crazy? Okay, you in Rupert. Okay, I got you. I got you. Got you. So, and they it's usually they do that with everything. If y'all notice that, even if they have a Walmart in your area, depending on your demographics, will be the quality of meat that you receive. Do y'all know that? And it'll be how the packaging on the product that you receive and what's the amount of it. All that type of shit is variant by way of data and analytics now. They don't have to put a subpar label on a product. They'll just get all that company subpar merchandise and sell it in the subpar communities that they want to stifle with you know what I'm saying, not being provided with the, certain amounts of fresh dairy, milk, cheese. It's called a food desert. That's a certain way that they control us with these economic warfare by putting us in food deserts. We're the only place to get any supplies and nutrients for your family. The main places now, if you don't go far out and then we visit these replenishment centers like Costco and Walmart, you go to Family Dollar, Dollar General, and you buy shrinkflation products high in sodium. Know what I mean, everything there is small, but the same price as the big one in the store, knowing that it's like 7-Eleven strategy, knowing that you got to get it. You know what I'm saying? So they know maybe if you stopped in there, you ain't going out of here without getting something that you need. And you might even go up to the fucking stand and pick up some old, when you get to the front, they got all those. It used to be like energy pills and condoms and fingernail clippers and bubble gum and penny candy. Now it's more big name products. You get up to the front, it's a goddamn what the fuck? What I need a drill set for? But in your mind, you just grabbing shit, put the drill set up there, you pay for a drill set, and, and it's some subpar equipment. But the shrinkflation shit, it's it's economic warfare instead of making the quality of life equal for every American. Because the way I see it, if you got the debits to pay for it, it shouldn't matter which end of the continent you're coming from, or you know what I mean. Smash that like, y'all. Six of y'all in here, greatly appreciated, family. Where your Walmart meat. I saw a video where they're labeling it like it's 5 pounds, and exactly, it's like the weed man. The weed man will tell you he got ace for 20. Okay, this the variant. The weed man will say he got ace from 20, some of them to 25 to $30, depending on where you at. Okay, depends on how the money flow, but and he'll say he has ace. So you go and say bring me an eighth, and you get the eighth, and it'd be like three. No, an eighth is 3.5, dude. Where's my point 0.5? But they'll get you like that. That it happens. You know what I mean? Street flation. You'll buy a fucking box of cereal, open the box up, and there's more box than there's cereal in there. Even the bag that they got the cereal in is big as a bitch. It is what it is. Like shrinkflation. They call that shit shrinkflation. And still charge you the same price. And the dollar ain't even the dollar no more. The dollar that we was even spending under Obama and them is not the same dollar because it's so many different things that's in competition with the dollar. Smash that like y'all. Yeah, chips is crazy. Like you open a bag of chips, that bitch be chip. Where's the fucking woo? Crazy. Yeah, all that shit. Remember candy bar was a candy bar. Now that shit just candy. Remember the great candy bar wars? Snickers, Hershey, all of them had commercials and all that shit. It was akin to the Great Coca War. Sasalio gone. I ain't even. All right, player. Salute as usual. As G's and gladiators in this game that we call life. All my fighters. Shout out Sassy Mo, always coming through here, dropping that knowledge too, that wisdom. You might not agree with her all the time, but out of her conversations, you'll get an understanding. So salute, sis. Enjoy your evening. All that shit, shrinkflation, man. Have you seen the bioengineering food product, the things like hamburger? Right. They said the camel soup dude said that they was making camel soup with the fucking that new printer. The replicator, but that's just an experimentation form of the replicator. Like when they showed you that portal shit that's supposed to be in Ireland, and you could see people in New York somewhere in Times Square, or I think it was Dumbo, but you could talk to the people and shit. At first, it was just the visual, and motherfuckers were showing their titties and acting a fool and protesting shit. And then there was some people that was even seeing people in their family they never seen them in person before. And when they really put that, when they could talk to them, it was crazy. But they had to shut that down. But that was experimentation for what people would do if it really was a portal there. So imagine when you see somebody walk out one of the motherfuckers. That's when you know. And I say Elon Musk. That's why that SpaceX stuff is valuable that you invest now, because the future is here, man. Yeah, printed food. That's what the dude from Campbell said. Yeah, fake meat, that Beyond Meat. Remember, it was popular to talk about it. Now it's just on the shelves, and it's up to you. The choice is yours. I remember when they was talking about beefalo, man, when they were saying that they was mixing the American beef with the bison because of that mad cow disease that was killing everything over in Europe, and to straighten our herd, it was beefalo, beefalo, beefalo. Now when you go to the market, they don't tell you it's beefalo, they tell you whether the lean versus the fat ratio. You can tell whether it has more bison because bison gonna be more steaky as opposed of herd cows. I mean more grainy, and you know what I'm saying? Smash that like, man. Nothing is more dangerously non-nutrient being addicted to ramen. Right, ramen noodles, man. I used to like them, but it seemingly garlic is in their base, and then I started feeling sick. Know what I'm saying? Eating them. But yeah, I got a bunch on the shelf now for my peoples, man. If anything, we can always bust a ramen. I'll go back to, but for that, if I were to eat it, I wouldn't put the sauce on them. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Shit, I'm old school with my shopping. I'll get like beef hot dogs, Angus beef hot dogs, and I got to get the buns to go with it. Hamburger patties, I'll get the buns. Everything has to go in unison. Smash that. Everything is damn near plastic now. If you listen to what scientists say, what's that shit called? Forever material or something like that. What's that stuff that's in water bottles and a lot of shit that we consume for forever materials or something like that? Creamy chicken ramen in the house, and it's a wrap, right? Okay. You had a burrito the other day. A jailhouse burrito. Okay. So what you had some tuna fish, some goddamn sausage, some sausage, cheese, the spread cheese, relish, um, crackers, wildin'. Smash that like y'all. Shout me out. Trump 3,300 billion to Iran. Obama 1.75. But that ain't the whole thing with the deals. So who you think overall? Okay, Trump, I say fucked up with the 300 billion. But what did he have any other final points? I did hear him say he was going to keep his eye on them by way of space, watching the uranium. But what else? And what was the proclivities of the Obama deal? Did he lose more of his shirt on the more political standpoint? Because he only gave up 1.7 billion. So was it he? I mean, bit the dust some other way. Sorry, my phone is stupid. Chips, nacho, cheese in a can, little sausage things, and some bean paste. Okay, I said that. Okay, and then the ramens. Do you put the juice or do you? I like to drain my ramen juice. And then again, I like to catch them when they just about to break up and they be loose enough to still keep their conformity, like in the square. You know what I'm saying? Just before they break up, I like to keep them. So when you scoop them up, you scoop up the whole joint. You got to, because if you cook ramen too long, they get soft and mushy. It's an art to cooking oodles and noodles. People think it just put it in the pack of water to get them, but you let them bitches overcook, them bitches gonna be soft and stringy and doughy. They're not gonna stick together, but you got to catch them right when they still holding that square conformity, but loose enough. You know what I'm saying? When you sprinkle the sauce up there, it absorbs it, and it's not. You know what I mean? Sort of like the elasticity of a chicken noodle, but just a tad bit more. I mean, we used to make them in the county many years ago, and I tried to replicate as best I could. Yeah, everybody come home with it. I remember Martha Stewart's supposed to have did that jail time, that felon time, that fed time. She came home selling the swole kit, as they call it. That's what they call it on the East Coast, a jail swole. She come home selling the gourmet jail swoles, her and Snoop Dogg. It ain't really catch on, but it's still no less like when they was trying to push the Ebonics tapes on us. They had commercials with trying to teach you how to talk jive talk because that's all that was, jive. It's supposed to be mimicking the secret sided combo that the black community has managed to as fast as they take our words and make them trending, we create them. So it's like a language that they couldn't really. They would be creating content every day because every day in our lexicon, we a word comes out that, and then it trickles down to society. Just added a bit of hot water and covered it up, and okay, and let it got that gone marinate. Okay, you went real jail style. Okay, make buttons and do eyebrows. Okay, okay, and doing them eyebrows was valuable. I bet you it kept you a bunch of commissary in your bag too. So what did you learn about your incarceration though, Murdo? If I can ask, did you learn anything about yourself during your incarceration? Can you tell me that? What did you learn about yourself? Salute, Space Dust. What's going on with you? Good evening, man. You said we got the dumbest president ever. Salute. I'm in full agreement with you, brother. Hey, 8 months, 8 hours is the same thing. It's taken away from your freedom. You could have been doing something fucking off instead of goddamn doing what you had to do to get out of there. So what did you learn? Shit. 8 minutes being taken away from your freedoms is enough to learn something. Whatever you did to do that, don't do it again. So what'd you learn? Did you? Because I mean, 8 months. I know you had some time to think. Tell me three things you learned about yourself with that 8 months being away from mainstream America. It was no less being like in a nunnery. Violent might have been addictions and same thing that was going on in the nunnery. So same wants and needs. So can you tell me three things that you learned on your 8 months of incarceration? And for those that don't know, Murder is a blonde haired um you're white young lady. Okay, okay, Murder. I learned I am dumb ass that obviously don't know how to steal cars from dealerships and I should not do some nose candy. It's been almost 15 years since I've been in trouble. Okay. So, okay, learning not to do it. Did you quit cold turkey on the nose candy? Like, or did you go through, you know, NA and sponsors and the back and forth backsliding? Or did you just one make a comprehensive decision to say, nah, I ain't stealing shit else and I ain't going back to these Coco days? And what would you do with the cars when you stole them? Go to the chop shop with them. And what area of the, America were you in? I think you might not want to disclose your location, but what part of the world so it can set the stage for me? You said it's been okay. I can only respect that and admiration for somebody that's trying to overcome something and stay consistent with it. That's right. And all I do is send blessings and I mean, okay, Denver and Idaho is two different places too. Albeit that is Idaho filled up with people like what they call the illegal aliens and Mexicans also. But I know Denver, I mean, and then there's a higher altitude and depends on I mean, what's your money like is a different culture too. Because that Rocky Mountain culture costs money. That's what Ralph Lauren went at when he stopped dealing with all the polo people. He fucked up and switched and went got that Alpine cowboy on you with the chaps. Okay, so you grew up in Denver. Okay. Have you ever been in that airport with that fucking what's that statue Bluffers? That horse statue in it? Smash that like yeah, yeah. One of my people's being here is out of Colorado. CT's out of Colorado. You know that they ain't telling y'all, but they told y'all that they just bombed Venezuela again, getting that Trinity Agua leader gang member out. I ain't even never heard of the Trinity Agua before. I mean this shit, man. Murder says yes and no. At the dairy and construction, there are lots of immigrants, but it's mostly Mormons and cowboy farmers. You know what? I never heard that Mormons were in Idaho. Wow, so Idaho has it's part the Mormons are the Amish of the West anyway. I mean, but they just a little. Or should I say the the no? Okay, it's the because the Amish before the Mormons, but the Mormons, man. So they out there too, huh? Is it the polygamous Mormons or just the Latter Day Saints that managed to get a foothold out there in Idaho? That's crazy. Okay, I never knew that. I never knew. I guess Utah is the bank, and Idaho is probably used as the bread belt. You know where they get their Idaho's most wanted are wolves. Wow. Okay, so you damn near in motherfucking Mormon country. Salt Lake City is a hell of a business hub for intergalactic trade. I'm pretty sure they got a lot invested in SpaceX. So are you a Mormon? Is you one of Joseph's boys? Are you of the order of Melchizedek or you an ironic priest? Okay, 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 okay. Who's running the system out there? Is it the Mormons? Is it the corrupt Mormons? Because they usually where the money at. Okay, you spiritual, but were your people Mormons? Because I remember they were showing that stuff on TV where the Mormons was bucking and shit. They didn't want to be Mormon no more, and they was hiding them out and shit. The Mormons was coming to get their ass. Yeah, I studied with a lot of Mormons. I got my Latter Day Saint book around here somewhere, but I studied with a lot of young dudes that they was on they when they be out like they elders and they go and spreading the word. Latter Day Saints, and they come in contact with you and trying to get a donation or get you to join and all that stuff, and they read the book. Shit is dope. I came across a lot of them and taught them a lot of shit too. What's good, two double? What's going on in Memphis, homie? What's up with you? I'm just cool and kick back, my G. You know how I do it. Whether it's 6 or 6,000 in here. Okay, yes, it's like the Mormon gang that they protect each other, and when bad shit happens, they protect each other. Right, like a family should. All mafioso families ain't Italian. You got to know that family is family. The Godfather movie ain't about the mafia. The Godfather movie is about family and all the different people and families, the parts they play, and who the family is, and what the family represents, and installing values and morals in your family. Okay, I got you. I got you. Mormons are, you know what I mean? Is a lot of federal retired federal agent Mormons too, right? Because y'all know Mormons are a great part of the federal system too. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You notice they ain't saying too much about them feds still being in Memphis and 310 Manproof say they still in DC also. That's crazy. Why are they being hid? Because maybe the feds is looking for them. Smash that. Oh, you saying that they smudging the numbers with the killings. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out, man. Why you say that, Cam? Mm, 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 mm. You said the feds is giving out baseball numbers. Baby turtle fish. It ain't that easy because uh Hawaii is under siege. There's cameras everywhere. So even if it is you, somebody a camera gonna catch your ass throwing something to the sharks. Okay. But you know they ain't Christians. Mormons aren't Christians because they just feel like Jesus Christ was like a pastor or a preacher or something. They don't look at him like he was bringing a supreme message. So maybe it might be an undertone of Satanism. But when I've been so have y'all ever met any real Mormons? We're gonna have that talk. Have you ever met a real Mormon? I have. You know what I mean, and I went to. Have you ever? I've been to the cathedral too. The organ player was Elder Hoos, older dude. This the one in my area. And these two Mormons that I studied with for like 6 months, they told me they wanted me to be a Mormon. I told them it was not a chance in hell that I would be, but just to, you know what I mean, they fulfill that they supposed to be recruiting people and bringing them in, showing them around. And I know that the Mormons never seen nobody like me or met a scholar of my caliber. You know what I mean, so I put on my leather coat and I went there to the cathedral, the Mormon cathedral, right? And the bishop when I went up there, they said, "Well, here go black." I mean, it was the two dudes, Steen Larson and Golden, or go whatever. But and the bishop didn't even turn around. He said, "I'll get the." I mean, I mean, and they never look at me and shake my hand, at my hand out. So, but the deacon saw it and shook my hand. This little redhead, chubby white guy. He was the deacon of that shit, and they told me to come in and wait. And so the deacon came in and talked to me about everything that's going on, and I told him that I had already been doing a little study and that I didn't really have a direct decision that what I say I wanted to be a Mormon, but in my mind I knew I just wanted to be a Mormon. But while I was waiting for the deacon, I was inside of that church, and that shit was so fucking spooky. I was waiting for somebody to come out and say, "He wants you too, Malachi," and put me on the cross like children of the corn because that shit had that feel of that old school down south Baptist shit. Like the daytime, maybe it's Sunday school that night. Maybe that's where they're having a Ku Klux Klan meeting at, and they had that gray and white water fountain in it. It's everything that a Baptist church would have. But we read the paraphernalia in the literature is more garnered to the Latter Day Saints and their beliefs. It's crazy. It's like the United States showed them a charter to be Christian, but not Christian in the ideology that they kick in. But just they use the base of it of Christianity, how it's promoted. They gave them that shit crazy. Hawaii is. Then Hawaii got a lot of nonprofit. Hawaii ain't making no money. They say that about all churches. Like have y'all ever seen that movie about the Catholic Church called the Conclave, where they was deciding whether the new pope was gonna be whoever? Did y'all notice in the end they was kind of trying to say like the new pope was transgender? Go back and check it. And they said they didn't want the black pope because he had slept with a lady. She was grown now, a nun when she was like 19, and he was like 30 and had a baby by her. And they brought that back up on him. And that's why they. And other than that, he was good. And then it was just the conclave is an interesting view into how the papacy really works, and you'll get a little understanding of all of it is like rituals. In every religion, every culture, all that stuff they doing are rituals because none of it is compounded on fact. It's all in faith. Smash that light, but don't know Hawaiians own shit though. That's the problem. Oh yeah, you was. You said I was the first person ever in their family history and deep roots in Mormon religion. So you married to a Mormon? Oh shit! So you're familiar with the Melchizedek priesthood and Aaronic priest, and he's telling you y'all going to the celestial kingdom. Okay, okay. And when you lived with him, what made you leave him? Was he was one of those polygamous Mormons or what? It's nothing to convert to. All they want you to do is pay some fucking dues. Mormons is worse than Masons. They want to get you to pay a bunch of dues as you the more dues that you pay and what black people call them tithes the more tithes to the different I mean the more accolades and channels they send you through you start as the Melchizedek priesthood when I was at the Vatican I saw the statue of the resurrection made from the iron looks like scary in person Damn. So he was trying to control the finances and what you ate, what you bought, and then if you kept some for yourself. So was he trying to keep you under his thumb by not allowing you to work and all that? Because I'm trying to build up. I mean, with some was that what he doing? Was it a one household check? Okay, I understand that. It happens a lot, especially old days. Y'all still married. Yeah, it is a sort of like Masonic shit. Yeah. The top Mormons are Shriners, like St. Jude's and the Hospitallers. That's who the Mormons are. The ones that don't want to cross over into Christianity because they know that Christianity is a propaganda tool, but they still want to reap the benefits and you know what I mean, enjoy the fruits of their labors from being Knights Templars and Hospitallers and I mean Teutonic Knights and stuff in Europe. That's real. I tried to branch out a little, and he had an offer to produce and had an offer to produce music, and he freaked out and got restraining orders and made my life hell for years. I just never went back. Wow, what kind of music was you gonna produce? Sort of like Wendy O. We're not gonna take it. Or Joan Jett or something. Yeah, Mormon Crusaders is under the name of Mormon. Mormon is actually like a person. Lemuel, his family. The Mormons got a whole little story to tell. They ain't got nothing to do with Christianity. They don't really mention Jesus Christ. Well, they showed you about the Crusaders for years. You never caught on to. They show you the Nina, the Pinta, and the Maria. Show you two things. They show you that they have the Knights Templar cross in the name of the Spanish Borgia Pope and Isabella and Ferdinand and the Knights Templars out of Portugal. And also it shows you that influenced by Africans because they were in African caravels, which brought them the trade went smoothly. Hence that those caravels had did that before. Jody Irish was a Mormon. It's really have a genre. It's kind of its own genre. I think I have a short on my page, maybe. If you Spotify, is there too. What's your name? Murdo? Is you Murdo? I know you Murdo on your page. Yeah, that's what happens a lot. That's what happened with you a prime example of what's that DEI where the white woman wanted to get out and get her own money and not live like Ward Cleaver, like the one check paying all the bills and he making all the decisions. When he get paid Friday, he set out what he gonna set out for the bills. Because what was happening, a lot of these dudes wasn't money managed material because just like people in the black community, as well in the white community, we had no training on finances. It was all cop and blow. And so that caused a rift in the family, whereas the movement of the family depended on if he brought the money home that week. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Bunny Whiskey Kiss. Is this music, this Bunny Whiskey Kiss, is it copyrighted? Because I want to play something. Because I want to play it. Let's see what you got. I'm gonna play it anyway. Fuck it. This shit ain't monetized nowhere. We're gonna see what Whiskey Kiss is it popping. You know I'm a music connoisseur. Bunny B. Is it on YouTube or is it on Spotify? Because I don't have Spotify. Oh no. I ain't even got Spotify or Apple or any of those things, man. Them shits incur bills, and also all of them got the same music up there that's on YouTube. I try to limit my digital footprint. Yeah, I think you should. Is it a pretty hot song? I'm gonna give you a jacket, so when you come back, I already know. When you get it put on YouTube, make sure you come back so I can hear it. Smash that like. We're allowing these people to do too much by signing up to all this stuff. Your digital footprint, your data and analytics, they can really make a profile off of you just by the shit that you watch or what you patronage and what you order from Amazon. And when you get your check, what's the first thing you buy? All right, that's what it is, Murdo. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing whiskey. What's wrong with a wife that stays home? My wife stays home and she's not American though. Maybe she's nicer about it. Wow, it seems like that's what's wrong with it. That you're an American and you can parent some non-American and not and just saying your wife. So is that one of her values to you that she's not American? And are you with her because she's not American or you with her because you love her? Why did you make that one of the points where you made it about your wife? And that's just me asking the question. I like it. But Murdo, yeah, man, that's crazy about that Mormon cat. But was he into polygamy? Smash that like, man. It's 68 likes, man. Let's get 100 likes. Carmelo should be under the jail. Okay, Justice. That's what it is. Can you tell me why? Have you seen the tape? What's your hypothesis? Why are you making these assumptions? Is this because of his color or just because he had a knife on school property and you feel like he had malicious intent? I mean, what's your opinion? Justice is his, saith the Lord. Well, I thought that was vengeance. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Make sure y'all take the poll too. Let's see. I ain't looked at the poll in a couple of, I mean, minute. Let me see. Who made the best Iran deal? Trump, 56%. Obama, 27%. Iran, 17%. That's crazy. Smash that like. That Iran 17% is the one that's standing out. Y'all know. They got over. Hakeem, what's going on? He committed murder with a knife on property, on school property, make it about race, not me. No, the world is making it about race, family. Or do you buy a Porsche because you support Nazis? Dr. Porsche was a Nazi. Well, did I buy a Porsche because it's slow and poorly made? Yeah, and Porsches are poorly made. They only are good if you're going to drive them on situations like the Autobahn. Porsches, BMWs, Mercedes are not made for regular street. You're supposed to be driving them fast because that's what kind of engine it is. See, so don't buy a Porsche just so you can say you got a Porsche. Scarface did, like you said, he didn't buy it because it was slow, poorly made, albeit I'll say yeah. But just because they put you know, the Dr. Porsche he was with, he did a lot with Ferrari, Volkswagen, all that shit. And how different are women raised in other countries? Yeah, for himself. Right, but I'm really more American based fan. Well, other cultures have to I say like the racist supremacists on both sides, white and black. I say take your ass over there. Then if you're really into what these other cultures are doing, baby turtle fish, I say take your ass over there. If you're there, stay the fuck there. Then if you feel like I think other cultures, yeah, it's all good. I respect other cultures, but right now, homie, I'm American. It's about strengthening my culture, so I can't sit back and let you give me all the final points of what's going on with you. I'm too busy trying to point out my people's differences and how we can get together, fam. You feel me? So being that, being saying that, it means you're kind of anti-American if you really. I mean, so I ain't even with it. I'm American. They have a lot to offer if they trying to. I mean, come over here in America. They don't have a lot of. If we go over there, shit, that means you assimilate into their culture. That's the problem now. The only deal Obama made was with the LGBT community. Yep. What a great president. I mean, shit, everybody had a motherfucking cross to bear. Donald Trump's will be his getting in bed with the oligarchs, like making Elon Musk a trillionaire. He just getting the interest off of it. I know he mad as fuck with Elon. Elon could have been the president. He could have been this guy owning Tesla, fucking up money and still getting the benefit of the $1 trillion man. That's what Trump is looking at. Elon got to the trillion before he did. You feel me? Smash that like. Well, I have too many properties to be European. I would love to live in Europe too. Bye. Europe sucks. It's cold, and everywhere you go on Europe, their food sucks. Maybe Spain had a little, might have a little flair, but shit, let's see. Haggis and bangers and mash in UK sucks. Too cold. Germany, hey, look, we just this is some, but they food in general, garbo, beer, too heavy for my liking. France, nobody wants no escargot, and fucking Italy done stole fucking pasta. Yeah, it's right on the ocean, man, on the Atlantic Ocean. Greece is beautiful too. Chilling, Stephen. What's going on, Stephen Blogs? Hey, is this Stephen from our North Carolina, man? My boy Steve. OG Steve, they used to be blogging. Yeah, Steve. What's up with you, boy? Would you cut your hair or something? Let me put a jacket on you. Steve, what's been up, homie? Okay. I ain't heard from you, man. You always transforming. What's up with you? How you been? You still moving the merch? I know you was into that. I mean, what's up, Steve? You always comparing, not just enjoying. All of them are beautiful in their different ways, as well as the sun and the moon both shine, but in different ways and at different times. The sun is more solar, it's giving you like the vitamins and the nutrients, and it's the warmth, and the earth is cool when the moon is out, and it's the lunar controlling the waves to take the nutrients and process them. And then that's how you grow, and you know what I mean? Everything, the sun is the producer of it, and the moon is they work with you. In the morning it starts over, but they both shine at different times in different ways. We got to understand that, family. Okay, okay, okay. That's what it is, Steve. Good to hear from you. I don't know why this shit ain't just do what I told her to do. My boy Steve in the house. How you been doing though? It's hot where you at too. I know it's what how hot is it in North Carolina right now? Like 92? Okay, you just posted on YouTube. What's the link? Drop the link in here. What's the last thing that you delved into on the crime side of things, true crime side of things, Steve? Oh yeah, you tired of being blind, so you shaved it off. Okay, okay. No American cars cannot compare to Japanese cars. Remember, Japanese, they be advanced. They cater to technology as opposed to horsepower and you know what I mean, truck bed space. So it's a different kind of car. So because the future is the car is more micromanaged and slimmed down. They saw that. See those big trucks and stuff. They often have rust and all that problems. And the muscle cars they can't but go but so far in the city without having to stop every time. And that's bad for the engine to keep revving. You know what I mean? They built for situations like the Autobahn. And in this society that we live in, it's not too keen to be driving fast on the internet interstate. And even though that the interstate is supposed to be meant to be driven fast, you know what I'm saying? No, they can't. A Subaru is a fucking workhorse. Okay, let me check this out. That beat fire. Also, it's just you harmonizing. Whiskey kiss, huh? Yeah. It was just a simple witchy. Let me catch it again one more time. I gotta get my goddamn on Elmo on this shit. Yeah. Okay. It was just a simple whiskey kiss. The girl I first fell in love, the girl that I miss. How she used to look me in my eye, take a sip of a favorite drink. That whiskey. It was just a simple whiskey kiss. Kiss from my favorite girl, my first love. The kiss I miss. Grab the bottle, take a twist, take a shot to the head. That whiskey kiss. I felt the bliss. She the one I miss. I love the twist and just think back and reminisce on my girlfriend, the first one I ever loved. My sacred whiskey kiss. Yeah. Do that shit. That shit dope. That beat hard as a motherfucker. Okay. So how you going on that beat? Are you gonna be singing on it or did you create this beat? Smash that like y'all. That's how they do in the studio. They would have banged that bitch out and then matter of fact, you know what I'm saying? That shit would have been a song by the end of the night. That whiskey kiss would have dropped. What you think, Forensics? Right, that beat was hard though. Smash that like Steve. You dropped your link. You correct. Do you create content, Steve? Anybody that I don't know why I just asked you that crazy shit. Because there's a couple of people in here named Steve now, Steve. I got a whole crew of Steves. Yeah, y'all get over there and check out Steve, my boy that does the that see it's so different now. I'm looking at that profile picture, you got like a bald head, you had that blonde hair, you had that Ric Flair blonde hair. What it is, what it is. Y'all get over there and check out my boy Steve, man. He should have used his fist, said Scotsman. Sometimes no time to think, man. Trump is a fucking genius, says Bradley. Bradley, you've been in here all morning too. Name 3 reasons you consider Trump being a genius. And my boy Steve that does the true crime. Y'all get over there and check Steve out, man. I never owned a dog a day in my life, but my favorites are the old school pit bulls, the ones that used to have the spike collars, and now these pocket bullies, or just any friendly dog. Because I've been bit by a pit bull, so and my nerves got damaged in my hand at one time. So I'm not too user friendly with them, but I'm not against them within moderation. But no, I'm not really. My kids and my woman love dogs. Like my woman, when I met her, she had like the pit bulls, the gang pit bulls. That shit, but nah, I ain't a dog cat. I'm a technologist and I'm a purist and I'm a simplest. I like my shit in moderation. So dogs, unless they're hyperallergenic, I would do it for my kids or my woman if that's what they wanted. But I'm not a dog person. How I got bit? Let me tell you some crazy shit. I was at a hip hop video shoot and they had a little baby pit bull out there that they were passing around, and I held the little motherfucker. I mean, my peoples was at the fucking shoot in my hood. On the way home, my next door neighbor's dog bit me. My next door neighbor. Okay, I was walking past their house, and their dog is a cool pit. He has kids in that home. I know he's not a killer. They have little kids that be smacking him and riding his back and hanging out with him, and he's not never been violent. But for whatever reason, he must have smelled that baby pit on my hands because he came and ran up to me. And when I reached down to like to deflect when he was running up, he immediately latched out and bit and locked into my shit for like 5 seconds and realized that it was his neighbor and let go and ran off into the street. And when he ran off into the street, he got hit by a truck. You know what I mean? But he didn't die. And he ran off. I mean, something like that happened to me 2 times in life too. But yeah, So it might have been that I was handling that puppy and he spelt the. I mean, I don't know. But one time I was standing in my backyard in this residence that I lived in this neighborhood. It was a predominantly mixed neighborhood with people in the military, black, white, all kind of people in it. But I lived on the end in this neighborhood, and I was looking across my fence, and I was on the phone talking, and I see this white guy walk up with coveralls and a belt, like a work belt, looking through the windows. He looked through my window with my mom and my nephew, and they're watching TV. He don't even see me like within feet away from him, and one of my peoples had this work truck out there with a bunch of tools and stuff. And he slinkily looked over there through there. But then as he was coming towards me where I was at in the back door, I kicked that bitch open on his ass and made him get down on the ground. And when he got down on the ground, I said, "The fuck you doing here? Let me tell you what people do. What happened to people that come here?" And I called my nephew out, said, "Yo, nephew." And my nephew was like 6'8", look, big Shaq dreadlock motherfucker came out and got it, hold the door frame to get out. Who saw I said, let me show that nigga. That white boy looked up, was like, oh shit, because this was a dirty ass white boy. I picked up this big ass mason block that I had in my yard for cosmetic. I was doing a little a cobblestone, big ass cobblestone. I was about to hit him in the back of his head. I won't, but and my mom's came to the door and said, "Don't do that to him." And in that second, that motherfucker got up and hauled ass and ran out and hit somebody's blazer that was coming past the same way the dog did right there. Because I lived on a main thoroughfare and I was like the beginning of it, and there was a lot of traffic right there. Yeah, that shit was crazy. He ran, boom. He got hit by a car. He fell down and got up and hauled ass down the street. Damn, Glenn, that's crazy. But 25 years ain't shit, Glenn. So yeah, he'll be out at 25 years. He young. He can do it. Only the strong survive. That's all I say. If he do have to do the whole sentence, he can do it because only the strong survive, fam. It's a content creator by the name of Banky Pound. And it just so happened he did 33 years in prison. And he probably was a little bit younger than this young man here. And shit without a stain on him. So I much respect. If he's strong, he can make it. Y'all always count people out because of how you feel about them. You might hate black people, so you want them to suffer. But out of the suffer, he might get some enjoyment because it might have been what he needed to set his ass down for real. Some people, I mean, don't find out who they are until when in time of danger or under pressure. When you get too relaxed and comfortable, you don't struggle no more. You stop fighting. Right, that motherfucker bit the fuck out of me. Okay, Bradley. All that they have taken from us is coming back to us, the people and the whole world. Shit. Well, chalk on an extra 300 billion that's being taken out of the American people's lexicon, and also the tab for engaging in war. Chalk up that too while you at it. So shit, we're gonna be in debt up to our knuckles. That's why I say invest in Elon Musk because he know what time it is. He know where they're going at with it because he's on the forefront of it. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. Let me see. I saw at the border, and then your first one, maybe I missed that one, Bradley. You asked me how I got bit. Now that was Baby Turtle. After you said Trump was a genius. You know what? If you praising Trump, I'm glad I missed it. But anyway, smash that like, y'all. Share me out. We're gonna wrap this up, fam. Thanks for everybody for coming through, man. Catch me on the next one. Maybe I might discuss how SpaceX is booming, and a lot of y'all gonna miss out because of how y'all feel about Elon Musk. But greatly appreciated the convo, man. Until next time, shout out all my peoples too. All my, you know what I mean, intellectual, interested people that just want to conversate, not debate. That's what it is. Peace, family. Forensics, for real, family. Thanks for the politic, man. That's what it is. I'm out.